please join me. Come and take your seats. So we are here for a special general meeting for this institution, which was called to receive the report from the Constitutional Review Committee, a committee of 12 that was constituted to review the Constitution and come up with a draft for our approval. So in that call, we had the agenda which should guide this meeting, and I wish to take you through. The first item is the opening prayer. Item 2 is adoption of the agenda. Item 3, communication from the chair. Item 4, presentation of the draft UIPE constitution. This will be headed by the chair of that committee. Item 5, we shall discuss the report and come up with way forward. We shall close at item 6. Let me invite a volunteer to take us through an opening prayer at this point. Secretariat, help to send the second mic. Any volunteer?
Let's humble ourselves and we pray. Heavenly Father, one, thank you for this day. One, thank you for this meeting. As we discuss, as we share knowledge, Heavenly Father, we pray that you may send your wisdom to us, Heavenly Father, that whatever we resolve to, Heavenly Father, may be according to your word. In Jesus' name we have prayed and believed. Isaac Kabagambe.
Thank you, Isaac. We go to item 2, which is adoption of the agenda. I've already taken you through. If you have any comment, please raise it now. If not, I invite you to propose that we go by this agenda and somebody seconds. Yes, send the mic, your name, and the class.
Engineer Balikudembe Ronald, I second. I take the motion I move the motion to propose that we adopt it as it is.
Yeah, that is a proposal to adopt the agenda as presented. Can I have a second, please?
Engineer Nabagala Irene, mechanical engineer, I second.
Yeah, thank you. The 2. We go to item 3, which is communication from the chair. I take this opportunity to welcome all of you in your different capacities to this meeting. The meeting of today is as a result of the consent decree which was signed way back in, I think on 11th July, so that, among other things, we come up with a new constitution. A committee of 12 was formed. This committee did their work, consulted you widely. Some of you made your submissions, but still in this meeting, an opportunity will be given so that the final product, this constitution should be a document that is worth its name, a document that those who will append their signature to be part of will be proud of and should stand the test of time. So the committee came up with their work plan, and finally we are here today. So in a special way, I want to thank the Committee of 12. At this point, maybe I can invite them just to stand for recognition. I may not mention your names now, but please stand. Thank you. You can sit. So they have finally, they'll take us through their report, but it was really a very hectic work which they did. And on behalf of Council, we extend our appreciation for the dedication they demonstrated during this process. I also want to thank Secretariat for their support, because they are the engine of implementation of activities at UIPE. Special thanks also go to the different branches and their leadership. You were consulted and you gave your submissions. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for creating time. Let us make meaningful contribution to this document. And it is now my pleasure that I invite the chair of the committee to take us through this. It's a lengthy document. Let us be objective as we discuss. I thank you for your kind attention. Thank you very much. I now invite the chair of the committee to present this report. Thank you. And over to you, Francis. I'm informed that we have some people online. Let me also extend my welcome. You're most welcome, our colleagues online, to this meeting. We hope for your positive submissions. Thank you. Over to you, Francis.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Allow me to make a few remarks while standing. I feel more comfortable that way. Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Engineer Henry Francis Okinyal is my name. I was privileged and honored to have been requested and accepted to chair the said committee of 12 eminent, young, vibrant engineers in the process of drafting and amending the constitutions, and if I remember what the court decree said, Constitution of 2016, with particular reference to the Constitution of 2023. The genesis that we were put into effect in February 2024, that's when this committee was appointed. Actually, we held our first inaugural meeting on 20th of March of 2024. But as you very well know, then we held our presidential elections in April, and things changed a bit after that. So there were delays. But up to the time of the elections of the president, we had set out a work plan. We had constituted ourselves into 3 major subcommittees. Each subcommittee given a set of articles of the Constitution to amend, to look at and amend, and all of them were given special request to attend to Article 11, which appears to have been a major issue that required attention post-April 24 presidential elections. So through subcommittees, we worked very hard, almost exclusively virtually. It was very difficult to hold physical meetings because, as the president said, the majority of the members come from UIPE, came from UIPE branches. And it was fairly difficult to hold physical meetings. But nonetheless, we believe we gave it all, and what we are going to present before you, we think, is something worth considering. We think that an association like UIPE, or an institution like UIPE, is as good as its constitution. Roughly, we found about 15% of the then constitution not requiring serious amendments. So we did amendment to a large part of the existing constitutions, and that has got a story to tell. So the members gave it all, including grammatical errors and so on. We did all that. And we were required to benchmark with similar associations or institutions within the region and other countries. And we did get literature from some of them and shared. And I must thank the 12 members that have been introduced before you for, I think, a job very well done. So we are now coming to you to present what we have proposed as an amendment, but also we'd be happy to receive your comments and approvals, disapprovals, amendments. Please feel free. Even at this point in time, as late as a few minutes ago, I was now getting new ideas after talking to you. So the constitutions are not cast in stone, as you know. Ideas keep coming as time goes by and as you discuss with other people. So for today's purpose, I know we've lost at least 1 hour. I'm going to have 3 of the members representing different subcommittees. The first subcommittee was handled Article 1 to 7. He will go through the major issues that we proposed amendment for. Those where we agreed with the existing situation, we will skip, but it will be flashed and we'll be able to see it. The second officer will talk about Articles 18 to 17, I think. And then the last one will take us through 15 up to the end. I will then specifically dedicate time to Article 11, together with Engineer Iga, who apparently was my vice in the whole process, and give it more time because, as I said, it was viewed as the major catalyst, the catalyst to a number of issues that rose after the elections. And we will plead with you, please give us the attention and proposals, particularly when we come to that article. We will try to rush through because of the time that is given, But believing that you have had this constitution since you became a member of UIPE, it shouldn't be a big problem to get your comments. That's our understanding, but we shall judge, we shall cross the river when we reach there. So with your permission, Mr. President, let me now call Mr. Paul Rajkara, engineer, Paul Rajkara, sorry, to take us through the major key points, Articles 1 to 7. Engineer Rajkara, you're welcome. 1 minute. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry to have skipped one thing. The secretary to this is going to be, there will be 2 or 3 persons among the 12. Let me repeat it. The secretary will be Mr. Engineer to be David Kasule. He will be assisted by all of by the other members, but specifically Engineer Simon Ochora and Madam Sulaina Namusoke. I've not seen her. Is she around? She says she should be here because it's exclusively a report of the committee, not of council. It's not a report of council. It's a committee, the committee that reviews the draft the amendments. That is the report you're going to receive. So it's important to note that the secretariat is from among ourselves. Please take note.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, the President of our institution. I don't know who is flashing it. Okay, thank you. My name. Maybe there. Could that side be better? Is it okay now? There's a problem this way. Let me be there. I think Leah could share the different part. Be speaking.
I think this process is very important, and members should be convenient in. So what do you propose we share with you?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. My name is Stephen Ochen. I propose that you share a soft copy of the draft that you have with the members. Maybe if you have hard copies, you could also share so that it's easier for us to follow. When we see from far, some of us are short-sighted, and when you just read it verbatim, we may not really follow the sequence. If you could share, even the soft copy.
Can we have the copy shared, Leah? I know it is a process, but we could begin, we could continue. Bear with us while that process takes place. Please, let's have this document shared.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Engineer Paul Rajkara, and I'm going to present as my chair said, Articles 1 to 7. It was done in a smaller committee, a subcommittee, which comprised of myself, Dr. Engineer Kalibala, David Kasule, and at some point we also co-opted Moses Patrick Ogeny. So this is work that was initiated by the subcommittee, but later was discussed and agreed in the wider committee of the constitutional review. So, like the chair said, I'll highlight only areas where a change was proposed. So starting with Article 1, sub-article 1.2, where it says vision and mission. According to 2016, it said, the Constitution shall promote the realization of the vision and mission of the institution, as well as shall be agreed upon by Council from time to time. The committee proposed that the Constitution shall promote the realization of the vision and mission of the institution, as shall be agreed upon by Council from time to time and confirmed by members in a special general meeting. So the addition there is the confirmation in a special general meeting by the members. That is what this committee has proposed. Then also, we also looked at the objects, and specifically, we proposed, the committee said the other objects were okay, but only proposed addition to what was already there. So if you can go to G and H, if you can scroll and go to G and H, we propose to add a new objective, that is G, and we say that to resolve conflicts and contribute to the settlement of disputes that may arise between members and their clients. Some members who are in the private sector deal with the clients, and many times there could be conflicts between the parties, and the institution didn't have something outright that would try to resolve this. So the committee proposed that this should be added because during our consultation, we saw it working well in other similar institutions in other countries. I think case in point is Ghana, if I'm not mistaken. We also proposed to add H. H says to monitor the practice of its members and exercise disciplinary action over them. We realize that having a mechanism for enforcing disciplinary measures upon errant members of the institution would lead to ensuring some sanity within the institution. So those are the additions that this committee has proposed to the objects. So going to Article 2, which is about definitions and interpretation, we realized that there were some abbreviations, or I would call it undefined abbreviations, which were used in the body of the Constitution, but not defined. So the first one being MOU. MOU, we say it should be defined, and it means memorandum of understanding. Then also the different, also the different categories of membership. They were used in the main body of the document, but not defined. You will see there is an addition of UIPE. That is some new category that we shall see in the main body, in other parts of the presentation. Yeah, let's move on. In Article 3, organization, Article 3, organization, 3.1, the original version says the headquarters of the institution shall be located at Kampala until otherwise determined by council. This committee proposed that the headquarters of the institution shall be located at Kampala until otherwise determined by council, subject to approval of the annual general meeting. It is our thing, and the committee thought that we should all be involved in that. Then still under Article 3, we go to dissolution of branches. That is 3.3. The old version says council may dissolve any such branch at any time in accordance with branch rules and regulations. Our proposal is that council may dissolve any such branch at any time for consistent failure to operate in accordance with the branch rules and regulations over a period of 3 years. Thought that they should be given warnings and some time. Then if they cannot reform, dissolve the branch. Then there was a proposal to swap at sub-article 3.4 and 3.5, so that 3.5 comes first and 3.4 becomes 3.5. Then when you go to 3.7, council secretariat, 3.7 originally says council may establish a secretariat to carry out such functions as are necessary to follow council to discharge its administrative responsibilities. And the proposal is council shall establish a secretariat who shall be headed by the executive secretary. It goes on, adds that council shall appoint secretariat staff in accordance with the terms and conditions set out in the human resource manual of the institution. The executive secretary shall be the chief executive officer and shall be fully responsible for the day-to-day operations and management of the secretariat, including staff supervision, resource mobilization, and implementation of activities. The chief executive officer shall have full operational autonomy in executing the functions and responsibilities of the secretariat. The secretary is responsible for recording minutes of council and its committees and keep custody of all the documents of UIPE and council. That's 3.7. Then 3.9. 3.9 is about the patron of the institution. Version 2016 says the council may propose prominent persons to become patron of the institution. Such persons shall be prominent individuals of high integrity with a track record of professional experience. They should be with adequate network in society and therefore capable of promoting the institution and the profession in general. A patron shall hold office for a period not exceeding 5 years. The proposal of council shall be formally presented to the members and subject to the ratification of UIPE membership at the subsequent AGM. The role of the patron shall be to assist in the development and promotion of UIPE, to preside at ceremonial events as determined by council, and to ensure that UIPE's voice is heard in political, social, tertiary education circles, both nationally and internationally. I may not read everything we have proposed because time is catching up, but the proposal that came out is to reduce the number of period in office for the patron from 5 years to 3 years. And the reason is that we need to ensure that the objectives of the institution are not significantly affected in the event that the patron is unable to perform his or her duties for whatever reason. We thought that 5 years would be too much if someone is not performing. So going to Article 4, specifically 4.2. 4.2, the institutions shall consist of the following classes of membership: fellows, corporate, graduate, technologists, technicians, students, honorary members. Now, this committee has proposed to add artisan members. Artisan members to the existing membership. And the justification is that these are the people who do a lot of the work down there, fabrication. They are actually in our trade, but many times they are ignored. They are left out. So we thought that we would open up for them to also become members. Then Article 4.3, use of letters against names. This one goes along with the 4.2, the only addition there being the artisan members that have been proposed in the previous sub-article. So I may not go through the whole of it, but that's the addition. Then when I go to 4.4, register of members of the institution. Now this one says the names and addresses of every member of the institution shall be entered in the register maintained by the Secretariat of the institution in the appropriate class of membership, and such other particulars as council may from time to time prescribe. The committee proposes the names and addresses of every member of the institution shall be entered in the register maintained by the Secretariat of the institution in the appropriate class of membership, and such other particulars as council may from time to time prescribe. The same list shall be uploaded on the official UIPE website. The register shall be availed for inspection by members upon issuance of written request. That is the addition, just added the last 2 sentences. Then after that, we go to Article 4.9. It's about temporary membership. 4.9a, council may admit any person who is not a resident and is desirous of practicing engineering in Uganda for a limited period not exceeding 1 year to the class of member, provided he or she qualifies for membership in the class of membership. The proposal is, I think, again here, the proposal is just to is just to adjust the period from 1 year to 2 years. The committee thought that 1 year is too short. Most of these temporary members come into the country for certain specific activities, maybe project work, which on average normally takes them at least 2 years. So the committee proposes 2 years. Then when we go to Article 5, uh, 5 is about qualification for membership. In Article 5, we have indicated the requirements for an artisan to be admitted to UIPE. It may not be in that presentation. That is something we noted that was somehow left out in that final thing. But 5.6 is not about student member, but artisan member. Student member goes to 5.7. So according to 5.6 about artisans, we said that a candidate for election or transfer to the class of artisan member shall satisfy council that he or she has the following qualifications. Part A, craft certificate in engineering or Directorate of Industrial Training certificate or equivalent qualification from a recognized institution. Then B, he or she should have at least 3 years of working experience in an engineering position. That is what is added. Yeah, it is supposed to be 5.6. Then that honorary member goes to 5.8. Yeah, I think that marks the end of the areas that this particular subcommittee had something to change about. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Engineer Rajkara. Kindly take notes. We are going to do the entire presentation, including Article 11, and then we shall give you, we think we shall save time in so doing. So please take note of where you agree, disagree, or you want to amend, and then we'll proceed. Can I now call upon Moses to take us through Articles 8 to 14. But again, emphasize the key areas that you think are critical for members to where we propose the changes. Please, you have 20 minutes or so, please.
Thank you, Chair. Let me take this opportunity to thank the President for being around and thanking Council for giving us the opportunity to participate in this exercise. I want to thank the fellow members of the CRC who did a great job. Allow me also to thank the members who have, despite busy schedule, found time to come and be present here. I also extend my appreciation to those who have joined online. Good evening, fellow engineers. My name's Moses Ogeny. I come from the background of electrical. I have been given the mantle to take you through Article 8 to 14. And I imagine all of you now have them. If not, you can follow from the slides. Article 8 talk about fees and annual subscription. And this committee are looking at entrance fee payable on election or on transfer. Made a slight change, 8.1a, where it is stated in the old constitution that the fees to be paid by members shall be determined by council from time to time and be approved at any general meeting. The committee proposed a slight change that the fees to be paid by members shall be proposed by council as from time to time and be approved at the annual general meeting. The word determine is replaced by proposed. 8.1b remain the same. I will just be jumping. I will go to where changes have been made. Article 8.1d, which talk about temporary absence on leave or duty, shall not entitle a member to alteration of his designation. This article, the committee found it redundant and it was deleted. Still on annual subscription, 8.2. In the Constitution, it goes like the annual subscription for all members shall be determined by the council and approved by the annual general meeting. A slight change was proposed, and it goes like the annual subscription for all members shall be proposed by the council and approved by the annual general meeting. The council, the reason for this is that the council can only do proposal for the change in as far as annual subscription is concerned, and this should then be subject to the AGM. I'm moving quick to surcharges. That is under 8.4. It reads, council shall from time to time determine surcharges for the late payments of annual subscription, and this shall be approved by the annual general meeting. The proposal that the subcommittee brought forth reads like this, that council shall from time to time propose surcharges for the late payment of annual subscription, and this shall be approved by the annual general meeting. And the reason here is that the council is an agent of the AGM. And so whatever proposal they bring should be subjected to the AGM before it can be operationalized. Subscription for part of the year, that is 8.5. It is a long one in the interest of time, and I think I should just read what we have proposed, that a member of any class elected before the first day of July in any year shall pay the full amount, shall pay the full annual subscription for that calendar year. A member elected on or after the first day of July in any year shall pay a half of the annual subscription for that calendar year. And I think we are looking at when you pay, when you elected after July, you have a short time to the end of the year. So we propose that instead of paying full fee, the member should be allowed to pay a half. Payment of fees and subscriptions, 8.6a. I think this one has already been covered. We just made a proposal that instead of reading annual subscription shall be paid by 30th of September of every year, failure of which shall attract a surcharge, as shall from time to time be determined by council. We propose that annual subscription shall be paid by 30th of September of every year, failure of which shall attract a surcharge. And just leave it as brief as that. 8.6b reads, in the old constitution, council may, upon application by a member, waive the requirements to pay annual subscription. The proposal that was put forth reads like this. Council may, upon application by a member, waive the requirements to pay annual subscription for the following categories. Corporate members who are at least 70 years of age and are no longer practicing engineering or providing engineering services. So that is what the committee thought should be added to Article 8.6b. Article 8.6c, we do not see need to change all the way to Article 9.2, which is about readmission. The article reads like this, 9.2. The council may readmit to membership in the class to which he or she formerly belonged any person whose membership was terminated for any cause, provided he or she thank you, Secretary. I skipped. Take you back to 8.6b, subsection 2. Maybe to let it flow. The first, we said corporate members who are at least 70 years of age and above, and who are no longer practicing engineering or providing engineering services would be relieved from paying annual subscription. And at the same, subsection 2, we are saying former council members who are at least 60 years of age and are no longer practicing engineering or providing engineering services. And subsection 3, members of any category incapacitated by chronic illness and are unable to practice engineering or provide engineering services would also be exempted from paying the annual subscription. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. I think I now run to readmission 9.2. The council may readmit to membership in the class to which he or she formerly belonged, or any other person whose membership was terminated for any cause, provided he or she satisfies the council that he or she is worth of readmission and pays such amount in respect to entrance fee and areas of subscription as the council may determine. And the committee proposed these wordings. But the council may readmit to membership in the class to which he or she formerly belonged any person whose membership was terminated for any cause, provided he or she satisfy the council that he or she is worthy of readmission and pays such amount in respect of entrance fee. And they are saying if there were areas before the resignation or before the termination, then this person should clear these areas. Then expulsion, 9.3a. The council may, by resolution, discontinue receiving the subscription of any member who willfully act in contravention of the constitution or the rules of the institution, or who, in the opinion of council, is guilty of such act as shall render him or her unfit to continue to belong to the institution, and may erase his or her name from the register and he or she shall thereupon choose to be a member of the institution. And so we just reworded this, and this is how it goes, that the council may, by resolution, suspend any member who willfully acts in contravention of the constitution or the rules of the institution, or who, in the opinion of council, is guilty of such conduct, as shall render him or her unfit to continue to belong to the institution, and shall propose to the next AGM that the member's name be erased from the registrar. He or she shall choose to be a member of the institution upon approval of the proposal at the next AGM. And I think to make a difference is that the council will not have the final say in as far as expulsing a member is concerned. The process will go through up to the AGM. 10.1, we don't have any proposal. We want to leave it the way it is. 10.1B, to remain the same way it is. 10.2, there's a change in rewarding. In the old constitution, this is how it goes, that any member who conducts himself or herself in a manner unbecoming of a member of the institution or who acts contrary to Article 10.1 or 10.2 shall be liable to disciplinary action by council in accordance with the institutional code of conduct. This is what the committee proposed, that any member who conducts himself or herself in a manner unbecoming of a member of the institution or who acts contrary to Article 10.1 shall be liable to disciplinary action by council in accordance with the institutional code of conduct. The current article that speaks of penalties so would not be applicable with regards to contravention. Thank you. I go straight now to Article 11. The Article 11 talks about council and office bearers. Oh, sorry. Thank you. That Article 11, we all agreed would be handled by our chair. So I'm going to skip that one. I go to Article 12. Thank you. Okay. Article 12 talks about functions, powers, and proceedings of the council. So we propose a minor change on 12.1. The old one reads, council shall oversee the management of the property and affairs of the institution in accordance with the constitution and rules from time to time in force, and may exercise all such powers of the institution as are not required by the constitution to be exercised by general meeting of the institution. We made it brief, and this is how it goes. A council shall oversee the management of the property and affairs of the institution in accordance with the constitution. So we removed the ambiguity in the wording. 12.2, we also made a change. The council, this is how it reads in the old one, the council may make bylaws and regulations which shall not be inconsistent with the constitution and may from time to time amend or revoke such bylaws and regulations. This is what the committee proposed. that the council may propose bylaws and regulations and rules which shall not be inconsistent with the Constitution, and shall request for approval of the same at the AGM before adoption. Meaning, therefore, the AGM, the council, before they come up with any bylaws, they will seek the consent from the AGM. 12.3, notice of bylaws and regulations and rules. It is a long one, but I think let me try to read it quickly. All bylaws and regulations for the time being in force shall be binding on the members of the institution and shall have full effect accordingly, provided that notice of such bylaws or regulations or alterations thereto shall be notified to all members. If there are no objections from members within 60 days from the date of the said notification, then the bylaws and regulations shall become binding on all members at the expiry of the above mentioned 60 days notice. In the event that there is an objection, council shall within 30 days give due consideration to the raised objection before making a final decision. We changed that as a subcommittee, and this is how it reads. All bylaws and regulations for the time being in force shall be binding on the members of the institution and shall have full effect accordingly, provided that notice of such bylaws or regulations or rules or alterations thereto shall be notified to all members. If there are no objections from the members within 45 days from the date of the said notification, then the bylaws, regulations, and rules shall become binding on all members at the expiry of the above mentioned 45 days. In the event that there is an objection, council shall within 30 days give due consideration to the raised objections before making a final decision. I think the difference there in the duration for different actions. The old one talk of 60, this one is talking of 45 days. Yeah. Then Article 12.4, powers of council on bylaws and regulations and rules. 12.4 originally, this is what it reads. The decision by council on all matters dealt by it in accordance with the provision of the Constitution and the bylaws and regulations made thereunder shall be final and binding on all members of the institutions. Council may decide on all matters not expressly provided for in the Constitution, provided that the decision being made is not repugnant to the Constitution. I've been guided. I will be just concentrating on what we have recommended as a committee. And therefore, this is what we recommended for Article 12.4, that the decision by council on all matters dealt by it, in accordance with the provision of the Constitution and the bylaws, regulations, and rules made thereunder, shall be final and binding in all members of the institution. Council may decide on all matters not expressly provided for in the Constitution, provided that the decision being made is not repugnant to the Constitution and presented to AGM for approval. Article 12.5, the committee proposed it should read like this. The executive committee shall consist of the president, deputy president, honorary treasurer, honorary secretary, and immediate past president. 12.6b, at every meeting of council, council shall have a quorum of 2/3 of council members, which shall include at least 3 executive committee members and all matters shall be decided by a majority. 12.6c, the Honorary Secretary shall, on the request of the President, Deputy President, or delegated, or any 3 members of the Council, convene a meeting of Council. 12.7a, at least 14 days notice in writing shall be given for each ordinary scheduled meeting of Council, and the nature of the business to be considered at the meeting shall be stated in notice. 12.7b, however, for any special meeting, a notice of at least 24 hours may be given. 12.8, the President shall preside at each meeting of Council, and in his absence, a Deputy President delegated by the President, or in the absence of both of them, a member of Executive Committee delegated by President or elected by members present shall preside. 12.9, at any meeting of Council, each member of Council present shall have 1 vote. The President or chairperson of the meeting shall have a casting vote. The meeting shall decide by a simple majority the method of voting. 12.10, Council shall appoint or dissolve standing committee, appoint members, and designate the chairpersons. The chairperson of such committees shall report directly to Council and shall perform their duties under the direction of Council. 12.1b, part of it, that Council shall draw up terms of reference for all its committees. 12.1 part C, Council may at its discretion dissolve any committee and may appoint any other committee, delegate to a committee any of its powers except expulsion of members. D, the President shall be an ex-officio member of all committees of Council. E, the term of office for the standing committees shall expire with expiry of the Council that appointed them. 12.1, standing committee still. Council shall at its earliest opportunity, but not later than 2 months after assuming office, appoint the following standing committees for purposes of running the institution. A, membership, education, and training. B, finance and administration. C, public relations, practice, and ethics. Council may at any time appoint such other committees as it deems necessary with appropriate terms of reference. 12.2, we did not make any change in A, we made a change in B, that the F&A committee, the Finance and Administration Committee, will do the following. 1, to keep the financial position of the institution under review and to report thereon to Council as necessary from time to time. 2, to make recommendation as and when necessary for the approval of Council relating to the subscription and other fees. 3, to advise Council on sound investment of the institution's liquid assets. 4, to prepare annual budget and submit it to Council for approval. 5, to ensure that Secretariat keeps record of the movable and immovable assets on the institution, which shall show its value and to adjust this value from time to time. 7, to examine monthly statement of receipts and payments. 8, to make recommendation as and when necessary for approval of Council, the procedure to be followed in conducting the financial affairs of the institution. 9, to review the institution's financial procedures and regulations. manual and make recommendation to council. 10, to review the institution's human resource manual and make recommendations to council. 11, to advise council on appointment, appraisal, promotion, discipline, and dismissal of secretariat staff. 12, to recommend to council suitable firms for appointment as external auditors. 13, to review the draft financial report before being forwarded to the external auditors. 14, to review the auditor's report and statement of accounts and make recommendations to council. 15, to ensure an efficient and effective secretariat, the committee shall provide adequate resources, bracket, human and logistics. 2, to ensure the welfare of staff, bracket, condition of service to be attractive. And 3, to ensure cost-effective in operation of the secretariat. 12.13, the membership, education, training, met in bracket committee shall comprise a vice president who shall be the chairperson, not less than 6 other members. A member of the committee shall be appointed by the chairperson to serve as the secretary of the committee. 12.13b, the Met committee will be responsible for determining which candidates satisfy the requirements for admission and transfer to the various classes of membership. Part C, the committee will arrange continuous professional development, CPD training programs aimed at empowering members in various areas to various areas relevant to their engineering, to the engineering. D, MET will assist council to 1, increase membership, 2, liaise with the ERB and other organizations to develop a national technical standards. 3, maintain relationship with engineering and technological institutions. So I think from there, no much change. I will straight away, in the interest of time, just proceed to 12.19 about duties of honorary secretary. Subject to the direction of council, the honorary secretary shall A, be in charge of the correspondences of the institution, B, ensure that minutes and communication that may be ordered to be read are taken, C, supervise the publication of papers and publications as the council may direct, D, be responsible for all persons employed as staff of the institution, E, conduct the ordinary business of the institution in accordance with the constitution and rules and the direction of the council, and all shall refer to the president any matters of importance or difficulty requiring urgent decisions. Treasurer, honorary treasurer, the duties of the honorary treasurer shall be A, to ensure collection of subscription and election fees and other funds to the institution, B, to ensure, prepare and pay accounts of expenditures, to administer the funds of the institution in accordance with the finance and accountability guidelines prepared by the council. C, to present the audited account to council for inspection and approval. And D, to present the audited account to the AGM for approval. Diving to Article 13. Article 13. 13.4. Part A, the annual general meeting shall be held during the month of April each year at a place and time as the council shall determine. B, the annual general meeting shall be responsible for the following. 1, receipt, deliberation, acting upon the annual report of the council. 2, receipt and deliberation upon the previous year's account and annual budget. 3, swearing in and handover of council members. 4, appointment of external auditors for the institution for the following financial year. 5, appointment of lawyers for the institution for the following financial year. 6, discussion of any other business approved by council. 13.5, a special general meeting of members may be called at any time by council for any specific purpose relating to the direction, governance, and management of the affairs of the institution. B, council shall call a meeting on a requisition in writing at any time of 5% of members, specifying the general nature of the business to be transacted and the motions, if any, to be placed before the meeting. Council shall issue a notice for meeting within 21 days of receipt of a valid requisition for a special general meeting.
Okay, let me help my colleague.
Don't leave.
I think on the special general meeting, he has read what it is that is supposed to be, but he has not given context. On 13.5a, the issues of constitution amendment have been removed from the SGM, so we've kept that for Article 17, I think. Then B, as of now, quorum for a special general meeting is only 25 persons, which really does not represent the entire membership. So the proposal is that we put a lower cap of at least 5% of the entire members as compared to having a number 25. Actually here it says council shall call a meeting at any time of 10 corporate fellow members, specifying the general nature. And as a committee, we thought, that is really a very small number. But if we have a percentage, say 5%, we can agree on that. That can be at least representative of the membership. So that is what 13.5b is. Then 13.5c, a notice period for a special general meeting containing all matters for discussion shall be at least 30 days. Yes, we've removed the part of branches and committees because in the branch regulations, the branches can also call for these meetings where necessary. So we think we shouldn't confuse the matters of UIPE secretary, the entire UIPE and the branches. Those can be handled by the branch regulations. Yes, I think you can continue. That's what I wanted to bring out.
Okay. Thank you, our secretary, vice chair, engineer Iga. So I go to D, 13.5D. It's about the notice. The notice period for a special general meeting containing all matters of the discussion shall be at least 30 days. D, if the business to be transacted in the special general meeting involves discussing the person of the president shall not chair the meeting. One of the vice president shall chair instead. E, the business to be transacted in the special general meeting involves discussing the person of the honorary secretary. The president shall assign the duty of minute taking to another member of council. Special general meeting to amend the constitution. Part A, a special general meeting of members may be called at any time by council for the purpose of amending the constitution and rules of the institutions. A special general meeting, Part B, to amend the Constitution shall not be called until members have been notified of the proposed amendments and until 30 days have elapsed from the date of notification of the proposed amendments to the Constitution. We then go to 13.7, Part B. The notice for the special general meeting shall be at least 21 days, not 7, as it was previously. Then Article 14, about quorum, 14.1A.
Before, on 13.6 A and B, we are saying before it was general, you just call for a special general meeting. But specifically for 13.6b, we are saying an SGM to amend the Constitution shall not be called until members have been notified of the proposed amendments. So basically the exercise we are having today, we should have first published the changes that need to be made so that members come informed. So one of the changes we are proposing is if there's need to change or to amend the Constitution, let these changes first be published, and then the 30-day notice period is given, and then we can come and deliberate on those issues. That is the change in 13.6b. Yes.
Thank you. I had gone to Article 14 about quorum. I think I go to Part D. If within an hour of the appointed time, quorum has not been realized, the meeting shall be rescheduled to another date at which 50 members shall form a quorum. (14.2) Chairperson of meetings of the institution. This is what the committee proposed, that the president shall preside over meetings of the institution. In the absence of the president, one of the vice president, or if none is present, a member of council shall be elected by those present to chair the meeting. 14.3, voting at annual or special general meeting. The committee proposed that voting shall be by a method determined by the meeting, and the resolution shall be considered passed by a simple majority. A, all classes of members except students members shall be entitled to vote at annual general meeting and special general meeting. Part B, each member entitled to voting shall have one vote. 14.6, in the case of inequality of votes, the chairperson of the meeting shall have a casting vote in addition to his personal vote. The group further recommended that the entire it's okay. I think that is all. That is where we stopped on Article 14, my subcommittee. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Moses. Members, you will appreciate that, as I said, we worked through 3 subcommittees. And we had a plenary to try to agree on each item. So there's slight variances that we might see, but that will be understood. We shall always polish that one as we go on. But I also I've been advised to inform members online that when you're reacting, kindly tell us your name, your class of membership, and your membership number. I think the UIPE Secretary would like to have that for purpose of accountability. Now, I'll ask Sulite to do the rest of the Constitution and try to be a bit fast. Because like I said, Article 11, which really was a sticking point, we want to give it a lot of attention. And I will kickstart that process and invite all of you to pay special attention to that article because it's extremely important. I'm not saying these others are not, but we need to focus on that one because there is a court proceeding concerning specifically articles on elections. So, Sulite, I don't know whether you can do it in 20 minutes. Please try to.
Thank you, the Chair. Protocol is already observed. My name is Engineer Nwamanya Hankson, Sulite, and I'm representing a subcommittee of Group 3, which reviewed Article 1521. Straight to Article 15, we did not make any change in that Article 15, so we propose that it remains the way it is. Article 16, also we did not make any change in that. Article 17, we are saying this constitution, for the time being in force, may be added to, revoked, altered, or amended only at special general meeting convened for the purpose under provisions of clause 12.4. We are changing the word alteration to amendment. So you take note of that. That is the title of the article.
Yes. Secretariat, can you respond? How far with the sharing? Can we get the feedback? So you are being supported. The team will share.
Apologies, colleagues. It's going to be shared on your WhatsApp. I think she wanted to do it otherwise. But that, what is being projected there, you should be able to get it in a very, very short time from now. Sorry about that.
Permission to continue?
Yes, please. I think, should we wait for it or he continues meantime? We wait for it. Okay. Let me, Leah, when you are through, please let us know. And please confirm that you've received it so that we can resume.
In the meantime, let me recognize the presence of our past presidents. Doctor, you're welcome. He is known to all of us. You're most welcome. Let's also welcome Engineer Vincent Ucho. Vincent, you're welcome. Let's welcome the IPP, Engineer Andrew Mwezi, and the fellows that are in the room. You are most welcome. Feel comfortable. We are reviewing our constitution to make it better, responsive to our needs. I thank you for being part of this. Thank you very much. Yes, there is a hand behind. Please extend the mic.
Thank you, Chair. I would also suggest maybe you highlight, those who highlight what has been changed so that it's easier for us to follow. Because if it's in black, the same color, it's not easy for us to know what you're asking us. At the end of the day, you're going to ask us to approve, so we need to know what we're approving. Thank you.
Chair, the review committee, can you respond to that? But you'll be given opportunity as we move through clause by clause so that all our issues are captured. Francis.
Yes, yeah, we'll try as much as possible to capture that. It's a bit involving, so please bear with us. Wherever possible, we shall try as, actually, some of the copies they are using, they are highlighted in different colors. Even for the three subcommittees, I personally have them in different colors for my sake. I know this color came from this committee and so on. So we'll try to see if we can, in addition to make it available to you, the areas that we are changing and deleting or adding, we'll try to make sure that it comes in. So right, can we proceed now, members? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Right.
I was now going to Article 15 on financial provisions. We do not change, it remained like that. Article 16 on trusteeship, we do not make any change. Article 17, those are the rules. 17.1, we are saying this constitution for the time being in force may be added to, revoked, altered, amended, only at special general meetings, convened for the purpose under provisions of clause 12.4. So we are saying that that word alteration of the constitution should be amendment of the constitution. 17.2, we are saying it should be replaced, such addition, revocation, or amendment shall be made only if 2/3 or more of the fellows, corporate members, vote at such special general meeting in favor thereof. 17.3, we are saying council may make any rules and or regulations for, and may from time to time amend or revoke such regulations for: 1, the conduct of the affairs of the institution and any branch of the institution; 2, any other purpose not inconsistent with this constitution. 17.4, we are saying rules proposed by the branch under these provisions of regulations shall be presented to council for approval. 17.5, in case of doubt as the meaning and interpretation of any portion of the constitution and or any rules or regulations made there under, this interpretation of the council shall be binding upon all members. Article 17, beg your pardon on that. 17.11, we're also replacing the word alteration with amendment of the constitution. And we are saying this constitution from time being in force may be added to, revoked, altered or amended only at special general meeting convened for the purpose under clause. I think this one is a repetition. It's a repetition. We added other sections of the Constitution that were not there under Article 17. Sorry. Let's go straight to Article 18. This one was a repetition. Article 18, branches of the institution. So that is under branch establishment. We are saying council shall establish branches in accordance with this constitution. A branch of the institution may be established by council pursuant to Article 3.2 on receipt of a written request to the effect and signed by at least 50 members of the institution, 20 of which shall be corporate members residing or working in the proposed defined area of the branch. Part A of that, the minimum number of members to form a branch shall be 100. The branches shall not exceed 10 in number. Branch regulations. A branch shall operate in accordance with the branch regulations attached to this Constitution in Annex A, which previously wasn't there, and may draw up its bylaws in accordance with Article 17.2, and may subsequent, and any subsequent changes shall be submitted to council for approval. So having put that article, we decided to remove Article 18.1 up to, we scrapped up almost the remaining part of Article 18. Reason is we attached the branch rules, which previously weren't there. So we had to scrap all those articles from the Constitution because they were quoted for in Annex A, as you shall see. Article 19, that is miscellaneous. 19.1, the committee said it was okay, we can maintain it. 19.2, the council shall arrange for the publication in the journal or in any manner which they may deem advisable of such papers, documents, and publications as may be considered by council to be likely to advance engineering knowledge and the objects of the institution. Article 19.3, we maintained it, but we added any notes of this communication of served or sent by post shall be deemed to have been served or delivered on the 7th day following that, only which the same is posted. And in proving such service or sending it, it shall be sufficient to prove that the notes on communication was properly addressed or posted. The rest were okay. We maintained them. We added, that is 15. Article 20, let's all go to Article 20, which we said should be maintained as it is. Article 21, promulgation of the Constitution. we said it should be maintained as it is. And we attached Annex A. Those are branch rules. Should I read them also? Okay. So branch rules, that is an Annex A. Branch membership and branch register. Every member whose registered address or working address is within the area of the branch shall be deemed to be attached to that branch. A branch register of all members attached to the branch showing their classes of membership and addresses and such other particulars as a branch committee may from time to time prescribe shall be kept at headquarters of the branch. A1.2, a branch of the institution may be established by council pursuant to Article 3.2 on receipt of a written request to that effect and signed by at least 50 members of the institution, 20 of which shall be corporate members residing or working in the proposed defined area of the branch. A minimum, I think I'd read that one. A2, the area or boundary of the branch shall be clearly defined by the council. The headquarters of each branch, when constituted, shall be approved by the council upon recommendation by the branch. A3.1, the institution shall bear the ordinary expenses of each branch and at the council after consultation with the respective branches will provide a budget ceiling for each quarter year, which shall normally be the maximum limit of the expenditure in that quarter. The branch committee will ensure the limit is not exceeded. Part B, the monies and effects of each branch, of each of the branch, shall be applied solely towards the promotion of the objects of the institution, and their disposal or disbursement shall be subject to the restrictions imposed upon by the branch, upon the branch by council. 3.2, the branch executive shall submit annual report to council. 3.3, the accounting year for the branch shall be the same as that of the institution, namely January to December. Each branch shall prepare and submit to council annual management accounts. Council shall, upon approval of these accounts, submit them to external auditors. 3.4, a branch shall entirely be responsible for all its financial commitments. The institution shall not be responsible for any debts or financial commitments incurred or entered in by the branch. 3.5, all dues from the branch members as prescribed by council shall be paid directly to the institution. No subscription shall be required from a member of a branch additional to that payment the institution under its bylaws. The branch committee shall cause a proper account to be kept of all sums of money received and expended by the committee, and of matters in respect of which such receipt and expenditure take place, and of all the effects, credits, and liabilities for which the branch is held responsible by the institution. 3.7, a branch committee may subject to approval of council appoint or employ such staff or agents as may be deemed necessary for the effective administration of the affairs of the branch, and shall define their duties and determine from time to time their remuneration. The branch committee may suspend or terminate the appointment of any person so appointed or employed. Branch management, that is A4. The affair of each branch shall be managed by a branch committee constituted as follows: branch chairperson, branch vice chairperson, branch honorary treasurer, branch honorary secretary, not less than 3 or more than 5 ordinary members of the committee. The chairman shall be corporate member, vice chairman shall be a corporate member, student members shall not serve on the branch executive committee. The past chairman who last held office and is a resident within the area of the branch and who is willing to serve on the committee shall be an ex-officio, correct that one, member of the committee. Part B, the term of office of branch shall be 2 years. When a branch is first formed, the election of a complete branch committee shall take place in special general meeting of the members of the institution resident in the area of such branch, and thereafter the election of the branch committee shall be as below. The mode of election of branch committee shall be as nearly as possible the same as the mode of election of the president of the institution, and shall occur before the annual general meeting of the institution by at least 21 days, and shall be subjected to the approval of the council. The branch members, in selecting its nominees to fill vacancies on the committee, shall follow procedure which will ensure that to the extent possible, the distribution of members among the board, among the broad engineering disciplines. 4.3, the branch committee shall assume office after taking oath at the institution's annual general meeting. A member of the branch committee desiring to resign shall tender his resignation in writing to the president of the institution with a copy to the honorary secretary of the branch. A member of the branch committee transferred to another branch or who has otherwise ceased to be attached to the branch shall cease to hold office. 4.4, other branch office bearers may be elected by the branch upon approval. Other branch office bearers may be elected by the branch upon approval by the council. 4.5, the branch committee shall arrange and manage the affairs of the branch in conformity with practice of the institution. The committee may, as far as it deems expedient, delegate any of the duties falling to it under these regulations to subcommittees, but it shall not delegate matters delegated to it by the council. 4.6, the chairperson of the branch shall undertake the general supervision of the branch affairs and shall preside over all branch meetings. Vice chairperson, in the absence of the chairperson of the branch, the vice chairperson shall deputize the chairperson. In the absence of both the chairperson and vice chairperson, the members present shall elect a member of the executive to chair as long as they constitute the required quorum of 2/3. 4.9, shall be the duty of the branch honorary secretary under direction of the branch committee to conduct ordinary business of the branch and on behalf of the branch committee to supervise such staff or agents as the committee may appoint. He or she So, as I've been advised, these are branch regulations, and you can read at a later time. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Solite, for that. Apologies, members, but there's one or two things for me to mention. You'll notice that we have talked about bylaws, regulations, and rules. We formed a very strong opinion that UIPE needs to do more in regard to bylaws, regulation, or rules. We came to note that since it was founded, UIPE has only had one rule concerning branches. It was not clear, it's dated 2016. It's not clear when it was promulgated or approved or whatever, but it's only about branches. Yes, we recognize that UIPE will be felt only if you have strong branches and a strong relationship between the branches and the council. So whether it is bylaws, rules, or regulations, we shall be advised by the legal experts. I'm aware that with the laws, accent of the law is the exclusive duty of the head of state. But the regulations are by the minister responsible. And you mentioned in the law that there shall be regulations to operationalize part of the law itself. Similarly, we have a constitution. What operationalizes it? Is it by laws, rules, or regulations? And who endorses it? I know in some countries that the constitution is promulgated, but then the rules, the bylaws are done by the branch and signed by the branch. But the provision for that must be in the constitution itself. So we think that a lot of attention should be given for UIPE to be felt through regulations and bylaws. So a number of things, the statements that we've put here, we think can now be translated or operationalized through bylaws, regulation, or rules, but we shall be given guidance by the legal expert. There are a bit of conflicting statements, like I said, but it came from the fact that there were 3 submissions and we could not have harmonized them, but we shall see how we can harmonize that. Now, we would like to draw your attention to Article 11, which, as I said, is on page. So if you could go back to Article 11, page 22. This is the big one. And there are major proposals that have been proposed by the committee. Some are fairly strong, fairly drastic, but they drew lessons from what is happening in other countries. There were more proposals that came up, but we sort of captured what is in the report before you as the key ones that we can talk about now. They may be controversial, so let me request Mr. Engineer Iga to go through the key issues that came up when we considered that article. As I mentioned at the beginning, all 3 subcommittees, besides the specific articles we agreed that they each look at, all of them had to make comments on Article 11 because of its importance. So what you have here is a contribution by all of us as a committee on that specific article. And I would invite your special attention to this key issue because, like I said, matters concerning it are before court. So may I request Engineer Dan to run us through, and then we see how we proceed thereafter.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll start with Article 11.1, which is Article 11 is the council and office bearers. And this was, I think, the most controversial. And actually, our appointment letters to the Constitutional Review Committee was to review Article 11, but we did a wholesome job of looking even at other articles. So 11.1 says membership to council shall include 15 members, inclusive of the president, 3 vice presidents, honorary secretary, treasurer, immediate past president, and 6 corporate members. And there shall be 3 branch representatives on rotational basis. So like Chair has said, this was very controversial, but the committee thought we should have 15 members in to be consistent with the original, which is also consistent with the act that is being worked on for the Engineers Professionals Act. And the 15 members we agreed on was 1, the president, 2, the committee thought we should have 1 deputy president, and vice presidents for membership, PRPE, those can be in there as committees and not vice president. So 1 deputy president, then the honorary secretary, the honorary treasurer, the immediate past presidents, and the chairpersons of the UIPE branches. At the moment, we have 8 branches. Then committee members. So the difference between when you add all these is about 3 committee members. This number can change depending on the branches we have, because the Constitution provides for deletion and addition of branches. That is what has been agreed on by the committee. Okay, so when I go to Article 11.1b, there was a slight change here because it says members of council and every person performing executive functions shall be Ugandan citizens domiciled and permanently residing in Uganda. However, the committee thought residents outside Uganda should not deprive one of leadership. So that is the only thing in there. We've removed resident in Uganda. Article Office of the President. It said the President for the next term shall be a council member. He or she has held office for 1 or more terms and shall not be eligible for successive re-election. Yes, we thought it's good for institutional memory and continuity that you need someone who has been serving in different places. So the proposal was that the president for the next term shall have been a council member previously and shall be elected by the entire UIPE membership. Before, it was council which was electing the president. So we are saying the president should be elected by the entire membership and not just a few people. And we are saying he shall be minimum of corporate or a fellow member in good standing, and he or she shall hold office for 1 term of 2 years and shall not be eligible for re-election. So the only change there is to be elected by the entire membership. Then we've said office of the vice president. Before, the vice president was to be appointed by council, elected by council among the council members. But we are saying the deputy president shall be a corporate or fellow member of good standing and also shall be elected by the entire membership. Now, unlike for president, we said you should have served on council before for continuity. For the deputy president, there's no requirement for that. Then the honorary treasurer, we're also saying it shall be elected at the annual general meeting of members and not elected by council. And we're also saying they shall be eligible for only one term in that same position, because it says the honorary, I think from the office of the vice president downwards, you're eligible for election in another position, but not for the same position. So there you can see the honorary treasurer shall hold office for the term of 2 years and shall not be eligible for re-election to the same position, but eligible for other positions. And the same applies for the honorary secretary, that you can compete for another position, but not the same that you've been in. Then committee members, we've seen that there's a deficit between the branch chairpersons, because we have 8, and yet we want a committee of 15. So that leaves about 4 committee members. Why we didn't touch the 15 number is because it is what is also in the engineers, in the draft engineering professionals bill. So we didn't want to deviate so much from that. Yes, so the committee members, we're also saying they will be eligible at the annual general meeting. And a committee member of council shall not be eligible for re-election as a committee member, but can apply for any other position. Nominations of candidates for council. We are saying the returning officer, there was a discussion on when should we hold elections, and I know Chair is going to bring this up, and we felt we should work with the timelines that are already in the Constitution. But the proposal is that the financial year, the year for UIPE is January to December. And so I think Chair had proposed that we need to look at these times so that we can have a president by the end of the year for another person to start in the subsequent year. So that will be looked at, I think, differently. But nominations, the returning officer shall not later than the 31st served on council previously. Yes. Then Article 11.7b. So A is we have a returning officer who will publish a list. And B, members thought that we need a vetting committee, because just because you're eligible doesn't mean there's not supposed to be any requirements. So we thought we need a vetting committee that can look into all the members that want to vie and ascertain them or accredit them to run. And the proposal was that the past President's Forum can constitute that vetting committee for all the positions. So we've replaced that with the earlier provision that council in selecting nominees shall follow a procedure which will ensure that as far as possible distribution of members of the institution among the broad categories within the institution appears in corresponding proportion. I think what the committee saw is that there wasn't really an open process council was using to nominate people. Council was nominating a minimum of 15 members, And from that, council would vote 15 members. So we are saying the entire membership should be able to show interest in these positions and get an opportunity, but it should be vetted. Then 11.7c, the nomination procedure shall ensure that the returning officer is not a candidate for any position. That has been changed slightly. I don't want, and there could be where we're saying the nomination procedure shall ensure that as far as possible there's distribution of gender, and then not later than 15th day of the year proceeding, members of UIPE shall nominate any duly qualified persons to fill any council position by delivering such nomination in the prescribed form to the office of the returning officer at the UIPE head office, together with a written consent of such person to accept office if elected. Now, election procedure, I think in there it might be a bit unclear. It's what I detected when we went through. But it's not so different. One, we are saying we should allow for two methods, online and physical election, to avert the issues we had. Because sometime you might find that you cannot do a physical voting. And then because online has its issues, you might want a hybrid. So in there you will see that the committee is providing for both options and leaving the powers to how that will be rolled out to the election team. We're also saying that 11.8a, it said each election shall be commenced by appointment of a returning officer and 3 scrutinizers. We're saying the election cycle shall be commenced by appointment of a returning officer and 5 electoral commissioners by council. Council shall designate the chairperson, and then there's need for a vice chairperson from the 5 commissioners, because we've seen in our case, if the chairperson or the returning officer had a problem, there was no provision for someone to deputize him. Then we are saying the electoral commission shall issue the election roadmap. This commission which has been created, we can look for the right term, but it shall issue a roadmap for election which will go to council and council approves it. Electoral commissioners shall serve 1 term and only be considered for the same role if you really don't have people after 2 election cycles. So when you serve now, you rest for 2 cycles, then you can be eligible to avoid, issues of conflict and all that. Okay, so the next article there is just a repetition in your PowerPoint, in that presentation, because it's the same thing. It was just retyped twice. Then also where we have retain, that is also wrong. It should be deleted. 11.8b, where they said during October-November, council shall appoint a returning officer from one of the past presidents, that have also addressed up. So that section is supposed to be also deleted and rewarded. We want to apologize for the repetitions, because when they were compiling, we didn't clean it up well. 11.8c, which was saying that during the period of November-December, the returning officer shall invite each council member to nominate 15 members for the next year's council without specifying what positions. This has been, our proposal is that this is stricken out. There's no equity in this. It doesn't allow for competition, and it limits the power to council members. It doesn't allow the membership to have a say over its leadership. So the entire article, our proposal is that it's deleted without any modifications. In there are some modifications which are there, but they were just captured in error because we deleted the entire article. We've said how members will be nominated. But what is modified is that during the period November to December, the returning officer shall publish a request for nomination. So basically, the returning officer will publish that all the positions need to be filled, and after that, not later than 21 days after the request of nominations to council is issued, any members may nominate any member. By members we mean graduate members, corporate fellows. So any member in that category may nominate anyone else, or they may nominate themselves. But there's need to have written consent. So whoever you're nominating needs to give consent. Otherwise, everyone will nominate everyone, and it will cause problems. So 11.8D is also deleted. It was saying from the lists of nominations, the returning officer shall compile a list of 15 names for next year's council based on the number of nominations. And in the event of a tie at the 15th position, the president will be invited to make selections from the tied candidates. So all this is deleted because council will not be required to nominate anyone for council in the next year. However, what we have said is council shall appoint members of the vetting committee from among past presidents. So council's role will just be to appoint a vetting committee and not to nominate the next members. And once council appoints that committee, it will go ahead and give the terms of reference to the vetting committee. Yes, we thought as a committee that the forum of past presidents would be the best to sieve and ensure eligibility, as well as representation of special interest groups. Now, the problem is the positions are few and the engineering disciplines are quite many. I think before we had about 3 or 4, so it was easy to distribute. But now, this vetting committee, one of its roles is to help to ensure that there's some bit of distribution in the nominations, because you can only have distribution at nominations. Otherwise, you will not really be able to have that distribution. And we failed as a committee to agree, because the other option is to say on a rotational basis, you keep saying, to this time, probably if it was a civil engineer who was the president, next year it won't. But it was hard for the committee to have any consensus on that. So I want to leave it at the vetting committee to help us in that role. So all that there just gives that from the list of nominations, the returning officer shall send. Of course, after nominations, there's need for everyone to know who has been nominated. So we're saying the returning officer or the chairperson shall then send to all members who are entitled to vote an electronic or physical ballot. This is jumbled up, but in there we said we can consider 2 options: voting at the AGM, but members were saying we cannot have everyone attend the AGM. So then how do you ensure that everyone is on board? So the proposal was that the person conducting the election issues physical ballots at the AGM, and then the members that are not around can be sent electronic ballots, but with a much smaller time to respond, and not allowing a long period of, say, a week. So members were of the view that the electronic or physical ballot shall be submitted so as to reach the returning officer on the next day after they are issued by the returning officer. So if we convene here for the AGM, we can do the ballots and issue them out, and then the next day the results are pronounced. Now, that was not very well captured here, but we shall clean it up, and with the views from the members, we can get guidance. Then we said a third-party audit shall be conducted by an appointed auditor for transparency and to confirm the authenticity of the process before the next AGM. 11.8E, the returning officer shall confirm the willingness from the committee, from the nominees. This, we have said the returning officer shall circulate the names of candidates to all members within 3 days of the election and not less than 14 days to the date of the AGM. Article 11.8F, before the next AGM, Council shall nominate 3 corporate members for position of President. That has been deleted because Council is no longer doing that. 11.8G, at a subsequent meeting, Council will then nominate from the list one at a time members to fill the post of President, Vice President. That has been deleted because the committee didn't think Council should really, I've explained that over and over. 11.8H, for each of the posts, the returning officer shall invite Council members to write and submit the names of their choices. Of course, that is not right from the committee's point. You can't leave such a role to only Council members. So that is also deleted in its entirety. 11.8I, any member who is unable to attend a meeting where nominations to Council are conducted may notify. That is also no longer applicable. Okay, not no longer, but that's the view of the committee. I think this meeting can guide. Then J, in the event that one nominated as Vice President, Honorary Secretary, and Honorary Treasurer becomes President, the next best candidate takes the position. That is not applicable. We don't think it is right. 11.8K, not later than the first day of March in the year of expiry of office or such later date as Council may approve. One, Council shall set up an online system. We are putting that powers in the hands of the returning officer and the committee that we've set up. That committee, with approval of Council, shall set up an online or physical system to enable members cast their votes using their preferred method. We are saying Council shall issue guidelines. So I think Council would be in best position to guide on. This committee cannot guide, I think, on the details that we require, but Council can really look into if the overall idea is acceptable. And we are saying clear procedures and controls shall need to be put in place to ensure that both methods are carried out with the highest levels of integrity, of course, to avoid the issues we had that led us to court. Yes. 11.81, we shall need to look at that. I mean, that is a detail that I've explained in how the process will go on. I will move to 11.9, that is election dispute handling. I think, honestly, the provisions were inadequate because all we said is disputes may arise. And since Council selects the Electoral Commission, it will also elect the dispute tribunal. So we say disputes may arise. Each candidate has a right to petition the returning officer about any matters pertaining to the election cycle within 5 working days from the day of declaration of results. This helps us because if you delay, then you're time barred and we can move on. That's why we've proposed the 5 days. That's like the display period in procurement. Then we've said we need an elections disputes tribunal constituted, which can comprise 7 members, 5 to 7 members. and these should be fellows and past presidents. We didn't think corporate members should be without the fellows, and past presidents are people of high integrity, they've been tested, have the best interests for the institution. Yes, so these members should be appointed by the council. So this can be a committee which is renewed every 2 or so years. Or, the council can agree. And we say the tribunal's tenure shall be for a single election cycle, So for each election cycle, we have a team in place, proactively, not reactively. Appointment of the patron, one of the proposals earlier was that we need to reduce the 5 years to make it, to make it shorter so that our patrons are also really in tune with what is happening. So council may invite prominent persons who have significantly contributed to the engineering practice to become patrons, and the appointed patron, we are saying, shall serve for a period of 3 years, not 5 years. Announcement by returning officers. Of course, here we said the officers and members of the next council shall be announced by the returning officer or in his absence by a representative at the annual general meeting, and they shall assume office immediately. Here we are saying the council members shall be announced by the returning officer at the AGM, and they shall assume office after taking an oath. Vacation of office, the only thing we've said is misconduct should be able to affect membership by someone in office. So that is the only addition there. Dismissal of a council member, we are saying the issue of professional misconduct, of course, needs to come in here. So we've included that. But what we have also said is if a council member by majority vote want the president to be dismissed, then you can only dismiss at an SGM. Yes, so I think in a nutshell, that is, unfortunately the document might not be well polished, but that is the general view of what the committee has put in place, and we are going to clean it up, but we can get your ideas on this. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Engineer Iga. Colleagues, that is what we were able to do in the terms of reference that we were given. The initial terms of reference were requiring us to have an amended constitution in 6 months after 6 meetings, 1 meeting per month. Then subsequently, when the court came back, it gave us a deadline of by February to have a registered amended constitution. So we were working under those targets. Basically, by the end of next week, we should have a registered new constitution as required by law, by the courts. Now, in the process of working, again, in terms of reference, we are not referring to some of these things. Some of our colleagues resigned. 1 late last year, 2 towards the end of the year. But we continued working, observing the same quorum that we created. It was not in terms of reference, throughout. So we maintained the quorum for purposes of consistency. Those issues pose challenges. We were required to consult widely with UIPE membership, whatever it meant. So we decided to send a template, and I think they were sent to up to 4,000 members Some of you must have seen this. Out of a total membership that we were told was 7,466. Now, of the 4,000 that were sent out, only seven, less than 10, responded within the given time that we had requested EU members to respond. 7, less than 0.2%. And you can now look at, convert that to the proposal of the constitution of the committee on the membership of the STM, for example, 5% for a special general meeting. So we have a deadline to meet, end of February. One of the things that came up as we were working, and after what Engineer Igor was saying, was that whereas we've been holding elections during the month of April, that's when the budget for UIP is approved. The calendar year is from January to December. So effectively, in effect, between January and April, you don't have an approved budget to operate within. I asked whether or not auditors had detected this. And so we were now inclined to proposing, like I said, holding the presidential elections at the end of the calendar year, December. And I think if that key decision is arrived at or is cleared, we shall now have to work backwards against the timelines that appear, some of which he has read. And further, the members, colleagues are saying all of us should elect the president, deputy president, honorary secretary, honorary treasurer, and so on. This they are borrowing from experiences because we were asked to consult widely what happens elsewhere. These are key things that I think we at such an AGM have to make a decision on. The entire membership to elect president, one deputy, do away with 3 with the current situation, and so on. So those are the key things. And so when we came to this article, like he said, it was really hard to come to consensus. Because you see merits in shifting to December, and you see merits in having the entire membership of UIP electing top office, senior positions, vice president, deputy, and so on, and the budgeting process and so on. So these are some of the areas that I think we need to focus on. Now, he has also alluded to the fact that we consulted the engineers registration bill. It also says we should have 15 members. I have a copy here. It also proposes, because we said sometimes it's better to look to the future, what is likely to happen if the bill comes out. Of course, many things will change, including the qualification for certain classes. By the way, of the 7,466, we excluded students because students are not eligible to vote. So the 4,000 invitations that we asked for soliciting views from you were from graduate upwards, people who are eligible to vote by the Constitution. So I want now to open, I'm open for guidance now. I'm aware that colleagues online, I think we have received now, Leah, how many? 6 comments already. How do you proceed from here? Like I said, Article 11 in entirety, particularly 11.8, was the sticking point, which led to the court cases and so on. I would be happy if I'm guided. Council is here, but they are also free to contribute to this. These views are exclusively the committee's contribution. So they are free to come in there and agree, disagree, amend, add, and so on. So shall we have, I just want to propose. Okay, Engineer Yiga will, after he has made a clarification, I'll request Leah to read, maybe, I don't know how long they are, comments from the people online, because I've verified that those who have submitted indeed are qualified. They have given us the class, their names, the class, and the membership fee. Membership number, rather. So, Iga, after that, then I'll get back to the audience. Kindly bear with me. Let me just clarify, then I'll come back to you.
One thing I think which Engineer Hudson didn't mention, in the branches, I think the committee noticed that one question which we asked ourselves was what is the role of these branches? Are they just ceremonial? How are they impacting on UIPE? And since we chose to have them, we thought coming out of this process, they need to be empowered a little more, and that is why we thought the branch chairpersons who are elected should then go into council. But then we need to relook at how many branches do we have. Are they going to be geographical regions? As of now, we say any district or any region where you have about 25 to 50 members can form a branch. But is that what we want? When you look at areas like Kenya, they have regions which are very powerful and they contribute to the institution. So it's based on that we thought the branch members, I mean chairpersons, should go on council, and that is why we've done a very detailed job of coming up with even branch regulations. We strengthen them, streamline them, so that we can make, they can help in pushing the UIPE agenda. That's what I wanted to add.
Okay, colleagues, let me not skip the usual, normal, official procedures. That has been our presentation as a committee. I'll now give the President the opportunity to guide us to how we get responses as I had presented earlier on. Mr. President.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and your committee for the presentation. I want to request you to clap for this team. They really did a wonderful job. So that was item 4 on our agenda, which is presentation of this draft constitution. We are going to request that we formally receive this report. Then we move to 5, where we shall get feedback from you. So by show of hands, who is moving a motion to receive this? And somebody should second. Can we have the mic move around? Okay. Yes.
Yes, Engineer Both Yakoba, I move a motion that we receive the
Thank you, Both Yakoba. Who is seconding?
Thank you very much. My name is Stephen Ochen. I want to thank the committee for the great work. I second that we receive the document.
Thank you, Ochen. We now move straight to item 5, which is discussion of this presentation. As we discuss, we are going to be agreeing on some way forward. So I want to guide that I am aware that while we were taken through this very long presentation, along the way, we took some notes. So if you permit, we could start with the first presenter, that first part of the Constitution. I think it was Article 1 to 7. Yeah, if you could get your responses there, we agree on how to move, then we move to the subsequent sections. So the floor is open for discussion, both physical and online. Let me take 3, then we go to the online audience. First, second, third, in that order, then we go to online. Please, the committee, take note.
Thank you, the chairman. My name is Engineer Dr. Jimmy Biakatonda. I thank the committee also for the job well done amidst the difficulties you went through. I have a host of proposals, but Mr. Chairman, I would like you to offer us guidance. I listened to the chairman, Constitutional Review Committee. He says he only has 1 week to deliver a constitution. But I did not hear his prayer. What you called us to come here, exactly what you want us to do. It has to be clear so that are we approving a constitution? Are we giving him views? It needs to be clear so that we know what we are doing. If it's at the end of this presentation that we have approved a constitution, then it has to be clear. That's not clear to me yet, Chairman. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Next.
Okay, thank you very much, Engineer Both still. My comment is on the election cycle. I think there was something that if I heard very well and followed very well, the committee proposed that we have 1 day, like you're sending the online elections, instead of we have a physical ballot, then the ballots are sent to the members, and then you're giving a member 1 day in order to respond to the email. I'm not so sure how that is possible. For me, I would take an example, for instance, if I'm in a place, in a remote area like Karamoja, and then we are expecting, you sent me an email today, maybe you're giving me 24 hours in order to respond to this election, to the ballot. For me, the time I think is really insufficient. And I would also, within that in the same guide, I'm still proposing that let's would maybe include the online election that we've been having. If we don't want to maintain, we had 2 weeks. We've been doing 2 weeks for online elections, and for me that would work well. But if not, I think we can, if we want to reduce on the time lag, we can still continue. We can reduce maybe to 1 week, give 1 week of election cycle. But saying we phase out the online and do physical probably would not really be sufficient. Thank you.
Then the last person.
My name is Isaac Kabagambe. Yes, I wanted to react to three points that were not clarified in the presentation. One, the
Your names again? Your names?
Isaac Kabagambe, a graduate member. I wanted to, one, for the chief executive officer, they didn't state how he'll be appointed and for which duration in the constitution. I think it needs to be clarified. Second, for the patron, as Iga was presenting, he mentioned the 3 years period. However, the first presenter mentioned a period more than 3 years, so it needs to be looked at. I think either it's a typo or a presentation error. But also I would second the 3 years for the patron. Then for the temporary members, these are the people that normally move to other countries to work. I would also propose that we have 1 year, then they can renew, because most of the people that come to work come in as expatriates. So they should be able to renew, and their renewing should be able to be, we should state how it should be followed up in the constitution, because it's not clear as per now. We have very many of them that are holding that, but they have not renewed. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Let me allow the chair, supported by his team, to respond to these issues.
Chair, I understood your request to mean that would receive comments of Articles 1 to 7, but they seem not to be specifically that. I don't know whether we shall go, because it seems to have shifted to the ones on the elections, which is okay with me. We will respond, but I just want, should we continue or? Okay. Okay. What is the prayer? Given the fact that by end of February we should have a registered new constitution as directed by court, our prayer is that this SGM approves our report with the modifications that will come from you, so that we can be able to. We have been advised that to register a new constitution, I think by UNRBS, takes at least 5 working days. So if you're hitting, the deadline says by February. It said the court instructions is by February 2025. The legal fraternity will advise us. So our prayer is that today this SGM gives us an approval of this report with amendments. Then you can proceed. That's number one. I'll ask my colleague who presented on the issues of elections to make responses. Then I will assume that there are no comments on Article 1 to 7. By just, okay, let me stop there, man. Sorry.
So I think we need to go chronologically as I'd suggested at the beginning. Let's reserve these responses, especially on these other articles. We restrict ourselves to 1 to 7. So let me request Secretariat to display the material which we went through. Article 1. Members took note. We shall go in that order. But allow me to introduce, in the House we have our lawyer, the institution lawyer, represented here by J.P. Cheyune. You are most welcome. He's going to be supporting us in those issues which are legal in nature. So let's start from 1. Regarding the prayer, we shall agree subsequently, but as council, what we had in stock is that we knew a lot of issues were going to be generated in this meeting. The committee, supported by Secretariat, will now come with relatively a final document, a constitution. Then we could create a window to promulgate this constitution. We could still gather in this room if the resources allow. Then we finally and officially promulgate our constitution. So that will be with your approval. If you permit, we can arrange for that. Then after all these issues are incorporated, the committee's prayer is that we approve. We could approve in principle after taking down all our notes. Then during promulgation, between now and then, all these issues will have been attended to. So we are now on Article 1. Let me give opportunity to people online, our colleagues online, to make their submission. Then I will invite the lawyer, our counsel, to give some remarks. Who is coordinating online? Do we already have some issues raised? Please read for us. So while Secretariat is arranging to provide the submission online, let me invite JP to make his comment. Please send the mic to Council JP.
Thank you, Mr. President, and the members of the Constitutional Review Committee for the good work that you've done. Also, thank you for the members of UIPE who have decided to attend this meeting, and as you are trying to review your constitution. Now, as Engineer Francis Okinyal, the consent which was signed is very clear. The consent, at least court order number 2 in that consent, it says, and I'm reading verbatim, that by February 2025, the above review, the review of the Constitution, must be completed, and the institution should have fully registered the new Constitution. That is what the court order is saying. Now, if you choose not to comply with the court order, you need to go back to court and you apply such that court can vary this order. Without court varying that order, whatever you would be doing, if you register the Constitution after February, you'll actually be disobeying the court order. So I'm humbly praying that you consider that as you are going through this process of reviewing your Constitution. Now, I also have some comments, though I don't think they are in order. I don't think I'll address them as the President indicated. But I have some few comments. I think I can make others. But let me start with these ones. From what I've seen, and I'll speak from the litigation point of view. Litigation is basically involves two people going to court to fight those wars in court. Basing on what I've seen, I think there should be a provision in the Constitution of UIPE providing that if a member of council or a member of the institution is taken to court for doing the work of the institution, the institution should at least pay the legal fees of that person. I think that is very important, because I've seen a few things where you are introducing tribunals, disciplinary bodies, suspending members. You see all those things, once you introduce them, people are going to fight back. And the way they will fight back, they will go to court, they will sue UIPE, they will add members of the council or members of whatever body has taken that right away from them. So I think that, in my view, that should be considered. In addition, once you introduce those tribunals, and once I saw that council can suspend someone's membership until the AGM, in my litigation mind, I started thinking, if you take away my membership and I fail or I lose an opportunity because you've taken away that membership, and I go to court, and court actually finds that there was a flaw in the process when you were taking away my membership. Remember, I've lost something. When court determines my case and court says there was a flaw in the process, court might make an order of damages against UIPE. So please have that in mind. Once you talk about taking away rights, you know, when someone violates your rights, ordinarily, you go to court through a procedure called judicial review. Judicial review looks at the process, how your right was interfered with. Normally in judicial review, courts don't give damages. But you see, if I can show court that, you see, I had this contract. When I had this contract, I was actually given this contract. UIPE took away my membership. And because of that taking away of my membership, the people who gave me the contract, they said, no, you don't have the contract. If I can prove that in court, the judge can say, compensate this person. So when I looked at that, I thought about it and I said, this is something to think about. So you can consider it and think about it. The other thing that when you look at, we talked about the disciplinary committee. I don't know, I've focused so much on tribunals and committees. When you say that council will suspend your membership and wait for the AGM, when it comes to the AGM, the members of council who suspended my that member's membership, they are going to be in the AGM. Remember, they have already said that there is a problem. In a way, they have already convicted you in a sense. They have said, you see, you did this, there is a problem, you go to the AGM. Now, if those same members are going to sit in the AGM, and they are supposed to sit in the AGM, isn't that subjecting that member to being tried by the same people who suspended that member? That is food. You can also think about it. When this member who has been suspended goes to the AGM, what is the procedure? Because you see, whenever you are going to make a decision to take away someone's rights, their standard, they have rights which are granted by the law. So will that person at the AGM get a hearing? Will they present their case? Will you just present when the person is sitting and you know you make a decision? I think all those things should be thought about. I saw there are some provisions, clauses I saw. For example, one is about changing the vision and mission of UIPE. And it says that vision and mission can be changed by the SGM. I don't know if the vision and the mission of UIPE is something very... Okay, to me it's something very important, the mission and vision of UIPE. So changing it cannot be by a simple majority. I don't know, that's for me, that's how I see it. Imagine, let me give an example. Imagine if Donald Trump, someone like Donald Trump, became the president of UIPE. He would, whatever he doesn't agree with. So I think that the committee should make alterations, amendments of some of those things more difficult, such that you need a certain number of, of people, of this caliber of members, before you can make that decision. That is all. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for your submission. You want to respond? Okay.
No, not response, President, but to thank the council for those issues. But I'm just wondering, given the deadline that we have, which you read for verbatim, can't all these things be handled through regulations? Because we need more time, a lot more time, like you said, to think through. Can we get statements in the meantime now and say, council, or there shall be regulations or bylaws concerning some of these things, so that we hide under that cover? Is it not possible?
And in addition, I think, Council, thank you for that submission. For the vision and mission, initially, all it said is that Council has the powers to change this vision and mission. And so what the committee has kept doing is to try to limit the powers, the absolute powers that council has been having. So our proposal there was that when the vision and mission are to be changed, council can make that, but with the approval at either an AGM or an SGM. Because otherwise, council sittings had their powers and authority to change all these things. So those are some of the considerations we have made. And the other issues you've raised are very pertinent, and definitely they need a legal sort of guidance. And remember, as a committee, we requested for that support. Unfortunately, it's coming late. We thought you actually supposed to be part of us to guide on some of those things. If you're introducing A, the implication is B, and we need to probably add this other provision. So in this short time, I think we can work with the legal team to sort of patch up some of those gaps.
Yeah, thank you for those responses. Thank you, Council, for your submission. So I believe the committee took note, but can you assure us of your availability to support us within this period?
Thank you. Concerning the issue of more time, for us, we can, the lawyer, the advocate you can make the most persuasive application, but it is up to the judge to decide whether the application is granted or it is dismissed. But what I can emphasize is that all those things I've talked about, they are important, they are really important, and I don't know if I can say that either you take more time or you finish today. That is, I can't make that decision, but kindly think about them. That's all I can say. On the issue of availability, you see, there's also a problem on availability. In the case in court, we represent UIPE. So we have a side. But remember, the people who took UIPE to court, they are also members of UIPE. So when we sit on the Constitutional Review Committee, in law we say justice should not only be done, but it must be seen to be done. Now, when we sit on the Constitutional Review Committee, the other members of UIPE with whom you sign this consent decree or order, how will it appear to them? So, members of the committee, I don't know how to, but that is my view.
Okay, I think let's get views in that order. The presenter for 1 to 7. Take us through. So issues noted from 1 to 7. Yes. You make your submission, then let me see more hands after this.
Thank you very much, President. My issue is on Article 4.2 and 4.3. My name is Godfrey Biaruhanga, UIPE 604. And this one is actually talking about the classes of membership. As you know, we have those different classes. But when you come to 4.3, the letters assigned those classes are not consistent with the other letters of the wording of the classes. For example, technological members TL UIPE, graduate members G UIPE, corporate members UIPE. Why don't we say corporate members C UIPE for consistency? That's my suggestion.
Thank you very much. Chair, I would suggest that we adopt a parliamentary system so that we can move. It's now coming to 6:30. I propose that we go article by article, subsection by subsection. We say yeah, we say no, and we move. Because if we pick Article 4, Article 6, Article 7, we'll not move.
Yeah, thank you for your submission. That is what I had directed the committee of the subcommittee to do. Article 1, what are the issues? We go to 2. If there are issues, we pick and we proceed. Do we have issues on Article 1? Where I'm seated, I'm not able to see it very well. That's why I want the presenter for 1 to 7. Article 1, if there are issues, they will raise. I pick, they submit. Secretariat takes it on.
Anyone with the...
Please restrict yourself to 1, if there is any. Let us not... Okay.
Thank you very much. I'm Engineer Nathan Dumba. Article 1.2 was raised by council about changing the mission and... Is it this one? Yeah, changing the vision and mission. I think this was amended. Is there any issue with that? Because if the council proposes to change the mission and the vision, it's brought to the Special General Assembly, where it can be accepted or not. If it's not accepted, then it's taken back. That's one way of safeguarding on excess powers. Thank you very much.
So is it agreeable by members?
Yes, but
that is 1.2.
1.2.
Yes.
I think what the council was suggesting, instead of subjecting it only to a special general meeting, should go to the annual general meeting.
I think so.
My name is Ochoa Vincent.
So there is a proposal to shift from special general meeting to the annual general meeting. Can we go by that?
Council is still here, but thank you so much. My name is Engineer Wilson Paire Kayabe. Council is still here, but what he was proposing is that it should not be a simple majority. It should be a certain number, maybe 2/3, not simple majority. That's what I heard from him. So SGM is okay, but not simple majority. Should be maybe 2/3. Yeah.
Okay. Do we go by simple majority at SGM or simple majority at AGM? Yes, past president.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Engineer Peter Balimunsi, the past president of the institution. I think something to do with the vision of the institution. I agree with the members who said it should be approved by the entire membership. And I think that's at an annual general meeting. But also because many things depend on this vision. Like we have a strategic plan, which maybe is lasting I don't know how many years. So it should not be amended very frequently. I think we need to attach some bit of time element. Not to say that this council has come this year, that we are changing. What will you do to the plans which are 5 years duration?
So we maintain SGM or AGM?
AGM.
AGM. Next. Yes.
Thank you once again. Engineer has raised an important issue of changing the mission and the vision. Normally, if we are having strategic plans of a given time period, these things are discussed. So I'm thinking, my names are Engineer Nathan Dumba. So I was proposing that the consideration for changing the mission and the vision should only be done upon the expiry of a strategic plan, if it's there. Thank you.
Let me open Article 1 is done. So can we approve Article 1 with those amendments? We go to Article 2. Can we have, yes?
Adoption of, my name is Engineer Ronald Balikodembe. Lulume. I move the motion to adopt it with entrenchment of AGM Article 1.1, Article 1.2 as it was. Thank you.
Let's go to Article 2. I request Chair to take over from here. Chair of the Review Committee, take us through the Constitution from page 1 to the end.
Thank you. We've done 1.2. Now we were in objects 1.2. There were additions of G and H. G and H were added. These are new objectives. Can we have your views on that, please, Engineer Cho? Yeah.
Yes, I'm Engineer Cho Vincent. The order of the objects, F should be the last, then you move G and H up. Because the F is summarizing. Anything which is left out there can be done using F.
Okay. So G becomes the present G becomes F, the present H becomes G, and the present F becomes H, the last one. That's right. Any proposals? Do you agree?
My name is Mary Kopsin-Joyuru. I propose to make the changes as engineer has mentioned.
Article 2. Any supporter? Seconder, please. Secretariat, please take note.
Isaac Kabagambe again. I second.
Great, thank you. Article 2 was on abbreviations. Any comments on that? Remember the addition of artisan members? UIPE. Any comment on that? Engineer Cho?
Yeah, thank you. The addition is good, but my problem is how will you regulate them? The artisans, how will you regulate them? Because there are so many, with the qualifications may not also be very clear. Yeah.
Yes, we debated on this. Colleagues, committee members, please feel free to come in here. Any dissenting views? So, are you, Engineer Cho says yes, but regulation may prove difficult. There's a hand behind there.
Thank you so much, Chair. My name is Isaac Wabi, a civil engineer. I think the first step of regulation is when you know who you are dealing with, and having them come on board will give us a step to that regulation. Now, if we don't include them, then we are actually not doing anything, because we even don't know where they are, but they will continue practicing. So I think it is a good step to include them. The regulation can come on board after we know how many there are. There are so many, but we can still know. Yeah, thank you so much.
Any supporter, any seconder to that proposal?
Yeah, Engineer Wilson, I'm Kaya, electrical engineer. I support his proposal, and the Constitution can have that we shall always have regulations developed to regulate those people. Just have a provision in the Constitution that the institution will always, from time to time, update how to regulate these artisans. But it's very important to bring them on board because we work with them.
Okay.
There's no way we can disown them.
Okay,
thank you.
Take note. The next is 2.6, where a new phrase, 2.6, this constitution shall form the supreme governing instrument of the institution, and any other UIPE governing instrument shall be taken to be subordinate therein. So the addition of the word UIPE governing, UIP governing. Comments accepted, rejected, modified? Council members, you're free to. I'm looking at the proposed amendment that will add the word UIP governing instrument, which is not in the current constitution. Member silence is consent. Yeah, but we need to record. We need to, for purposes of being safe. Somebody has to propose, and we record. We recorded this.
Thank you very much, Chair. I propose that we adopt Article 2 as amended.
Seconded by Engineer Seconded. Next item is 3.3. Council may dissolve any such branch at any time for consistent failure to operate in accordance with the branch rules and regulations over a period of 3 years. Was it 3 years or 2 years? 3 years. So the committee proposes time of 3 years, time period. Agreeable? Yes, sir. There's a hand here. Engineer Nyetu.
Engineer Nyetu Joshua, I propose 2 years. 3 years look to be long.
Yeah, too long. What would you have? 2 years, 3 years?
2.
2 years. The proposal is 2 years. This way, this side. Do we have another microphone?
Thank you very much. I have a proposal on branches that I think will affect this particular clause if later on may be adopted when I propose. Before we talk about the dissolution of branches, I had a suggestion arising from what Engineer Iga said. Right now, I see the branches are all over. There is Lira, there is Gulu, the branches have become a district thing. I wanted to propose that we establish branches at either sub-regional levels or regional levels, so that these branches are empowered. Not that I come from Oyam, tomorrow we are 20 fellows, we are 20 corporate members, we establish a branch. Then tomorrow there is somebody in Kotido, there's another branch in Mbarara. Then we say there should be only 10 branches. Then some district will say, now we are many, you have refused us. So I think we should include in this constitution that we establish branches. In my opinion, I think we should establish 4 branches: Central, East, West, and North. So or we could establish at least 8 branches: North, Northeast, South, Southwest, Central East, Central West, and then East, and then we have 2 branches in the East. So we have 8 branches. So I propose to this meeting that we adopt to have branches at either regional or sub-regional levels instead of the current district branches that we have.
Thank you, but we'll come to it. The issue at hand was dissolution of branches.
Now, when you talk about dissolution of branches,
yes,
you can then not dissolve a branch because it's already an entity of the institution. You can only maybe change the leadership. Because now if you have 4 branches, for instance, which has already been established, you can't go and dissolve a branch for northern region. That will be disenfranchising the entire northern region. So I would actually think that that particular provision of dissolution be struck off.
Okay. There was a reason for it. The branches which do not operate according to the rules, the proposal is dissolve them. You're saying no, they should not be.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
I'm called Brian Ocherowijo, graduate member, UIPE. Maybe something very small that we missed out on 2.6. I'm sorry for taking you back a little bit. That UIPE governing instruments. I was thinking the word instrument was supposed to have an S to mean that any other instruments, because there could be more than one, I'm assuming. Just add the S under the word instruments.
Okay.
Yeah, then back to what we are discussing right now.
Yes.
Over the dissolution. I believe what we have here is okay. Because in case these branches are no longer functional, maybe people have run away, or people have left, or it's no longer functional, it's not good for the institution to keep the branch running. They should dissolve it. So I believe this one here is okay.
For 2 years or 3 years?
I think 3 years is okay. 3 years is okay.
So 2 years, 3 years. What do the members say?
Okay, thank you. My name is Isaac Wabi once again. I want to stand with my brother when he says we should delete this article, this clause, which talks about dissolving of a branch. And the reason being that when we dissolve a branch, like he shared, it will raise issues. But also, I'm thinking about us emphasizing the procedure. Our council said we should follow procedures and processes. For example, when he said if you want to eliminate someone, you should have a process. So I think council should come up in our article with a stringent article on how we establish a branch. And once we have established a branch, then there's no possibility of having it deleted. Then what we deal with, as we are solving the branch issues, we need to deal with the branch leadership, the council, the people leading the branches. Because, for example, if I look at the Gulu branch, I can't say the whole branch has failed. The real people who have failed are the leaders. So we come up with an article to deal with how do we maybe discipline or eliminate, but we are dealing with the branch leaders, not the branch itself. Thank you.
So, President?
Yeah, I think this information is important. How branches were created. Council passed a resolution to create branches based on the existing cities. Out of the cities, if there is a demand coming from any city, council would go ahead and approve that branch. So the branches that are existing, they are tagged onto the existing cities.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Bike Francis Xavier, graduate member, Arua branch. I think I'm of an opinion that we do either 2 years or 4 years, because when you talk of 3 years, the new leadership has just come and has only gone 1 year. And then all of a sudden, the branch is being dissolved. Thank you.
Can we have a committee member, Dr. Kalibala, here, please? Mike, this way, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think we need to look at two things. There's what we call the spirit of the law and the law itself. What was the spirit as to why the Constitutional Review Commission put in this article? The first dimension is the structure at branch level. Maybe the membership is no longer adequate. Maybe they are no longer convening. The other side is the conduct of the branch. Because if you change leadership, there is a danger of collusion. Let me give you an example. I'm a good Bible reader. One time, for those of you who read the Bible, go to John chapter 8. They bring to Jesus a woman who has committed what? Adultery. But can anyone commit adultery alone? What was the spirit of that law? And Paul says this: the spirit kills, the law kills, but the spirit of the law gives life. So the spirit behind, I beg we stay this, so that members of the branches know that there are consequences if we don't tame our leadership and if we don't convene and grow our branch. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. That appears to be quite convincing. Can we now debate whether it is for 2 years or 3 years failure? There's the lady madam here. I think let's just, for 2 years, let me read that statement there. Council may dissolve any such a branch at any time for consistent failure to operate in accordance with the branch rules and regulations over a period of 3 years or 2 years as proposed. And I think that's where Dr. Calvo is coming from. You are set up, you are given rules, and you fail to operate according to those rules. Should you continue existing, or it should be dissolved? So can we Can you say whether it is 2 years or 3 years and we go on? We're taking a little bit. Two more people. Him and... Oh.
Her. Mary Kobsenjoyu, her, not him. And I would like to say two things. One, I would go with 2 years, I think for the arguments that have already been made. But I would also like to say, based on the argument that Mr. President has given us, that the branches were established based on the cities, then I think it doesn't make sense to say we're going to dissolve the branch, because it's actually not solving the problem. If the problem is in discipline, then we should have enough structures and procedures in place to handle that discipline. What I'm proposing is that we can suspend the operations of the branch until such a time when the issues that are causing that have been resolved. Thank you.
We're taking a little too long. So do we go by 2 years or 3 years? 2 years.
Chair, thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
My name is Engineer Komakech Henry. I want to agree with what the professor has just said. The issue here, before we go for the number of years, the issue is, should we have branches dissolved or not? So we are saying, let these branches, like it was guided by the president, the branches are getting names from the cities where they're established. And we are saying, let these cities be in place, and therefore the branches must remain in place. If there's an issue with the leadership, can't we handle the issue of leadership? It's like you want to remove Uganda because of the president. That shouldn't work, because there are members in those branches. So can we have the leaders face discipline issues, but the branch should remain? Thank you.
So no dissolution, but suspension.
Chair, I think at this juncture, for the interest of time, my name is Engineer Bali Kudembe Ronald.
Yes,
I beg we go for the voting. Those who say no dissolution, we vote. Those who say we dissolve at this period, also they come. Because I feel, to me, the purpose will be lost if we remove. The purpose, the spirit was to create, to serve. Since UIPE is still suffering with the consequences of little numbers, again, we feel like if somewhere, somehow, some leaders have not performed well, then we should call them. Believe me or not, even when Engineer Bali Kudembe is a president somewhere and falls part with Engineer So and Biakatonda is my friend. Engineer Biakatonda will just say they remove that constituency where Engineer Bali Kudembe is. I believe, let's vote and go to another point.
So those in favor of dissolution, would you please put up your hands? And I will count. Those in favor of suspension? Let me come out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 for suspension. Those in favor of what now? Dissolution. No, dissolution we finished. Oh, those in for 2 or after 2 or 3 years. Okay, so the majority, no votes, so we shall go by suspension. Okay. But you didn't put up your hands. Oh. No. Now I'm getting a little bit. Simon.
Thank you so much, Chair. I'm Simon Ochora. Now, I would like to enlighten the House I happen to serve under my chairman, Engineer Ochob, under the Engineering Professionals Bill Review Committee. Now, these branches are actually recognized in the current bill. So there is no way you can dissolve what is in the Act. Thank you so much.
So, no dissolution? But we can suspend. No dissolution, but we can suspend.
No, Chair, I propose that we delete that statement and move on. Because now the branches are going there to stay. If the leaders are not performing, you discipline them. Yeah.
Delete the dissolution statement. Those in favor of deleting the statement? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can they count quickly? How many? Okay, so we expunge the, how many are they? How many? 26. So that statement will be expunged. Okay? The next one, proposed modifications. Okay, no change. Patron of the institution, 3.9. I think here we are proposing to reduce from 5 to 3 years. Am I right, colleagues? From 5 to 3 years. Dr. Byakatonda?
Yeah, Chairman, you skipped 3.8. There was no change, but I have something to add on 3.8.
Which one? 3.8 what?
Establishment of specialist divisions.
Yes. Which one? Roman 1, Roman 2?
3.8A, I think, should be where you are supposed to establish specialist branches.
Okay, Roman 2.
I think this is important. I would like to say that the core of the engineering profession actually occurs in these specialist divisions. And I think for a long time, UIP has been silent on this. We need to activate them. So I would suggest that we add that UIP develops guidelines on how these special divisions can be established. Okay. Because they are very important.
Rules or regulations shall be developed to operationalize this, okay?
UIP Council should be tasked. UIP Council should be tasked
to develop
guidelines to establish these divisions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any objection to that? Addition? I see none.
Chair, I thought the provision is enough. Each such a specialist division
with the rules and
shall be constituted and its
according
affairs shall be conducted in accordance with the rules
made
from time to time by council.
Dr. Byakatonda is catered for. Okay? Now, I think whether or not parts of the constitution has not been done, we shall look at council now. But it's at least the law is there. It's supposed to be implemented. 3.9, Dr. Kalbala, sir? 3.9. Petrol reduction from 5 to 3.
Mr. Chairman, before I submit, I beg to put a caveat that now I'm submitting as a member.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Of UIP.
Feel free. Yeah.
Now, on section 3.7.
3.7?
Yes. On the membership. I mean on the constitution of staff. I beg that these colonial names, executive secretary, we put, instead of executive secretary, I beg members that we put ED. Executive director. We need to go with the times, members. I had a chat with some members in Tanzania, and for them they are going with the times. And they're wondering why we are staying in those days of colonialism. We need to also include the duration of the times, especially those in management. Say maybe the number of years per contract, and then say maybe for these many Bisanjas. It's very, very important. And of course, that is important, Mr. Chair. I request that we rename to be corporate and more advanced. These titles we have right now are very colonial, I submit.
So change from executive secretary to executive director, yes or no? Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. We shall change to ED. Now, the other is term limits. Term limits. What is it's in the human resources? There.
In the Mr. Cho, that's not operational. Because when we look at, like for example, when you look at other constitutions, we should say maybe 3 years, and 3 years is quite a standard, and then renewable to a maximum of say 9 years. And then that is the standard, so that you get in fresh blood, fresh ideas and things like that. And then the other amendment I had forgotten, we need to have a deputy ED, maybe for purposes of assisting the ED in work. I had forgotten that, thank you.
What does, okay, the human resource manual is there, I know. So, the time limit for the ED, let's do with that one first. 3 years, renewable once or twice or 3 times? Yes, sir. Professor here. Where's the mic?
Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, all my brethren in the profession, I think let's limit the time to 3 years, renewable once.
Okay.
We don't want this 9 years. That gets too long.
Okay. For the ED, 3 years, renewable once. Those in favor? Those against? So we go by that. Please capture, okay?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr.
Chairman.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Allow me an opportunity to show my greenness. When I got this letter yesterday inviting me, I said, what? We are now in court, and the clarification has been made by our counsel, which brought to my learning that there's a side in UIPE which sued us. So what I'm wondering at is when you are constituting the committee, did you have some of those members represented in that committee? And if so, we need to have them agree with the changes before we are taken back to court.
Thank you. Mr. President, can you answer that?
Yeah, thank you, Senior. It is true we were taken to court. It is true that the members of this committee were communicated to the committee, to the other team, for a no objection, which we got. Maybe what is coming new is their involvement post-approval. Maybe our lawyer can step in that.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Engineer Badru Shogundo. The fact that the special general meeting was called after issuing the notices to the members is sufficient, and you don't need to get their approvals after finishing this process. Because when you served them, when you notified them about this meeting, they were supposed to come to the meeting and then they give their opinions and views on the constitution, and members can make the final decision.
So they can't stand in the way of the constitution after finishing this process. Thank you.
Okay. Members, there are colleagues who are online. I would like to give them a chance. Leah, can we attend to them? We've sort of let them, are they still on? Can you get anybody from online? How many are there?
Hello, Chairman. Thank you, Chair. At the start, we had 51, but they have dropped off to 30.
dear.
But the comments are mainly from 3 people. And I think I've also checked whether they are members in good standing. So we could start with Frederick. Frederick, please unmute and speak to the special general meeting. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Engineer Fred Tuliraba, PE 901. My concern was on 3.7, the secretary who has been changed to ED, that he is supposed to make a recordings of all, take recordings of all meetings for council and the committees. I find this one so laborious. Maybe he can only take recording of the council meeting minutes and keep a record of the committee sittings. And the committee should have the independent secretaries. I submit.
Any an objection to that proposal, Dr. Kalbala? The roles of the ED now, he finds it too wide, both council and committees. I hope I've understood him well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And that's the reason why I added another addition by having a deputy what? ED. So that then the workload, for those of you who have done human resource, there's what we call workload analysis. Truly, the reason why my proposal of deputy ED was because of the workload analysis shows that this is a heavy task by virtue of what is in the constitution. So we need to have a person to deputize him or her. Thank you.
Any objections to the creation of the post of deputy ED? Those in favor?
Thank you very much.
Okay.
So in the first case, I think this position of swapping the title of secretary to executive director has some far-reaching consequences. One, if you create an executive director, there is a president, there will be conflict. Executive director is directing what? The director is directing what? And now what if we say we have executive secretary, but the director has a different role and the secretary has a different role? That's my submission.
I think when we finish an item, let's try to, because we've done away with that. There was even voting. There was a majority. So I think there's no contention to the ED.
There is. Chair, Mayor, I would like to say that I think this was rushed. Somebody is heading a secretariat. So if he's the executive secretary, it is okay. What has changed? What has changed? May I say, with due respect to Dr. Khaliban, this time the spirit was not like the other one of. What has changed? Actually, I also see if there is an executive director and then we have a president. Now, who is who? I think it's going to cause confusion. I would think let's maintain the other one. Unless something else is changing in the substance of the duties, then you can convince me.
Now, Dr. Byakatonda and Engineer, in that order, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Hello?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
I think I would also support the idea that we maintain executive secretary because the executive director is the president of UIPE. And the secretary primarily is secretary to council and supposed to implement decisions of council. So why do we bother ourselves calling him or her executive director? The director is the president of UIPE. And we, should not have we can't have two directors. So I would suggest we maintain the title executive secretary. Thank you.
Final one, then we've got to vote. Gentlemen, Engineer Komakech? Oh, he has put his hand down. Final submission, then we vote.
Thank you, members. I second Engineer Peter Balimonsi to remain with the Executive Secretary because he's the Secretary to the Council.
Okay.
Yeah.
Those in favor of maintaining Executive Secretary title, please, your hands up. Kindly count quickly. How many? How many? How many? 29. Those in favor of Executive Director? Yeah, we'll call Executive Director. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, the ones online, they were online. How many are in favor of maintaining Executive Secretary? Those online, how many are they?
The hands are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 out of 23.
Okay. Those in favor of Executive Director online?
One hand.
One hand. So we are going to maintain the title Executive Secretary.
Chair, I have a submission to make. I actually read the Constitution, and your committee was proposing to change from Executive Secretary to Chief Executive Officer. And the reason is the powers are being given to the Chief Executive Secretary to run the institution fully. That's what's in the Constitution.
Is that now overtaken by...
And then Council gives an oversight role. Yes, that's what was in the Constitution. Maybe members can supplement the Constitutional Review team.
So whether they agree with the CEO or yes?
I want to see
some... So okay, we have agreed to drop ED, okay? Now, you say we maintain Executive Secretary. Do you now propose the change to Chief Executive Officer?
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, Chair.
Yes, sir.
When you read this constitution, what they were writing, there are two positions that are different. The chief executive officer is another party that they are introducing. In this, there's already on the committee, there's an executive secretary. Okay. But the chief executive officer, as I had questioned in the start, this is a new person that they are introducing at the to be part of management of the institution.
Paul, I think we borrowed this from Ghana. Can we have a committee member to clarify? Paul and Sulait. Let's. We shall come. Paul first.
Thank you. I think the committee did not introduce another officer or something at the secretariat. The committee only said the executive secretary shall be the chief executive officer of the secretariat.
Yeah. So it's not.
Then they listed the responsibility.
It's not renaming. Okay. Yeah. Can we proceed, please? We are on 3.9, and somebody wanted to make comments from the 5 reduction in term of office for the patron from 5 to 3.
Hello?
Somebody online?
Yes, Chair.
Yes, please. Your name and...
Good evening, Chair and colleagues. I'm Engineer Ben Chemba, Fellow number 039. Actually, I was listening to the conversation, but I'm in agreement with retaining the status quo. We leave the position as the Executive Secretary. But my other concern is all about the tenure for the office, whereby I saw Professor Chigun when he was proposing that we do 3 years renewable once. I'm actually opposing to that. The reason for us who have been in the management of the institution, you find that our major challenge has been the low pay we offer to our secretariat staff. So now if we infringe something in our constitution and we put in the term limits for mainly the secretariat staff, and we say, like for that sensitive position, that it is 3 years renewable once, I'm seeing a scenario whereby the turnover is going to be very high. For example, we have been trying to recruit for other positions, but we have been attracting people who are expressing too high pay, which we cannot afford. So bearing in mind whatever we are paying for our secretariat staff, I would actually suggest that we maintain the 3 years, but we leave it open until maybe when a person feels he or she wants to leave, or because of another grave mistake, we can maybe dismiss that person. So in summary, I'm opposed to the introduction of the term limit of being 3 years renewable once. I thank you.
Okay, we're going back again to term limits. What is the current practice? Currently, is open. Do you appraise our staff? Is the ES appraised regularly and monitored in terms of performance? So performance appraisals are there to ensure. Can we vote over that? 3 terms, 3 years renewable once, or open?
We could vote, but I have a proposal.
But I don't know whether you have retirement age. Do you? No.
Excuse
so
me,
it's
sir.
open. It's open.
I have a proposal. I can see the house is...
Who has a proposal? Okay, okay. Yes.
Engineer Wilson Ampaire.
Yes.
The house is reducing in number. Can we move to Article 11? The most contentious when some people are still around? Because we're over-dragging. But most of us are here for Article 11.
Okay. Any objection to that proposal? Article 11. Unfortunately, Engineer Yiga has gone. He's got an emergency.
Thank you, Chair. I only want to make a small submission before Article 11. I just want to support the proposal that we leave the term limit for the secretariat to be open 3 years, and then we leave it open as has been suggested, so that we don't cause challenges in staffing at the institution. That is my proposal, Chair. On Article 11, I'm also concurring with him that we need to rush there since it's so critical, so that we have the insights of what we have there in Article 11 before members start disappearing. Thank you, Chair.
So 3 years renewable
and we leave it
once.
open. 3 years and we leave it open.
3 years.
We leave it open. We don't put term limit.
3 years renewable once. Your hands up, please. 3 years renewable once. In other words, maximum of 6 years. No, we're now voting. Those in favor of 3 years renewable once, your hands up, please. 3. So have 1, 2, 3. 3 years renewable open. Okay, so we shall leave it open. The proposal to go to Article 11, is that agreeable to members? Dr. Biakatonda, I see your hand up.
It's our constitution. So if we jump some articles, how shall we own them?
So let's go. So can we move a little faster? Can we move faster? Okay, we were on 3.9. Oh, the term of patron. To 3 years instead of 5. 3 years, your hands up. 5 years, status quo, 1. So 3 years, it will be reduced to 3 years. Article 4, membership, we go to, yes, 4.2. There is, we thought through this proposal later on and proposed to add the word engineering. So, engineering technologist, engineering technician, engineering artisan. Because as you know, we're already laboratory technicians. Just differentiate from that. Does that find favor? Engineering. So we shall add engineering. Engineer technician, engineer technologist. And the word corporate, I know the challenge is that you are elected as a corporate member, but the Form A talks about member, and your certificate talks about member. I know for the fact that when we were doing the bill, one legal person was saying, what is corporate about this membership? Why corporate? So we also had a debate about that. Do we retain, you are elected as a corporate member, but you receive a certificate of member? Or do we delete the word corporate? I will come to JP later on as the legal. But let me have a contribution from an engineer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We are talking about consistency.
Yes.
And this consistency can save us someday. I would believe if you are seeing the nomenclature, that if somebody is a technologist member, is TL. If somebody is a graduate, is G, MUIPE. If somebody is a technician, is T. But if somebody is a corporate, it would be good for him, for it to be G, MUIPE. And if you are saying, talking of members, I think that one will work and at ERB. At ERB level, I think there, it can be member. But at UIPE, I think it would be in good faith to be G MUIPE, T MUIPE, TL MUIPE. That's my submission.
Mr. Chair, we wanted your legal input here. Do we retain the word corporate member? And one contribution there, second, and
thank you, Engineer Muhura Wycliffe. Now, all these people are members. You are either a graduate member, or a corporate member, or a student member. Now, why should you reach corporate, then you become a member? You get my point? So it is either a graduate member or a corporate member. So we maintain corporate, even the certificates should read corporate what? Members. Because if you stop on member, it means now a student member is not a member. Because he has not reached what? Corporate.
So do we maintain the status quo? There's an objection behind there. Mr. Cheune.
Thank you very much. I'm Brian Ochoriok again, graduate member. I'm a graduate member, by the way. So for me, I support, we leave the word corporate member, and we still give the initials as MUIPE. Why? Because also me as a graduate member, I don't feel like I'm really a member yet until I become a corporate member. And when I'm not a corporate member, I feel now that's when now I can just say I'm a member of UIPE. For me, I believe it is the way it is right now. It is okay. We don't need to put the word CMUP or something. It will complicate the whole thing.
Okay.
It should just remain the way it is.
That's from personal experience. Mr. Cheune, can you guide us here? Why corporate?
Chair.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted, I'm hopeful that all those titles have been defined somewhere. So if a corporate is confusing us with entities, we could define it in the Constitution to mean what we mean. Thank you.
Mr. Cheune? You're taking too long.
I think I would agree with what Engineer Ocho said in the first place. You see, in a constitution or in a law, once you define what something means and it is clear and it can be appreciated, then you can use it.
Okay, but can we also change the certificate to corporate member? Because currently you are elected as corporate member, but the certificate you get reads member.
For consistency, I think we should go with consistency.
So corporate elected, corporate member on your certificate.
Consistency.
Okay, we go ahead. Next is Leah, tell me if there's anybody online who wants to. 4.7. I think that is the 4.7 appears to be clear to me. An objection to the proposed there? It's okay. 4.9, temporary membership. From 1 year to 2 years.
Yes, Chair.
Where's the hand? I don't see the hand up. Yes, sir.
Chair, according to ERB, any foreigner who comes within the country should pronounce himself within 6 months.
Yes.
Within 6 months.
With UIPE.
Meaning, UIPE is preparing you for that registration. Meaning, if you don't do within that and you just stay this side, we should also be in position to see that we make, because they get the jobs on a temporary basis and they are not fulfilling the requirements. We should move within this side as the institution to see that that is also capped in one way or the other. As in the first 6 months, they should be given that 6 months basis.
That's okay. The law requires you to become a member of UIPE within 6 months, okay? But here they are saying UIPE should then admit you, as of now, for 1 year. This committee is saying, no, 1 year is too short, you should be admitted for 2 years. Who has not spoken? Yes, sir. Please, again. Members, please contribute. Mr. Chairman, thank you. Me, I think 1 year is okay, because in most cases even, our practicing license is 1 year. So 1 year is okay, and then someone is supposed to renew if he's extending. Even because even his practicing certificate of ERB will be expiring. Yes, the renewal is not mentioned here, but we shall add the word for upon renewal. Dr. Kalbala?
Yes, Chair. I think I concur with him. We can just add 1 year renewable.
Yeah. Okay. 1 year renewable. Corporate members, I think this is where Engineer chose.
About these temporary people.
Yeah.
We need to know how they operate. Most of these people come they come as visitors for 1 year. I don't know how immigration treats them, but I've worked with some of them. So they come here as visitors, they operate, they go back, then they come back as visitors again. So you find these people cannot work for a full year here. He goes back for 3 months, he comes again. So if you put 6 months, it will be better to cover them. But if you put 1 year, you have fallen into their trap.
No, there are two things. Within 6 months of your arrival, you must become a member of UIPE. And now the second provision, what we're talking about now, that UIPE gives you 1 year's license, renewable. That's what Dr. Chair said. Is that okay?
Chair, if you go in any country, you are supposed to pronounce yourself clearly. You start with immigration, your purpose. If these people are coming here, we renew every after 6 months. They should come to us within 6 months, we get to know them. After another 6 months, now we shall be the one to tell ERB, this person has always been here, coming like a visitor, and a visitor is working. They get pay. They are taking jobs. And we don't know how they are getting this. If we start following, that's when we can help other motherhood institutions also to follow, and we get to know them.
I'm sorry, I don't have the latest, but I know for a fact that ERB, UIPE, and immigration were negotiating at one point for the region that you would not be given a work permit unless you become registered first. Then immigration handles you. I don't know how far that attempt has gone. I think, Mr. President, Council may have to...
Chair.
Who is at the mic? Yes.
I propose that since 1 year, 6 months is giving us issues, I propose that we state that we give you a license based on your immigration stay in the country. Because if we say 6 months and somebody has already 2 years, then he keeps coming back to us. So instead of having that very strict part of the constitution that says 6 months, says 1 year, we should have it flexible enough for the committee that will issue him or her the permit to look at his stay permit in Uganda and then give an appropriate license.
Okay. I think council should, like I said, I know for a fact that the discussion was, should you give somebody an immigration license first to come in, then register? And I think at the time when I left, we had almost reached a consensus that no, you should be registered first, then you are allowed to work, you're given a work permit. Engineer Balimonsi?
Chair, just to follow up with the colleague who was elaborating something there, if we insist on this 6 months, it's like we are saying, if I'm a foreigner, if I get a 2 months contract, 3 months, 4 to 5, then it's okay to work without coming to UIP and ERB.
So
as we structure this statement, we want to make sure that even if somebody is coming to work for 2 months, let him come to UIPE and ERB.
Dr. Kalbana?
Mr. Chair, I concur. I also beg to submit, sorry for taking you back a bit, on Article 4.6. As a member of UIPE.
4.6.
Membership benefits. Members, you should all agree with me that part of the reason why we struggle with numbers and membership participation is because of people are asking a question, and I've done wider consultation. Mfunirawa. Mr. Chair, let me say it again. Mfunirawa is a big question. So if we entrench the membership benefits, like for example, when you look at the IET, the Tanzanian Constitution, the benefits are clear. A good example, I'll give you a good example. If a member is in good standing, and in the Constitution we are clear that if someone is seeking for a job, UIPE will provide a recommendation letter to a member in good standing. That will be a very good mfunirawa. How do I benefit? And other benefits, but just at that level, to be clear on the types of benefits. That will increase the value, it will increase the value of members. Members will know that I'm affiliated because if I look for a job, that letter is a very strong one. Then Article 4.2.
Sorry. So can we add a clause to say,
yes,
Council shall issue guidelines on additional or possible incentives of being a member or being elected to UIP?
I beg to add a clause.
If I understand you, is that...
I beg to add a clause that clearly stipulates the benefits. They may be 5 or 6, but they are clear. And this is the highest document of our institution. A member should come knowing what benefits they are getting. An example is a recommendation letter for employment.
Okay.
That's
so
important.
A clause shall be added on 4.6 listing some of the additional benefits a member should stand to gain on becoming enrolled or elected by UIPE Council.
Yes, sir.
And you can operationalize that through regulations.
And the details can go, but members need to know,
so
how do I benefit?
Okay. Mfunirawa. Okay.
Yes.
Your second proposal?
Article 4.2, Mr. Chair.
4.2.
Yeah. I did some benchmarking.
Yes.
On several constitutions for institutions of engineers. For example, our neighbors down south, they have what we call affiliate firms as part of the membership. Affiliate firms. For example, if someone has a company,
yes,
under the category of affiliate firms, Engineer Kinyal can register it, can have it as in that category for purposes of broadening our finances. I submit. Thank you.
Yes, but you have got to have a statement, and I think that's one of the issues in the bill, whether or not either UIPE or ERB or both should regulate farms as well. And I know for a fact...
Mr. Chair, it's not regulation, it's membership. I don't know.
Membership registration or something. I know it was a hot potato. I think the Ministry of Works, if there are people here who can bear me witness. Sorry? Yes, but then how do we bring in the farms now under UIPE? Yes, sir. There's a affiliate farms.
Chair, thank you very much. I want to agree with the doctor, the issues of the benefits of members. I think this area we have not been doing so well. Like Doctor said,
we shall listen.
Whenever you are leaving the country to go and work elsewhere, ideally I needed a letter from UIPE and even ERB introducing me to that country that so-and-so is a registered engineer and is a member of UIPE and is specialized in this field. Therefore, so that would be a very big benefit. Because we have members of ours who are going to Congo and rest for work and they don't have those letters.
Can we conclude?
I want to agree with the doctor on that so that so let's add a clause that spells those benefits.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes, but how about engineering firms that is talking about?
That as well also, that is another benefit that can still be put in place there.
Mr. Cheyune, I don't know. From experience elsewhere, I know Tanzania, by their constitution, they regulate farms. They register them, they inspect them, you go to a construction site and you have a card reader, you read your... What about Uganda? I don't see no contribution to Dr. Kalibala's proposal. Yes, Simon.
Thank you so much, Chair. In my understanding, if I got him clearly, I think one of the benefits he's talking about is UIPE to issue certificates to firms that are owned by members of UIPE.
No.
Thank you.
No, not from...
My young brother has misunderstood. Mr. Chair, allow me to read Article 15 of the Tanzanian IET Constitution, Classes of Membership.
Yes.
It's on page, for those of you who have the Constitution, it's on page 6, Article 15. They have, the members of the institution shall consist of honorary fellows, senior members, members, associate members, companions, graduates, associate graduates, students, affiliate members, affiliate fellows, affiliate students, affiliate graduates, and affiliate firms and life members. We may not have to take all those, but for me, I'm looking at the money. When you register a firm affiliately, you get more money. We are looking for money to broaden the base of our institution. I submit.
And further goes to, I also have a copy of the same. Affiliate firms, membership to this class shall comprise engineering consulting firms, construction firms, institutions of higher learning or engineering organizations, companies which the council may elect to this class. B, every applicant to this class shall at the time of application have in its management at least one engineer who is a corporate member, or at least 5 corporate members employed by the firm. Do you want us to shoplift this to ours? There's no crime, in my view.
Hello?
So shall we lift this to, we shall do this. There's a member online?
Yes, please.
Your name?
Chairman, Engineer Ben Chamber, Fellow number 039. Actually, what Dr. Kalibala is raising, even ERB attempted to do it. But still, you remember very well you have been a member of the Engineering Professionals Bill and even Engineer Cho. We were guided by the first Parliamentary Council that our law which governs engineers is only regulating individuals, not firms. So even in the EPB, they restrained us from talking about registration of firms. So now here, for consistency, for UIPE, if we lift that article from Tanzania and bring it here, then we have a separate setting. But even you will realize that at Ministry of Works, we have been actually struggling with the contractors' registration and classification, which Engineer Cho is very much aware. So with all that information, we need not to lift that thing. Otherwise, we are in the advanced stages of the Engineering Professionals Bill 2024. Now, if we bring in things which will take us back, it will mean that they will reject that bill. And remember, we discussed it in Parliament, and also Parliament rejected some of those provisions. So, in line with that knowledge from the Engineering Professionals Bill and from Minister of Works and from the Infrastructure Committee, what Dr. Kalibala is suggesting cannot be applicable. I thank you.
Dr. Kalibala, do you concede? Doctor, let's have Engineer Valimunsi.
Thank you, Chair. I think what I have understood, Dr. Kalibala is saying, use the word affiliate. These are our friends. We are not going to regulate those firms through that, but we regulate the members there. So this firm is saying, I am your friend. And in that process, Dr. Kalibala was guiding, we shall get something. So really, I don't think there is any contravention with the law.
Is there a way we can, can we use another name for affiliate, instead of affiliate member?
Affiliate is very convenient. Is your friend. Yes.
Yeah, but you see here they're saying affiliate firms as a category. Not. Yes. Indiana Chamber.
Yes, Indiana Chamber's issue. Because the term affiliate, it is us to be open and say we are receiving any firm which wants to be part of us. So our friends, when they come and they say we want to be part of you and we are going to pay our annual subscription of 2 million shillings, there is no harm in that, members. No harm at all.
So
it's just the word, the terminology affiliate.
Yeah. It's different from Engineer Chamber. It's different from the way the Minister of Works, I think, is handling it.
No, it's different. I think it's a different.
Because we're talking about contract.
That is regulation. We are not going to regulate what they are doing. We are just saying you want to be affiliated to us, give us subscription, be our friends, and you have members under there. And so, Mr. Chair, also, when you look at that article you just read from the IET Constitution,
yes,
it is actually saying that the person affiliated must have members we are regulating. Members of good
Yes.
standing.
At least one, at least five.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
corporate
there are two
members.
different things. I think what Engineer Chamber is talking about is comparing tomatoes with oranges. Thank you.
So, those in favor of including this, your hands up, please. Those against? Okay, we shall include it. We want to move. This
maybe like UNABSEC, because are we admitting firms that are fully compliant from the other side?
No. I think the word is let me reread. Affiliate firms. A. Membership to this class shall comprise engineering consulting firms, construction firms, institutions of higher learning, or engineering organization companies which the council may elect to this class. So the council has to elect. B, every applicant to this class at the time of application have in its management at least one engineer who is a corporate member, or at least 5 corporate members employed by the firm. I think it's doable. We shall include this. We had reached, where had we reached now? 5.2 is corporate member, which, sir? 5.2 was corporate member, which Dr. Engineer Cho talked about, by definition. 5 point, yeah, we had said the team will put who is an artisan? What is the qualification for being an artisan? Where's Engineer Rajkara? Although the issue of DIT awards has to be carefully looked into. First of all, DIT qualifications, I know something about it because it says either certificate. Where is Engineer Rajkara? Rajkara. Engineer Rajkara, I wanted him to. No, I think I have his concern. Let me just see if I can get what Rajkara was saying. Qualifications of an artisan.
Chair, I wanted to submit on the artisans. I propose that we don't include people who have qualifications of DIT, because DIT does not require formal education. If I woke up tomorrow, for instance, I was one time a tutor at in one of the refugee camps in Nalubale. So what we were doing, we would just get refugees, would come and train them in electrical installation, present them to DIT, they get certificates. I don't think we should be regulating that group. Let's look at our artisans as those who have studied certificate, whether it is craft or advanced, but a formal education certificate, not DIT.
Where is the engineer, Julius? Julius. Okay, the DIT, I have the Bit Act here. And this is the copy. This was what was launched by the then minister in 2008 as the law. We split the Education Act into two. There's the Education Act and then the Bit Act. DIT was created. The name was retained, although it was a decree of 1972 by Idi Amin, and he had reason for establishing it. This law empowers DIT to recognize skills acquired either formally, informally, or non-formally. They're different, and that's what you're talking about. If I came and said, there's actually one person who came from Congo and said, I'm a driver, I can assemble an engine. He had not gone to school. So he could not even write his name, but he could do the work. That's an informal of getting this. So I want to agree that the DIT qualification should not come in here. Also because there are changes in the existing those agencies which as of now. So yes, we shall uphold the acquisition of formal certificates from formal institutions. Article number 6, that's an added. What was the next contentious? Members are dropping out. I don't know how many members are still on board. Some members.
Hello.
Is there anybody from online who wants to make a submission?
I want to submit on these artisans. I know the degrees are accredited by ERB, I think, or even UIPE, I don't know. So are we accrediting also those craft 1, craft 2, advanced? Maybe it is something we should consider. That because now there are so many of them mushrooming, those technical institutes. There are so many mushrooming, and maybe that's an area to check. What kind of skills and the training are they giving to these people? Maybe UIPE can step in to help those people structure the what? The content given to the artisans.
I know that the aim is to have the councils. I think they now have about 6 councils to determine the skills and how one gets qualification there. So I think there's some work for us to do as far as the new skills are concerned. I'm going to Article 8, fees. I think that is okay. Proposed by council and approved by at the AGM. 881A. Currently it is only a council which determines, but the committee is saying council proposes and then approved by AGM.
Chair.
Engineer Cho?
Yes, I have something on 6.2.
Hey.
Yes, 6.2A. Because now you're proposing the forms of admission. The council changed only to one proposer and 1 second. But here you are still retaining two proposers and 2 seconders.
6.2?
6.2A.
Fellow corporate member.
If you read
shall be proposed by 2 corporate members or fellows and seconded by 2 corporate members or fellows.
But the forms were changed to only 1 corporate member, 1 seconder, 1 proposer and 1 seconder. So you need to change this to be in tandem with what is being followed now. The vice president here can confirm that.
Do we go by that? This is the committee's stand. We think that it should be 2. You want to maintain the status quo?
It was 2 before, but then the council changed it to be 1 proposer and 1 seconder, which even makes it easier for people to submit their forms.
So?
Just do as it is being done now, 1.
Any objection to that? Committee members, any objection to going back to 1 proposer, 1 seconder? Here, please.
Mr. Chair, thank you for steering us very well. I would like to thank you for that. Now I just wanted a clarification. Because our position as CRC is 2.
Yeah.
But the operational was 1. Are there any issues? Number 1. Number 2, what was the rationale of having 1? Because according to my understanding, this organ here is above council. It decides. If we decide 2-2, it will go back to 2-2. But maybe the elder will guide us that you see you guys are saying 2-2, but we have been operating at this low altitude and things are okay, and the rationale was this. Maybe you need that clarification.
Okay, Engineer Cho. Engineer online.
Yeah, thank you, Chair and the Doctor, for that. You know, the problem we used to get was applicants used to get problems in getting those 4 signatures. and they were complaining. That's why the council changed it to 1-1. And maybe that's why even we're getting more numbers now. Now, if you go back to 2-2, it even make things worse, and yet we want to build the numbers. Yeah.
Yeah, but we are now registering even more. Isn't
Because
it?
of 1-1, the ones who have changed.
Yeah.
Could be one of the factors contributing.
Mr. President.
One proposer and one seconder.
Yeah, we issued that guideline, and we saw a lot of improvement. So it is a good step to have a 1-1 to reduce the burden of looking for these seconders.
The proposer can be in any engineering class, but both the seconder and the proposer must be in the same field. Okay? Okay. But it's important to make that clarification. Okay? So please make sure that you clarify that both the seconder and proposer must be in the same engineering discipline. I'd gone to Article 8, subscription fees. The frequency of changing the where are you, sir? Which article? My foot. 7.1 we have finished that. 7.1.
Yes, I want more clarification. I'm Engineer Nathan Dumba.
Yes.
7.1 is, states that only members of UIPE to be registered by ERB.
Yes.
I find that like an instruction to ERB, which is another legal entity. I want to know how this article tries to give another entity rules and regulations of how it should register its members. Thank you very much.
No, but I'm surprised. To be registered by ERB, you must be a member of UIPE.
No, what I'm thinking that ERB constitution should be the one having that rule in its own constitution, not within the UIPE.
Oh.
Yeah. I think ERB has that in its own constitution.
It does, it does. I know it does.
So it shouldn't be here. That's what I was proposing.
No, but here it just says, as is required by the ERB, only members of UIPE are eligible to be registered by ERB or its legal successor. Is there any harm in keeping it here? I don't see any harm. Let's maintain it there. I don't see any harm in keeping it there, and I don't see. Can we continue? After, or are you on the same? This gentleman here, yes.
Yes, my
I'm
name
sorry,
is
members, we are dwindling, and I don't know whether we shall have a quorum.
My name is Mtakowa Louis, graduate member,
Yes.
4100. Article 8.6B.
8.6B.
Where you say the corporate members who are at least 70 years of age,
yes,
and are no longer
Practicing.
practicing.
Yeah.
I actually feel like 70 years or even the 60 years, you are now a consultant. You still need this brain in the field. But when you say who are no longer practicing engineering, why should they no longer be practicing? It's like a giving back to them, because if I've been a member since I was still a student, I've been paying. No, ever since I joined as a graduate member, I've been paying subscription fee every year for the next 30 years. Now you are saying you must stop practicing before I can exempt you from paying the subscription fee.
No, it is the other way around. If you stop practicing, then we exempt you from paying the fees. That's
No,
what
why
it is.
should they be stopped?
By choice. By choice. I decide not to work as an engineer. I decide doing trade or something. Yes, sir.
I'm raising on point of procedure, sir.
On the same item.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I want you to confirm that we still have quorum. Because we don't want to spend our time here, then tomorrow they take us to court. They overturn whatever we have done. So let's confirm to us that we still have quorum to pass the what?
What is the quorum? 25 members eligible to vote. By show of hands, how many people are eligible to vote? Can we count? Kindly please, quickly, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 19, 21. We are more than 25. So we still have a quorum. Up now, we still have quorum. So the gentleman is there is saying that if you are beyond 70 and you're not you are not in engineering practice, you should still be paying annual subscription fees. Yes, sir. Sorry, I didn't understand you. Can you restate?
Chair, the point the young man was raising was that at least let us not stretch to put in either still practicing or not practicing, provided someone makes an age of 65, because the law of Uganda says at 60 you retire, go home. Now someone who has gone home, really we appreciate that he has served. That's why even the constitution has allowed him to go home. Then we should appreciate him, like we had our senior here, Engineer Badiru, doctor. Everyone who saw him was very delighted to see him. So we should exempt them from at 65. We say any member who makes 65, whether you are still practicing or not, let's appreciate our seniors and say them, no, given that you've reached that age, you stop paying subscription fees.
Yeah, but that's what's stated here.
No, it was taken to 70 what?
Oh, 70. You want to bring it to 65?
I'm proposing 65. And the second part, there is no longer practicing engineering or providing engineering service. That one I also beg, we scope it out. We just say, if you make 65, we exempt you. So that we make our seniors feel their retirement, their service has been appreciated.
Okay.
You paid for the last 40 years. You graduate at 25, because that is what ERB says. You must be at least 25 years. 25 plus 40 years, you're making 65, which is almost more than double the years you started. I think, I beg, we can remove those attachments or the strings attached to the clause and make it 65.
65 and no conditions. As long as you clock 65.
There is need to have some conditions on how these people were faithful and loyal to the institution before.
That becomes administrative.
That condition has to be there. We can't leave it unconditional. And I think the other time Dr. Kalibala was giving us, it's not necessarily the years, but what have you brought on table in the institution? Even if you are not yet 65 or 70, you may have contributed much more than a 70-year-old. So we need to put in some conditionalities on performance and the payment, because there are some people who spend 5 years without paying any subscription. Then when they reach 65, you exempt them. I think it's not fair. We need to see that these people should have been paying religiously.
Okay.
And supporting.
The beauty is that you have to apply. So I think those are the issues that the council will consider when you apply. Have you been paying up to date and so on and so on? How much have you done? So the proposal is to lower it to 65 and erase the conditions of whether or not practicing engineering. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, Engineer Balimunsi here. Yes.
Because some of our colleagues around those ages, they have gone to very lucrative positions. Now,
yes,
I can give you an example.
Yes.
No, I'm not going to name.
Yeah.
But somebody reaches that age, then he's become a parliamentarian or a minister. And actually, it is even time he would even be donating. Then for you are saying you don't even pay. And I think UIPE also we have financial problems. So as we try to implement what members are saying, let's not miss out on these colleagues. So if it's by application, then maybe council will analyze and see this position.
Yeah, but I don't know whether you don't have provisions for soliciting, identifying such a support from such a person.
I think what informed this decision by the committee to include this, in one of the AGMs of the institution, that decision was made to exempt members that have clocked 70 years. So the purpose of this was to back up that decision of the AGM so that it is captured into the constitution. I feel lowering it to 65 would be a little low. My personal opinion would be that there was a basis of putting it at 70. We could maintain 70 so that we don't miss opportunities which has been cited by the senior. I thank you.
So can we, let's maintain 70. I think the president has given quite justifiable reasons. And it will cover Engineer Balmusi's concerns. On the same issue, Dr. Kalibala? Would like to move on.
Mr. Chair, I'd beg to briefly submit 70 with good standing and 70 with questionable standing are two different things. Maybe we need to add in a clause subject to approval by council, something like that.
Either way, you have got to be, it is there because the person will have to apply.
Yeah, because there are those who are at 70 but on questionable standing.
Yeah, okay.
And
Subject
those
to
at
approval by
70
council.
when they have good standing.
Okay.
They are employing
Council.
members and they don't pay, what? Stuff like that.
Council shall take note of that. Can we go beyond 8?
Thank you. BK France is my name.
Yes. Then
GM 2681. Mine is a submission on 8.7a, where a member of any class whose subscription of more than 12
in arrears
shall not be entitled to. I think we kindly be considerate and we allow them to attend. One, because when you look at 8.6b, it says only those of less than 6. Now, between 6 and 12, it's not clear on that. And then you find that 8.8b says that they will have to pay until 31st December. So somehow, whether they have attended or not and they have arrears maybe in subscription, they will have to pay. So you will find that even after 12 months and somebody has paid and he's not attending yet, he's still a member, and we have a provision for erasing them, it is unfair. I would think that we allow them, as long as they are within 12 months, to attend. Thank you.
In arrears, 12 months in arrears, you want them to still attend? Okay.
Thank you very much. My concern is in 8.8 to do with erasure from the register. I believe this clause is too harsh. It is really too harsh because they talk about erasing members if they have arrears of more than 1 year.
Yes.
And they have not maybe paid. Then again, when you want to come back, you have to pay back those arrears that you have not yet cleared.
Yes.
Remember, the arrears already have surcharges. I mean, that is too harsh because now if someone has been away for 5 years, now you calculate all those arrears, they will not even come back. I believe we should remove all these things of paying arrears. For me, I believe that this subscription should be like on an annual.
No. Okay. I have no. So you want people to carry arrears? You're encouraging people to generate to accumulate arrears and the institution doesn't get money? That members, can we dispose of that? Would you? I don't know of an association that will allow you to remain there if you have an arrears. There's a hand there. Where's the mic? Now.
Hello. Hey, George. Hello.
There's a hand there. Now who's going to stand it?
Chair, I second you that the areas should be paid. Otherwise, the organization will not be able to collect the money that we all use to facilitate such discussions. Thank you.
Yeah, correct. So arrears, that's not acceptable. Can we continue beyond, we go to Article 9, resignation, readmission, and expulsion? Have eaten. Can somebody stand in for me as I also look for something to bite?
Okay. Okay.
Engineer Rachkara will now take you through from Article 9, resignation, readmission, and expulsion. Because I think the rest of the proposals are acceptable, above, or shall, and so on. Okay? So just read where there are comments, where there are no changes.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Straight away, we go to 9.2. Council may readmit to membership in the class to which he or she formerly belonged any person whose membership was terminated for any cause, provided he or she satisfies the council that he or she is worthy of readmission and pays such amounts Okay, I'm being advised. Anyone with a comment on 9.2? Because we have this, it was shared, so anyone with a comment? Should we take what the committee has recommended, or someone says otherwise? Move, we are on that third column. So, how do we vote? Seconded? Okay, so we move on. We go to 9.3A. (9.3A), any view that is contrary to what the Constitutional Review Committee has proposed? Silence means what? Consent. Okay, 9.3B. (9.3B), consent. No reading will, we may end up sleeping. I see a hand behind there.
Thank you very much. I'm called Brian, Brian Ocherawejok. For me, I believe that when it comes to expulsion, it should be the the AGM that should expel people, and not necessarily the council. Because what if it is a malicious kind of thing? I believe that the AGM really has much power to expel people. So that, because the AGM, I believe, is more open. It's more. There are more people. There are more opinions. Gives a much fairer hearing compared to a council, a small group of people, 15. So, yes.
Okay. Can we put it to the vote, or someone has another proposal? I see a hand behind.
Chair, I believe there is a disease of AGM. AGM is there once in a year, which is in April. Imagine what it would happen to Engineer Bali Kudembe if you tell me, yes, you've paid all the subscription, but please wait for the AGM for your issue to be handled. But if we could mandate the council to be managing the institutional issues as the top organ, let us not deprive, let us not demean our council. Let's leave it with its privileges. Let the council gain back its value. But if we start saying that, yes, we are members, the council is there to operate on our behalf. Let us send people people we believe in, that they can really lead us. But we can't wait for AGM always to do that, no. I move motion to say, let the council always be empowered to handle all that through their committees. Because the council has very many committees, which have senior people who are sitting on those committees. I doubt if they can send a patron to come and be biased about Engineer Bali Kudembe. Patron, my patron.
Thank you, thank you. I think let's have a vote on this so that we move ahead. No, you have just submitted. We cannot allow you to react. It becomes a discussion of the two of you. So can we vote on this? Do we say that we take it to AGM, or we entrust the council that we first of all entrusted with the office by electing them in those offices?
Chair.
Okay, let's hear from
Thank you so
VP.
much, Engineer Wilfred Okello. I'm a corporate member of UIPE and also the Vice President, Finance and Administration. I'm raising a matter of procedure because I'm seeing the tendency that every matter that is being discussed is quickly being subjected to voting. And I think we could allow members to discuss, give their views, such that if there are very differing views, that's when we go to a voting. I have only, like for this particular matter, two people have given their views.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's hear from, there is this gentleman in the corner here. Okay. Can we hear from Dr. Engineer behind there? Byakatonda. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Any other view that is differing from what we have heard? Just one more. You are.
Thank you,
Hello?
Chair. May I have a different opinion? That in the case of suspension, there should always be a tribunal in our system, such that in the case of suspension, you will report to a tribunal, which is independent, such that a tribunal can also make independent remarks to the council again. Then in the case the tribunal makes independent remarks and they are negative, it is now where the council derives the power to report to the AGM. That is my submission.
Okay, but I think from the submissions I'm receiving, I'm sure not many members have read what is there.
Yes.
Because what I can see here, under 9.3A, it says that Anne shall propose to the next AGM that the member's name be erased from the register. So if there is that provision that council comes and reports to the AGM that the member's name be erased, that means they are in a way requesting for confirmation from the AGM to either proceed or stay the name on the register. That's what I understand from that. So based on that, can we go by that and maybe I think by capturing this, even the what doctor proposed is already included there, because the name will be just inform. So I think at this point, why don't we vote?
Chairman, anywhere where there is a dismissal, there is an appeal system. Council will not sit anywhere and dismiss. This is someone's future.
No, the dismissal is after a fair hearing.
Yes, even if there is a fair hearing,
case.
after fair hearing, you have chased someone. It's from a constitutional court to a Supreme Court. The constitutional court, of course, has given a verdict, but someone goes to a what? You won't just chase someone, then you present names to AGM, you are killing someone's future. There should be an appeal. I work with an organization which has about 3,000. I work with Uganda Revenue Authority. They chase people every day. But there is an appeal system. You are chased somewhere and you appeal. There is staff appeals committee. So that's the maximum what? Because council will sit and chase people away. And you cannot come back and you're finished. That's the end of you. That's not proper.
I want to provide some information. This article, this particular clause we are discussing, Expulsion is a process. It is a process, according to this, where, okay, we agree that expulsion in extreme cases can take place. So if that is true, how do we go about it? First thing, you are listened to by a smaller committee. After that is forwarded to council for a decision. You are given a temporal suspension, not expulsion, but suspension, pending the decision of the AGM. This report will be forwarded to AGM for final decision whether to expel you or otherwise. So if it could even be put to vote, if the majority of members say, basing on this, let us pardon the person or otherwise, the decision rests with the majority of membership. So what I wanted to say is that expulsion is a process and it goes through from council up to AGM for final verdict.
Thank you, President. I think that puts the issue to rest. Is it the URA? Because yes, that is what he has said.
Mr. President.
That's
just to modify what you explained. So from the drafting, we could change so that it is not just information to the AGM. So the AGM has to ratify this decision. So you should modify that statement. Thank you.
That is what is captured. They said council shall propose to the next AGM that the member's name be erased from the register. Shall propose to the next AGM. Okay.
Chair, I was proposing to add next to AGM, I propose that we add or a special general meeting, because this is my thinking, that for instance I get suspended in January. I have to wait until the next annual general meeting, the next January. But then what if there is a special general meeting in the middle there where I can get cleared? So I'm thinking that probably we could say until the next AGM or a special general meeting. One of that two.
Okay. I think, where is the secretariat? Okay, I see some other members there. Let's conclude on this and we move. Can we agree that we amend it as per? Yes, Simon.
Yes, Chair. A special general meeting has a specific agenda, and you cannot smuggle in any other issue other than the agenda meant for the SGM.
That is correct. Like this special general meeting that is to discuss the constitution. Then from nowhere someone brings in the issue of members to be expelled. I think let's maintain AGM, maybe reward it as per the guidance from Engineer Balimunsi. Let's move. The next article. No, but I think we shall move to 11 now, because Article 10, I see its grammar and some editorial.
Ladies and gentlemen, As the convener of the meeting, I need to seek your opinion. It is 18 minutes after 8. We are under 50% of what we are supposed to cover. Just to bring to your attention that do we still have the energy to continue? Can we still have productive submissions? Yes.
I propose we add some more time, but we specify the time because we already passed 50%. However, we complete the process because remember we have a time by a court set already. We need to complete it, but in a legal way. Thank you.
Okay. So let's push on. It is 20 minutes after 8. We can add an hour, then we review our position after 1 hour.
Yeah, thank you, President. I think Article 11, I'll wait for my chair to finish, and then he takes us through. Maybe we could handle 12. Article 10 is maybe for Article 10, can I maybe request that someone moves a motion that we accept it as it is and it gets seconded, because the committee did not do much. It just edited words here and there. There is a hand behind.
My name is Engineer Balikudembe Ronald. I take motion to propose that Article 10 be adopted as it was amended.
And someone to second. We do 11.
My name is Okele Emmanuel Anam, a graduate member. I second the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. So we can move to the next article. I'm being guided here that we start on 11. Okay. So 11.1. The committee proposed to maintain membership to 15, but also with some changes. Instead of having 3 vice presidents, should have 1 deputy president. Then the other honorary secretary, honorary treasurer, immediate past president, and chairpersons of the branches that should not exceed 10, and committee members. Anyone with another idea?
Thank you very much. I only have a proposal that to try and attain gender balance, I was thinking that for the committee members, we could add that, assuming there are 4 committee members, because we were told that number 6, the number is not definite, of the chairpersons who are in the branches is not definite. So I was suggesting that, for instance, number 7, if we have 4 members left, we could have 2 female and 2 male. So would say that number 7 would put into bracket should be gender sensitive.
Okay. We have a doctor behind there.
Thank you, Chair. I would like us to read Article 11.1 together with Article 3.8, we need to be seen to take care of the different shades of engineering we have in the institution. The way the composition is proposed here, you are not able to attain those shades of engineering. And that's where the business actually is. So I propose to amend as follows. Membership of council shall include the president, deputy president, honorary secretary, honorary treasurer, immediate past president, 6 corporate members representing specialist divisions, and these divisions, these members will be voted by those special divisions. That's why I actually asked there should be guidelines of how this division can be constituted. Then 4 branch representatives. Thank you, Chair. I beg to move.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much once again. I'm Engineer Nathan Dumba. About the constitution of this membership, in 3.7 we talked about the executive secretary. And in 11.1a, now we have this honorary secretary. And these are conflicting roles? Because I don't know.
No, they are not.
According
Honorary
to the
secretary is at council. Then executive secretary is the boss of the secretariat, day-to-day running of the secretariat.
But in 3.7 you had the secretariat to council is the executive secretary. That is the secretariat to council. Yes, official. So what is the role of the honorary secretary and council? Because that should be done by the secretary to council. I'm seeing a conflict in roles here.
No. Maybe let Kalibala.
Maybe just to enlighten ourselves for purposes of learning, because learning never ends. 2 things. The executive secretary, in principle, is an ex officio to the council. Just like you see, for example, I work for National Water. The MD, by virtue of his position, is on the what? On the board. Then the CS, the corporation secretary, is ex officio to take minutes and things like that. So that's not a contradiction at all. The only problem, maybe what is confusing you, is the word secretary.
No, it would be better if we get to know the roles of the executive secretary.
Now those
to
are
council.
operational, which go in the HR manual.
Yeah, thank you. Let me just explain. The executive secretary is an employee of the institution. Honorary secretary is a member, like you. You can be an honorary secretary, and you become a council member. Executive secretary is not a council member, but sits in council just to help them in taking minutes, assisting the honorary secretary. I think maybe the president can explain better.
Yeah, thank you. I don't know whether it's clear now. It's not. The difference, okay, maybe
Okay, I would like more clarification. In 3.7, the last paragraph, the secretary is responsible for recording minutes of council and its committees and keep custody of all documentation of UIPE and council. Somewhere down there, I think in Article 12, it also talks about the roles of the honorary secretary, which are almost the same as those of the executive secretary. So that's where I wanted more clarification on both. Thank you very much.
The the secretary referred to is actually the executive secretary. Recording minutes. That will be the executive secretary. The roles of the honorary secretary are also described, just like Engineer Cho said. The executive secretary is this. We said a short while ago, the CEO of the secretariat of the institution. Is an employee or is employed by the council. The honorary secretary is a member of council. You can also become a honorary secretary, like Engineer Cho said. They're distinctly different. They're different. But the roles and the functions of the two are explained later on. What does an executive secretary do, and so on. So we are on Article 11, number 11. 11.1. Oh, 11.8. I think. Yes, the president now. This is the proposal by the committee. The president, one deputy president, and remember the presenter said we are doing away with the 3 vice presidents as the current position. Because currently you have 3 vice presidents, and that those areas, the area of each of the vice presidents shall be handled by committees. That's why they're proposing one deputy. I don't know deputy or vice, but they're talking deputy president, honorary secretary, honorary treasurer, immediate past president, and then not more than 10 from the branches and committee members. Now the committees, we currently have 3 committees. Am I right? How many committees are there? So, do you agree with the, first of all, the president is automatic, is okay. Do you agree with one deputy? Where's the hand? Where's the hand? There's a hand here, there.
Chair, I agree that the president is automatic.
Yes.
But my discipline is electrical engineering. I want to propose that we do a rotational presidency depending on the discipline. Such that when these first 2 terms we have had a civil engineer, the next term we have an electrical or a mechanical, the other term we do a rotational presidency. So I propose that we amend number 1 in brackets to say the presidency shall be rotational based on discipline. So that we can have all disciplines becoming a president at one time. Otherwise, our members from civil engineering shall always be the president.
Why should that be an issue? Let me understand. Why should it be an issue for one to be a particular? It's as if you are electrical, you are going to focus on more on electrical. If you make that's the implication. That's the implication. Yes, sir. Dr. Kalibala.
Mr. Chair, sir, the immediate past president is mechanical. The former president here is mechanical. We have other presidents. Dr. Dorothy is electrical. So I beg to kindly educate the member that actually the issue of disciplines is actually not a problem. It is an issue of competence. If you want, please come and present your credentials. We shall vote for you.
Let's agree on that one, please, as a principle.
Information, Chair.
Simon.
Okay, I just wanted to give you information on the issue of one deputy president.
Okay.
The current bill recognizes 3 vice presidents.
Yes.
So I feel if we are to have a constitution which is in line with the bill, then definitely we are going to recognize 3 vice presidents, because that is what is in the current bill.
The bill,
Yes.
the proposed bill.
Yes.
Let me read you. The bill says, the council shall comprise of 15 members who shall include A, the president, who shall be elected from the members of the previous council for a term of 2 years and who may be re-elected for 1 more term. That's the first one. 3 vice presidents. The honorary secretary, honorary treasurer, 2 representatives of engineers. Actually, if you hear the classification is engineers, they don't, in the bill, they talk about engineers, they don't talk about members as a class. So here it's implied that 2 representatives, 2 members of the engineering profession. A representative of the technologists, now we are saying engineering technologists, a representative of engineering technicians, immediate past president, 3 representatives of the chairpersons of the branches. 3. Not 10 as the committee says. And the registrar of ERB. That's what the bill is saying. I know colleagues had a serious debate whether or not the ERB register should be there or not. But that's, I'm giving information about what is in the bill. Now, Simon is saying you don't agree with the one deputy president. Am I right? The bill doesn't. The bill says 3 vice presidents. Yeah. I see a hand there. Then we shall come Dr. Bekatonda and then here.
I will begin with the semantics. My name is Engineer Wilson Ampaite. At 11.1, they say the president to be elected by UIPE membership. I think we have always, all as members, elected the president. The issue is on nomination. So this word should be changed to nominated by the UIPE membership.
Where are you?
11.1. So the issue hasn't been on election, but nomination. So at AGM, I think.
Which 11.1 are you talking?
Yes. The president for the next term shall.
That's 11.2. Go back to the beginning.
Okay, 11.2.
Let's finish 11.1.
So on the composition of the
council, president
of the council,
one deputy president.
I'm also of the view that we maintain the 3 vice presidents, because each vice president has a special role.
Yes.
So there is no. It's not that we just have them there. We have vice president, mate, vice president, whatever. So all have specific roles.
Are you implying that we maintain the status
quo? We
quo?
maintain 3.
Which is president, 3 vice presidents.
Yes.
Honorary secretary, honorary treasurer, immediate past president.
Then on the...
Wait a moment. Yes. And 6 corporate members. There shall be 3 branch representatives on council on rotational basis. What does that mean? That today it may be Soroti, Lira, then the other one, you rotate, eh? 3. Currently, you have how many branches? 8 branches.
We have 8.
Okay, so you go around rotating. Each time you have an election, 3 new representatives.
So
not chairpersons.
So we have the 7 members the president, the honorary secretary, the 3 vice presidents.
There are 15 altogether, if you count.
Yeah, but I want to talk about these branch representatives.
Yes.
We have the committee proposes 8. All of them to come on the council.
Yeah.
I think it's not right. Maybe let's have 5 elect, because they are all nominated by virtue of being presidents of the branches. So we vote, the best 5 go to council, such that now we shall have 3 committee members. 3 committee members, 5 representatives from the branches, the president of the branches, then the 3 vice presidents, those are 11, then the president, the current past president, honorary secretary, and honorary treasurer.
You see, the major diversion I see
yes.
is instead of 3 vice presidents currently, they are proposing 1 deputy.
We should maintain 3. That's my proposal.
Instead of 3 branch members, they are proposing 8.
So me, I'm proposing 5.
And currently there's no committee member on the council. The committee is proposing committee members to be on council.
Yeah, they are proposed, but they had, according to their composition, they were proposing only 2 committee members. So we can have 3 of them. Thank you.
Clarification from Engineer Sulight here. Oh, sorry, I'd given Dr. Biakatonda, then I'll come to you. Sorry.
Yeah,
Dr.
Chair,
Biakatonda, this gentleman here.
Thank you. In the interest of time,
Yes.
we have a bill that is going to be a law regulating our practice.
Yes.
Our constitution has to operate within the law.
Yes.
Now, we cannot start proposing something that is away from the law. Now, if something is already proposed within the law, let us just use that so that we operate within the premise of the law. And if there's any other articles that are contravening the law, let us just abide by the law and use them as the way they are, as they have been proposed in the bill. Like, for instance, Article 11.2 says the president cannot be re-elected, but the bill says he can be re-elected once. So let us just conform to the law. Otherwise, we shall go in circles and then we actually hit a snag. That's my approach, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, I had given you a chance. Is your hand still up? Then I come to Engineer Sulight here.
I will not waste time, but I agree with him.
Okay.
And what I wanted to add, I had you read the ERB registrar. The registrar.
Yeah.
And I also accept the registrar should sit on the council because whatever happens in UIP affects ERB. So I think the ERB registrar is right to sit on the UIP council.
On that one? Information on that one? On that one, yes.
Presentation of that bill to Parliament.
Yes.
They removed the registrar from being a council member.
Is that so?
Yes.
Is that so? I don't know why.
Engineer who?
Sulight, him, and then Dr. Kalibala.
Thank you very much. I wanted to clarify on the issue how we came up with 1 deputy president. Because after long discussion, we are saying these committees have chairpersons. For example, like MATE has a chairperson. Finance and administration has a chairperson. So why should we have a vice president and a chairperson? It's the duplication of roles. So we said, let's have 1 deputy president who will sit on all committees. And each committee gets a chairperson. That's how what we do.
Now, you're talking about 3 committees.
Yes.
Which are currently, there's vice president, finance.
Yeah.
Vice president, those are the committees you're talking about.
Yeah.
But you said you have more than 10.
Yeah. maybe to provide additional information is that we have standing committees that are constitutional. To begin with, our vice presidents are like functional vice presidents. We have a vice president in charge of finance and administration. So for that reason, he or she chairs that committee. We also have a vice president in charge of membership, education, and training. By default, is the chair of that committee. Likewise for PRPE. So in addition to that, we have other committees that are not headed by vice presidents, but are headed by committee chairs that are picked from within and also out from the membership. So to facilitate the effective operation of council of the institution, we have up to almost 10 committees. So you cannot pick all of them from council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair.
1 minute. So the one deputy and three chairpersons of committee in this case. That's what you're proposing.
Chairperson, I want to concur with what the committee that we had put to do constitutional review has done. We don't have a law right now. Thank you so much for Doctor saying that the engineering law. No, we don't have. That is a bill. Is there any other body bigger than this? If today we have passed that we need one deputy, we don't need this thing in our ERB bill. Tomorrow, I am very sure that the president will go and present our views to the minister, who will in turn tell Parliament that these things can be changed. We don't have a law now. So let us go by what the committee we have has put in place. You don't make constitution by thinking that next year they will pass a bill that will say, no, we'll come back here, we are the members. So I propose that we go by what you have here. The only thing maybe we could change is the number of chairpersons on the number of chairpersons from the branches, but I propose that we take what the committee of the constitutional review has proposed.
Thank you. Immediately, Dr. Kalibala, I think it's appropriate to Dr. Kalibala.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. There is a saying that he who stammers should not direct a person with the area where the toilet is. Mr. Chair, I beg as the Nigerians say. The issue of the bill currently going to be assented into law is important for us to consider. We don't want to be seen contravening to that. However, members' views are also open. But I would think, in all fairness and soberness, this Article 1.11.2, we would lift what is in the bill and put it there. I rest my case.
But if the registrar was struck off, so we strike it?
Yeah, we strike off.
So even now we remove the registrar. In which case, then you'll have there will be 14 members, and that's not a. Oh, okay. Okay. So, can we? The proposal, there are proposals that we maintain. Actually, there was one maintained status quo which sort of has been washed away. So, this. No, we are here. That is why. No. We are here. Even the council are here to make a contribution. You would have said, but you are council, you are supposed to be, you appointed the committee. How can you contribute? No, it's okay. In any case, we are gathering views for a good constitution. So it's okay. It's okay for him to do this. Simon.
No, I would like to guide my colleague that the opinion, the proposals here was a collection of members' ideas. They are not necessarily the ideas of committee members. We only brought together what members suggested.
Yes.
And when we were compiling, we limited our input. We knew we would come here and make our contributions while you're listening.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
We
So,
didn't contribute.
gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, sorry, engineers, can we go by the proposal that we lift what the bill proposes and put it here? Engineer Balimunsi.
Thank you, Chair. I would like now to respond in terms of a question.
Yeah.
If we get all these things finally in the law, is this institution still ours, or it is owned by the government? Shall we not be disadvantaged? I think we shall be, because it stops being a member's thing. Now we are discussing, there is something we want, because this thing started by trying to get professionals to associate. Then now you get the government to hold us like this. The government has its ERB. Is this still our thing?
I don't know, but my reading is that it will still be. Yes. The difference is now the law, because if you look at the composition proposed in the bill, it's almost exactly the same as what it is today. Diversion information, yes. Yes. Yeah.
Let's not divert now. We should ask ourselves, what are the advantages of having
Okay.
Now, for example, the next president is supposed to have served on the committee.
Yeah.
Now you have only one deputy president on the council. Okay? That means you have killed the chance of the other two who would be doing great job in the what? In the other committees. I hope you get my point.
Yes.
I don't see any problem of having three vice chair.
Okay, information from the president here.
Colleagues, I want to provide information as you are serving president. This position comes with a lot of responsibilities, tearing you apart. We should know that we are not employed to be, like for me, I'm not employed to be the president. There is somewhere where I also work. Initially, those who served in this institution, even up to now, we volunteer to support, to serve the fraternity we live. The existence of 3 vice presidents relieves some pressure from the president, because you'll be required to open, maybe to be in this function here without any, let me not go into detail, but the office of the president will function well if supported by this vice president, and also the 3 vice presidents, and also exhibit that, like if you send a vice president to represent a president, this side, at least it will hold some weight. So for me, I would buy the idea of leaning towards our own submission in the bill and have 3 vice presidents, which will support the effective running of the institution, is my submission.
So therefore, the proposal is have a president, but 3 vice presidents. But those 3 vice presidents, the bill is silent whether or not they are vice president met, vice president this, vice president. They just says 3 vice president. Should we maintain the status quo? Vice president responsible F and A, so we maintain. Okay, so, Daniel, you get this. For vice president, we are saying maintain the status quo. No, 3 vice presidents, yes. Honorary secretary, honorary treasurer, 2 representative of engineers. That's what the bill says. But like I said, read the word engineers to mean members. 2 persons. Now, I know we talked about whether or not, yes, what did, but we have to name, we have to name where they come from, whether from branches, whether from members from. We have to. That's what I'm driving at. These 2 members, who are they? An idea? So you're okay with these two engineers? We leave it as 2 engineers. The proposal, we are now following the bill, the proposal in the bill as amended. Uh-huh. Oh, we the last guy, then the one after. Yes.
Chair, I think we should also engage the online audience.
Is there anybody online?
Yes, we have about 18 people.
And
we have a hand from engineer Andrew Mwezi.
Yes,
I think he wants to make a submission.
Yes.
Over to you, engineer.
Yes. Excuse me, members. Please wait. Let's hear from Engineer Mwezi. Andrew, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair, for granting me the opportunity. I would like to propose that we go with the advice of the President and we transfer what is in the bill into this Constitution.
Yes.
But I also had a member who said, is this association still ours?
Yes.
I was privileged to have participated in the advanced stages of this bill before it came to Parliament.
Yeah.
And I want to assure the members that this institution is still ours. The law only seeks having the institution in the bill firmly entrenched is to give us more crowd in running this association. And the government is not in charge of this institution because we are not going to get any money from government. And I think even the government was at one time proposing even stop the subvention to ERB. The position of the President is that his wish is that we should actually, even ERB should be mobilizing its own funds. So if we are not getting money from government, there is no way government is owning us. Take an example of the Uganda Law Society. They are operated by an act of Parliament. The only issue is as you gain some ground, you have to cede some ground. Once you will not have the liberty to amend the act the way we are here amending the Constitution.
True.
But it's a good thing. It really gives a strong legal basis. That's why you see the Law Society appears very powerful because it has that strong legal basis. So let's not fear to be a part of this act. It's a very good thing. And simplify matters as the President has elaborated. Once you are in that chair, you need the support of those vice presidents. Having this person who is being advocated for a deputy president, I even see a risk. I think you know the problems of deputy presidents. If you have read around, you are even likely to have a bit of power contest, power struggle with this position of deputy president. So if you must have a deputy president, then you also need to entrench the powers of the president in the constitution, safeguard that office. But having the 3 vice presidents, to me, I think is the best way forward. Let's go with that and harmonize with what is in the bill. It will save us a lot of headache in the future. I submit, Chair.
Sorry, when you're still there, who is proposed to replace the registrar of the board?
A member.
A member.
You can have a member.
Registrar. If so, okay. Let's. To me, it looks convincing that we maintain the status quo. What is proposed in the bill. In any case, when the bill comes into force, you will be required to comply with it anyway. You will have to amend this constitution because it will be a law. So if you're already there, I know you shouldn't behave as if it is there, but sometimes I know on a number of occasions sometimes it's advantageous to behave as if the law is already there. I can cite cases where I've been involved also. So we shall go by what is proposed in the bill to replace what the committee members had proposed. Okay? Now, that's 11.1A on the composition. I don't know whether I should jump at this point in time about the election. When should we hold the elections? It's a fundamental problem, like I said. It would appear, we have been risking to operate between January and April on an unapproved budget because the financial runs from January to December. There are examples, and I'll invite the president here to give you an example of, I think Tanzania. They do it in December so that by January you have the new president in place, and by, when do you have your budget done? By February. February, you approve your budget and you're good to go. You spend within what you have already has been approved as a budget to expend. But currently, it's a bit risky. Like I said, I hope we're not raising alerts to other people. Auditors would have queried this seriously. So, can we dispose of that as of now? Because there's a proposal. Should we, for example, agree that we shift to December, we now use the same, ratio in terms of moving the other dates or deadlines that are for submission of nominations and days and campaigns. We can realign it, but aiming at December, getting the same deadlines, but now shifting the elections to the end of the year. Dr. Byakatonda.
Chair, thank you very much. I have no problem shifting election end of year, but I want us to be careful as we are making this constitution issue of dates. Of dates, using dates
yes.
in the constitution.
Yeah.
You end up tying yourself. You rightly said, Mr. Chair, that you were asked to amend Article 11 because there were issues in court.
Yeah.
Now, the current constitution says the council term ends on 30th April.
Yes.
But we had a challenge that the council term actually not end 30th April. Now we went into sort of a crisis. The current council was saying their term had ended. The new council said they have not received instrument power, so we had no council. And that was a little bit a problem. If the constitution had said that the council term ends after they have handed over without putting 30th April, you'd have been much, much safer. Otherwise, we had a lot of issues, and we really ran for those months at the mercy of God because there was no council. At the end of the day, the constitution had tied the old council. Their new council are not being handed over. So it was a problem. So these dates you propose of 31st January, you can say 2 months before the end of the council term, 4 months before the expiry, than saying a date. Let us desist from dates. We are tying ourselves that you may actually fail to have elections. What happens? Even you neighbor at one point failed to have exams, I think in 1984, 85. So when you put dates, you actually tying yourself and you're actually going to have a crisis. Thank you.
Yeah, I hear you loud and clear. You can actually do, if you said 4 months before expiry, you'd be talking about January or December. But let me give you another experience, personal experience, and I think Engineer Balimus knows this. And you all know that when COVID struck, the ERB term expired, I think it was in June. For the next 3 months, there was no board. The minister did not appoint a board, so we were not registering engineers at that. What our colleagues in South Africa, and I'm giving you a practical example in South Africa, and I tried to do this in the ERB, but I failed. There is a clause in one of their, in their law to say that in the likely, or I think they said unlikely event, that the minister is unable to appoint a board because of COVID-19 and so on. The existing board in the law will be allowed to perform for X number of months. For them, I think it's 3 months, within which the president maybe appoints a new minister. So the existing board continues. I see that possibility also to be considered in the case of your council. In case there's something, a crisis, unforeseen, the existing council should be given for X number. Therefore, if everything is normal, you should hold your elections. But in the event that you have COVID and other things which are being predicted now, this council should continue, or whoever is there, here for 3 months, 1 month, 2 months, okay? And members should know about this so that you prepare. And when the thing struck, you're closed down, you can't move, the council does its own and alerts you that in 2 months' time, my time has passed. I failed to do it. We could, ERB could pick it, and we lost it out. But it's one way to consider it, in addition to what Dr. Biakatonda says. So yes, we are not fixing dates, but we are saying we should not also break the law of spending money which you are not authorized, which you have not been, a budget which is approved. It's more dangerous. That, in fact, it's more wrong to do that than to operate as if the budget is there. So what do we say? Do we maintain 2 months before the expiry of the current, let's say, April, am I right? You must hold elections April. Do we say 1 month before that, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months? Yes, sir. For purposes of the budget. Yes.
So that we have enough freedom between April and June. So we have 2 months to handle our business. In case of any fluctuations, we have anything to.
2 months. So we shall include a clause to say, in the event that unforeseen catastrophes occur, the existing council shall continue for the next 2 months. Okay? 4? Yeah, okay. No. When you say until, then you open it again, because you have to cap it. You have to give it months.
Chair, there's force majeure perspective part of the project. Like we had the force majeure, the previous one, where in between us, really we failed to manage ourselves. which took us 6 months to get back on our feet. So we say, one, I would be of the view that let's have the existing council in place until when it hands over to the new council.
No. What you're quoting was the dispute of the results. We are talking about the unforeseen. Really the unforeseen. Floods, COVID-19 and so on. Give it time, but you cannot left it
Senior,
unopened.
I beg for the good framing of our contract, for the good framing to avoid any other circumstance like what we were in, whereby we didn't have a council in place. For sure, we didn't have a council in place. Now we can say the previous council is in the office until when it hands over power to the new council. Until when you've handed over, you are still in office.
No,
there are scenarios where you had presidents who are really never given a chance to enter into their offices.
That's different. That's different.
So we just take all that.
No.
Let us not say that we don't have a council because we still have challenges.
No, non-performance, electoral disputes, that is different. We are looking at the something which is you can't control. Okay, and it's nationwide.
Hello?
It affects everybody. 1 minute. I want the other gentleman first. But there were 2 months. Can we cap it 2 months?
Chair, you are talking of unforeseen.
Sorry.
And you're putting 2 months. Meaning you have seen.
No.
Because if you're saying unforeseen, maybe there is a war outbreak. So until the war ends, we won't come back to our homes to vote. So that's what we are saying. So you can't say unforeseen and you put a duration. Unforeseen, like COVID struck. We didn't know how long it would go. This is what we are saying. So when we, under those catastrophes, it should be until that catastrophe clears. You don't put 2 months because you don't know. You are not the one who brought it. You have no control. And you're saying we have no control. So let's know that unforeseen, we have no control. But there should be leadership of some sort until that catastrophe has cleared.
2 final ones, then I'll make a ruling. Then
Hello?
There is an online.
Sorry, online?
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Yeah, please.
Thank you, Chair, for granting me the opportunity.
Yeah.
When we had this unfortunate situation, we ran to the trustee deed and we thought we could find a remedy there. But unfortunately, we found the trustee, you know, we have a trustee as an institution. We found the trustee was not empowered to handle, to be a caretaker council of sorts. And we thought that at an appropriate time when we have a constitutional review like we have now, let's make a strong recommendation that the trustee, the mandate of the trustee is widened to be like a caretaker council in the event that council, for one reason or another, is unable to perform its role. It can be in the unforeseen circumstance. It can even be in an election dispute like what happened. So, to me, I think the remedy lies in widening the scope of the trustee, of the trustees. I submit, Chair.
Yeah, but the trustee, I think you are referring to the Trustee Incorporation Act.
Chair, I want to second what President Andrew has said.
No, 1 minute. You'll have the floor. Let me respond to Engineer Andrew. I know there's a law. I have a copy of it's one of the laws actually that we refer to, the Trustees Incorporation Act. You will have to, because the trustees that are in the Constitution here must comply to that act. There's a law governing the appointment, the functions of trustees across board. So are you saying you're going to amend the act to specifically cater for this, Engineer Andrew?
Well, I don't think I had looked at that act you are referring to, but I believe this is something we could do for our trustees. It
Because,
is something we could do, but because I haven't read that act.
I have. Wherever you have a trustee, there is that act which guides you how to form them. And I saw UIP had actually conformed to it initially, only that you are not operating. You have not. I was appointed member of the trustees, I don't know how many years ago. But we've not even held one meeting.
Chair.
Yes.
Chair. Let me just give you a very extreme circumstance. Here you are looking at a situation where the council is there, but is incapacitated because of certain circumstances.
Okay.
You can also have a situation where the whole council resigns.
Okay.
So we need to have a framework that provides leadership continuity.
Okay. So let us drop the 2 months or the current council to continue until the next one takes over, and request that we explore with the legal team the proposal of empowering the trustees to take over the functions of council until the next one's up. Okay? So we shall explore we shall go legally, follow with the legal team for functioning of the council.
I concede.
Now you have the floor, sir.
I concede. Because I was actually thinking that the council members could abuse their powers.
Okay.
Yeah, I concede.
Fine. Thank you. So now, do we? So that will therefore the transition is okay. The 4 months before the end of the expiry of the current, we haven't done that. Do we leave April? Shall we hold our elections April? No. So when should we? 2 months before, 3 months before? 3 months before. Like we said, when you say that, then these are the dates which are have to change. They must change. When you do nominations, if you are again, we shall go there because we are going to look at all those provisions in the Constitution. We will have to vary them so that 3 months before the expiry, you hold elections. Mr. President, are you comfortable with that? 3 months at least. Too far off. But then you have to, when you have 2 months, you'll have spent for 2 months without authority. Oh. Okay, let me, I was prompting the president here for his, let him share some simple proposal.
Chair.
Who is calling the chair?
Briefly, from the operational side.
Yes.
Are we putting into consideration the audit processes which must be taken at the end of the year?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's it's a good inquiry.
Thank you.
Have we been taking that into consideration at all? Yes. And what has that led us to decide? Yes. When did you do the audit? When you appoint auditors at the AGM for 2 years, 2 calendar years.
So
how long does the audit process take?
So audit takes place after the financial has ended, which ends on December 31st.
Yes.
So after that, you're supposed to take at least 1 month to prepare, and then the process goes on at least for 1 month.
What process?
So
the process?
The audit itself. Yes. It is generally everywhere. Audit takes place in the month of February, March. So AGM can only happen after March.
It can only happen after
Yes.
March.
Thank you.
You can't bring the audit forward.
No. You
Before.
cannot.
Okay.
Audit can only take place.
That's important information. The audit can only be done after December.
Yes.
For 3 months.
At least, yes.
And that's when, so between January and when they're doing the audit, which budget are you spending?
It is the budget that is available.
Who approved it?
That's a question to ask these people here.
Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to end because I think we're getting tired. So, I think we might have to leave it as it is because I've not answered yet the question whether or not whether we should change the dates for elections, because this now complicates it. If you can only do the auditing between January and March, and you're spending money which you have formally not actually been approved by council.
Yes.
Because the AGM is in April.
Yes.
Yeah. But so are you saying that the AGM approves budget from April to March to next year? It's a calendar, January to December.
Yes.
So who gives you the authority to spend money, and where do you get it from January to April?
Members can make a decision on that. Because that is hard for me.
Where do you get that authority to spend money between January and April?
No.
Information.
I'll not comment on that. Because now we are.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to say that, you're wondering why the auditors haven't queried. Because ideally, the work of approving the budget is the work of a board or a council.
Yes.
It is not a function of a special general meeting. Of a general annual general meeting.
Audit committee.
Yeah, it's not a function of an annual general meeting. So it is just that UIPE, actually, I don't know for what reason, thinks that the budget should be approved at the AGM, which is very. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. You just try to check out in other places, other practices. I'm just telling you why the auditors haven't questioned this. Why the auditors haven't even questioned, why are you spending without? What do you mean by spending? Why should you take the budget to the AGM? Actually, they wonder why. So, but it is okay. You can do your homework, but that's what is happening.
An AGM, one of the key things, can you hold an AGM without, what do I approve at the AGM?
No, actually, Chair.
Okay. I'm going to somebody.
Chair.
Yes.
I'm just requesting from the finance perspective
Yes.
that we benchmark on all institutions when they do their AGMs. In the agenda, is there approval of the budget? That number one. And let us check NSSF, for example, when they hold their AGM, do they approve their budget in that AGM? Sorry? It is the board, thank you, not the AGM, which is council. Sorry?
Okay. Dr. Kalibala, and then I will make, we are going to stop after Dr. Kalibala.
Yeah.
And then we see the way forward.
Mr. Chair, I think we are mixing tomatoes.
Order. Let's listen to engineers, please.
Let's not mix tomatoes and oranges. We are an association, umbrella organization, an institution, one man, one vote. Do you vote in NSSF? You don't vote. The point is, members, we decide on how we want our institution to what? To operate. And so, what we decide, we must be able to handle. As the Yoruba say, whoever swallows a coconut must have complete trust in the size of his anus.
Okay. what we do now is let's give ourselves homework, okay? When I want to suggest, because we are running a risk of continuing without a quorum, I want to suggest that we now agree on how we move from here onwards. I seem to, my readings that we have already done up to 11.1, okay? 11.2, we shall start from there, including this thing. But you heard the lawyer say, given the time that we are left up to the end of this month, we can request, they can use a persuasive language to request for additional time to be given to us to accomplish this task by court. I don't. Sorry? That's what I'm quoting what the lawyer, what I understood him to say. The president thinks that that's not a very good, we shouldn't toe that line. What if we don't toe that line? How do we proceed? And have this, what was before us, approved. Because the secretarial team is, soon after here, we'll be trying to tidy up so that we make sure that we captured all your reactions into the next, in the next document. Yes, right. Proposals on way forward. How do we proceed from now? Then I'll come. That's right.
Thank you, Chair. Considering the time we have,
Yes.
we are left with, and the fact that we have shared the draft constitution among the members here,
Yes.
I propose that they raise their issues and they post them on your email like how we used to do previously, so that the committee can sit again, discuss, then we present the final constitution.
Wow.
Thank you.
But the timelines, what timelines would you think?
We give them up to 3 days, 3 working days.
Remember, as I said, what we were told is that the URSB requires 5 working days to register a new constitution. 5 working days, that's what I was told. And we have no control over them. That you can say that's cast in stone. The proposal is for, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues.
Hello?
Hello. We are saying there's a proposal.
Hello?
That, somebody's online.
Yes, sir.
Yes, please. You have the floor. Andrew?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
My proposal, given where we have reached, first of all, I think it would be a fatal mistake or a strategic mistake to miss the opportunity of this SGM to conclude this constitution in the best way we think should be concluded. Court is an area we shouldn't interest ourselves in going to look for a remedy, even the remedy called extension. I think if you look at the background of this matter and then want to go back to court, I would advise to completely forget about court and conclude this matter here and report to court that we finished. We finished the process which you decreed us to do. So my proposal, Mr. Chairman and members, is
yes,
this committee has done a good job. They have even read through the articles. And as I see, we have finished most of the contentious articles. I move that we adopt the recommendations or the proposals of the CRC as is and give the leadership the go-ahead to register this constitution. This is my proposal.
That's the second proposal. Proposal is from Solite that within 3 days receive your now that you have that document there, what do you propose? Engineer Muhwezi says no. Let us, what has been presented by the committee should be tidied up, and you give this August Assembly approves it, and records that it's been approved as it is, and therefore the committee will go back and do its work to the UIPE. Any other proposal before it's we put to vote? I had said you next, and then him. The other gentleman behind. But this should be you, not me. This is me now.
Yes, Chair. My name is Engineer Balikudembe Ronald. On record, I beg to request that we can have an online discussion of this matter and conclude it. At least within the 2 days from now, communicate so that we can have a time for an online discussion and conclude this matter of this constitution amendment. The second last point I want, Mr. Chairman, for you to think about, I know it must have been slightly a bar somewhere. Article 12.8, appointment of staff, cited an element which was not really good, where we say that the executive secretary, the member of the service, that is service manager, the professional development manager, all shall be members, shall be engineer of the institution. I think that is not proper. For those who have done the reviews, those who have submitted their documents, we believe that there is time when we need expertise of different fields. I know, yes, we are engineers, we are not bad managers, but there are areas where we need expertise. Believe me or not, if we say that the executive secretary must be an engineer, the membership service manager must be an engineer.
Which article? Article what?
Look at appointment of staff. It was 12.18.
Oh, okay.
Yes. In my submission, I find it really that let's target to look at managerial skills, not necessarily someone to be an engineer. Two, the second point comes that if we get someone outside of the engineering fraternity, that diversity brings a benefit, for they have other managerial positions which we can bring in as fresh elements, our perspective, or new ideas, or innovations, which can help the institution. So, for example, right now, we've been battling with a technical issue where the executive secretary said, let me leave it to you. Believe me or not, they have that managerial skills better than us. A humanitarian skill, that patience, we engineers, which we may not be having. The second thing, yes, let's focus on the competence, not the profession, because we know the institution should focus on hiring most competent and qualified individuals for managerial positions, regardless of their professional backgrounds. But are they competent to serve? Do we really need a manager, the executive to be an engineer? I feel like no. To me, it's not. Okay. The last one, as I conclude, it would be, I would recommend that amendment to be reversed. Okay. Let's give the council the mandate it had to elect this staff the way it has been doing.
Okay, thank you for the submission, but I hear you saying, and in support of your proposal of having an online, that there are issues which are contested, and I'm quoting what you're saying. An example is that proposal, which requires further analysis, perhaps even expunging it from the thing, and justifying the need for another meeting. That's the message I get from the, how you do it, you're proposing online. The first proposal was you can submit the what. It's at variance with what Engineer Mwezi says, because Engineer Mwezi says, let this committee's proposal be taken as approved by this committee, by this SDM. So I've got those three positions. Is there any other, because I want to repeat them so that we vote and agree. Yes, sir. But I'll give the president so.
I second Engineer Muhwezi. This meeting, when we close it off, yes, I do not know under which provision where the special meeting was transferred to the online system. I think it needed some legal advice if he was still around. I don't know how it was transferred from a physical meeting to an online meeting. Yes, we need to think of those possibilities. How was it transferred to an online meeting? To have both a physical and online. But I would second Engineer Muhwezi that we complete. Whatever we have not completed, let's give benefit of doubt to our leaders who have taken time to scrutinize. At least we have gone 70%. They can polish whatever we have given them past where we are, and then whatever has remained is it can be, we can leave it to their discretion that they have done a good job. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to provide information that the options we have, one is to approve in principle and trust the committee to finish the job on our behalf. Secondly, we can consider that maybe we did not finish our work, then the meeting is adjourned to a day and time which this meeting can come up with. Another suggestion is to, I think those are the feasible ones. So let's operate within that. The option of engaging online, I think that would not do us justice when challenged. Thank you.
No, but I think if, and yes, you might have to remind me here. Yes, I know the contentious issue is that the 2023 amendment was not promulgated, and therefore things went to court. But court direct, like I said, I wish I have it in my laptop. The first decree is that we should amend, this committee, amend the 2016 Constitution in consideration with 2023 Constitution. Both constitutions are mentioned. And to the extent that the 2023 had proposed online to be included, we thought it is in order to have online at this SDM. That was our interpretation, and that's how it comes in. We were doing both constitutions, aware that 2016 did not talk about online, but 2023 there is a recommendation on that online, except the issue was that was not promulgated. But court says consider both. So we decided to come with both. So now, way forward. I don't know if there's anybody online. I thought I had finished. Okay. 1, 2, 3. In that order. In that order. In that order.
Chairperson.
Yes, sir.
I have a lot of trust in what the committee has done.
Yes.
I also take note that the most contentious article in this constitution is Article 11. I am suggesting that we put to rest Article 11 as this August House sits. Then we put to a vote and say Article 12, and we vote on it. We believe that what you people have done is good. If there is something that you have not done which is well, we shall agree that today we have done the best that we can do. We approve it and we move ahead. If there is something, this is our constitution, we can always come back and amend. But let's just put to rest Article 11. We all agree on Article 11 because that is the most contentious. The rest, let's just vote. We agree that you've done a good job. Thank you. God bless you.
But can suppose we provide a proviso which Sulait said, that should there be anybody who has a serious concern, like that gentleman talks about qualifications for appointment, and I think it's a valid point, valid concern, that you submit by tomorrow, for example, because that's what it's saying. You can share with us, with me actually, my email, nobody else. You are sticking what the other articles other than 11. Article 12, you are talking about the quoting that one. If you have another one, you quote it and submit to us, then we can consider as a committee. Does that find favor? Is that anything that you can think about? It will be addressing both your concerns, and so right, but also yours. And also,
Chair.
Simon.
Yeah.
And yeah, actually, that's an
Yeah.
issue of concern.
Thank you.
Him and then
Thank you,
him and then
Chair.
you. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to guide this way. Now that we are here, and we have gotten enough exposure to this constitution, how about we give it 30 minutes? People giving their views.
Now. 30 minutes now.
Right now, yes. So that we conclude this matter, and then we do it like engineer, my friend here, has suggested, and we conclude properly, other than receiving comments.
Okay.
Now, those comments will be binding because the SGM has approved that you can submit.
Okay.
Now, if you don't include,
Yeah.
it becomes a serious problem.
Yeah.
So let's give it 30 minutes right now. We just stop the brainstorming and we start acting.
Okay.
Because we have already spent 10 minutes, 15 minutes still brainstorming.
In
Yet
fact, I thought I was
would have
about to
made
close.
good progress.
Dr.
on the
Kalbala,
Constitution.
because
Thank you.
now I want to skip Article 11, we go to Article 12, is there anything sticking? We capture what you say. Article 13, and so on and so on. Okay. Let's stay Article 11, okay? Article 12, we are capturing what you're saying. Is there anybody else who has a content? Can you flash Article 12 there? You have them on your phones.
Mr. Chair, have we finished Article 11?
No, we are saying we're putting at stake this committee.
It is very contentious.
So?
I beg we exhaust it. Yes.
Oh.
It has voting and...
up to tomorrow.
Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, the reason why we are here is because of Article 11. We were taken to court because of the voting what? Method which was flawed. Flawed in the sense that it was not in the what? The Constitution. So I beg that we finish with that one. And we are sure that members have ratified it. Yes. Because, as the Baganda say, whoever says you hit me and puts the one who is beaten. So let us make sure that we have entrenched that in the Constitution so that nobody comes to sue us. Thank you.
Shall we go to 11 point, because it was 11.8. Okay, can we 11.1 we've done, 1A, 1B. 11.1 we say we shall lift from the bill, the composition. 11.1B, I think that's okay. Raise this outside. 11.1C. 11.2 for at least 2 years and shall be elected by one. Now, the elections, we are saying 11.2, who has something? Yes. 11.2. No.
had submitted that the contention is not on election of the president by the membership, but the nomination. So that word, the election, should be struck out, and we say
Shall be
that
nominated.
Nominated.
Nominated by
So the issue is not, we have always, all of us voted for the president,
Okay.
elected, but the nomination. So that word changes to what?
Nominated.
To nomination.
11.3.
But they are saying, the article is reading that the president shall be elected by the entire membership.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So what we are objecting is that in the in history, it is council members who have been nominating. So that's what we want to change.
We have not yet reached there. We have not reached there. We are ahead of us. 11.3. Now the thing of deputy president, this one now collapses. But then, office of the vice president. So, the three vice presidents. No, three vice. Three vice presidents for the next term shall be elected by council.
Yes.
By council?
No.
No, by membership.
The three deputy presidents.
Vice.
The three vice presidents shall be corporate of fellow members of good standing and shall be elected by the membership. Correct.
Yes.
We just add the word, the three.
Yeah.
We add the word three.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they shall hold office for a term of 3 years or 2 years?
2 years. 2 years.
2 years.
Yes.
Yes, right. To vice president, yes.
Reason why we're saying the deputy president should be voted for because he was given a lot of powers to deputize the president. Now that we have the three vice presidents, I think we leave the right the president to nominate them.
To
the president.
No. Yeah.
That's my proposal. I think.
No, he says so. Right. The members, all of us shall elect vice presidents also. Not the membership, not council member, not council. Yes, madam, you have been quiet.
Thank you very much. What I'm looking at, voting vice presidents, the three of them.
Yes.
We risk losing the performance, especially for the president. Look at a scenario where you vote for a president, and then the team in the opposition, for example, they come in and the vice presidents. The cooperation between those people, I think, might not be what we desire as a profession. So what I'm suggesting is, like the way we vote the president, we don't vote vice presidents, but you look for someone you're comfortable with to work. So I still think we shouldn't vote vice presidents.
Okay, there's a concern.
But they can be members of the council, but they shouldn't be voted by everyone. Like they've already gone through the first vote, so they are council members, then the president can nominate maybe from those people. Yes, thank you.
You know, there was even a question whether we can manage it in one day. One president, three vice presidents, honorary secretary, honorary treasurer. You can do it once. So she has brought a point of concern. Any proposal, any
yes,
response?
Chair. My suggestion is, because this one I wanted to bring it at a later time, but it is going to be affected by this conversation. I want to concur with her that the vice president should be nominated by the president, elected president, then approved by AGM. But then, these positions of vice president, this now brings me to what he suggested earlier, rotational presidency. Now that we cannot have rotational presidency, at least the vice presidents can be distributed according to the what? The various disciplines. And that cannot be achieved if you have everyone elected. You may have civil only, president and all the three vices. What will you do? This is a big problem. So in the interest of balancing smaller community professionals, engineers, at least let's leave the vice presidency open, but then in the constitution, let us cap it and say this should be from the different disciplines. Thank you so much. I submit.
Do you know how many disciplines there are? Would you like to name them so that if you don't, sorry, will you be safer? You don't mention them. Okay, so the vice president should be nominated by the president of different disciplines. Okay, I think we shall say the president shall nominate vice presidents, but taking into consideration gender and the different disciplines. Okay?
Chair.
And then, you guys said 30 minutes, now you're taking us back.
No, Chair, I propose to just put it right a little straight. We have the three main disciplines of engineering: electrical, mechanical, and civil. Gender being considered, let the vice presidents be nominated by the president, but considering those three elements.
No, don't name them. Just say different disciplines. You are safer that way. Because I can argue that my oil thing is the major. It's only that you've led to recognize. Just say different disciplines. You know,
yeah, I just want to find out at what stage will the president nominate those three?
At what stage?
Because now the president will be elected during the AGM. At what point will he nominate the vice presidents? Huh? Huh? But even we have said even council members are going to be elected by the members. You must consider that.
Yeah, at what point?
Not even council members are going to be elected by the whole membership. That's what is there.
Yeah.
So at what point will the president, because the president will be elected during the AGM, now that the AGM is that time is going to nominate?
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's not possible.
It's not.
It's not possible. But he's not yet elected. He's not yet elected.
Chair,
he's not yet elected.
I want to borrow from Kenya, where the president nominates his deputy before the election. So that when we elect you, the president, to know that you have your three deputies. Otherwise, the same people we're electing at the AGM have to be approved at that very same AGM. So, at what point shall we approve the deputy presidents?
But those are the issues. Sulight and then Madam.
When the president is declared the winner, is expected to give a speech and address the AGM.
Yes.
During his speech, that's when he's going to propose his deputies. And the AGM can approve there and then.
No, but you were saying that the three must be voted by the membership.
No, this time we have said the president should nominate. Then AGM approves. I think that's what we have gone with.
So you are changing now?
No, that's what we had decided, we had agreed on. That the president nominates the three vice presidents, considering gender and disciplines. So after the president has been declared the winner,
yes,
he's expected to give a winning what? Speech.
Yes.
And in his speech, then he should give us the three vice presidents.
To be approved at the AGM.
At that AGM.
Okay. We shall go by that. You are comfortable?
Yeah, actually, it's the same submission I wanted to make.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Let's 11.4. Honored Treasurer shall be a corporate or fellow member of good standing and shall be elected by membership. Is that correct? 11.5, Honorary Secretary, same. Okay? 11.6. Now, 11.6 council members. I don't know why they put committee members. There we had put committee because we had done away with the vice presidents. But I think we are there. You are ahead. Okay, let's go first before 11.8. So here the committee members there were referring to, because we are done away with the vice presidents and had brought in one deputy. That's why the word committee is there. But the original one was council members. Okay. So we go back to what it was. Because now this one collapses, you have gone back to vice presidents. It's not committee members on your left, but it's council members. So council members of council shall serve a term of 2 years, council members shall, I think that's okay. 11.7, nomination of candidates. What's happened? Yes.
What I'm trying to put across is the composition of the council has now changed from what you have proposed there to what is in the bill.
Yeah.
There is a representative of the technicians.
Correct.
Then there is one for the technologists and two for the engineers. So that means the constitution needs to be edited to cater for these other positions as well.
Yes, true. But I thought it was ahead there. No. Okay. So council members, okay, goes back. Nominations of candidates for council of. So we need. How should technologists, engineering technologists, engineer technicians, and artisans be elected? But do they have an how are they organized? Do they have an association? No. So elected technologists elect their representative. Why not?
Chair, we are talking about leadership.
Yes.
And we are, this constitution, we are trying to make it inclusive enough to involve all the membership of the institution. And that means technologists and technicians. When you say they vote their own, then you are actually saying they are not part of us. Because they participate in voting the corporates as well. So they are going to serve all of us, all the membership. Therefore, we should vote them for them to go and serve us properly. So we are going to participate in choosing among the technologies who is better fit to serve us. This is the meaning of the election. And the issue of making sure we have them, it is for purposes of inclusivity. Thank you so much.
Okay, we shall capture that.
Just to add on to that, like a woman member of parliament, everyone votes the ladies, so it is okay. We should be able to vote.
If you go there, get lost. Because no, it's okay. So the membership elect technologist, technician, and artisan. Am I right? Sorry. Two engineers. I hear you, 2 engineers. Yes.
We remove that disclaimer. We shouldn't keep it into our constitution. That blue part. People
Say-
may start misusing, but that can be part of our constitution.
It should have been expunged. I'm sorry.
It should be removed.
Yeah, it should have.
Let someone note that.
No, we will do it. The blue one, expunge. It was an omission. 11.7, returning officer. I think that's okay. 11.7b, members of past presidents. I think we have not been engaging these people strong enough. So 11.7b we shall edit, okay? Past presidents. 11.7c. B like boy, who was an issue there? Yes. This gentleman. Yes. Past President's Forum.
For me here, I see there is like no limit on the number. I don't know. Is it open? How many of them are supposed to be there?
Past presidents.
Yes.
Actually, in other countries, they are given such a, they are encouraged to be so active. Would you like to put a cap on the numbers here?
I don't know. Should we leave it open? If there are 10, if there is only 2.
But I think currently they have their. They know themselves. Leave them.
Then my other concern is what criteria are they using for vetting? So like I don't know. Is there like
they can. I think when it comes to that, they can propose to council how they propose to do their business, and the council approves. Okay, that will be a regulation of some kind. 11.7c. The nomination procedure, I think, is okay. These dates here, like we said, we shall look at them seriously as a committee. What's not clear? Which article is that? 11.7c. Yeah, what's not clear there? Yes. Number 3 becomes 1, number 4 becomes 2. Okay? You expand the earlier ones. But what for me here, I had written consent is okay? That somebody should together returning of sexual returning of plus the written content. Is it okay online also? Does that cover the online? Where you have returning officer at DIP together with the written consent of such a person to access. It's okay. By the way, you are at there's we shall come to it at the end. 11.8. Where are you, sir? Which 11.7? Yeah. The what? I didn't get the point. What's the point?
The number of nominees is not specified.
Can you specify nominations?
The nominees, I believe we should set it at 3. It's open.
Open. 11.8. Election cycles shall be commenced during the October. President wanted to start in September. Am I right? We shall go by this. Okay. Electoral Commission, we said 5 electoral commissioners and so on. 11.8b, we expunged that. Okay. The way it is presented there. David, am I right? 11.8b, the way it's, Iga talked about it, should be deleted. 11.8c, we shall look at this date, the months, to conform to what we're saying. 11.8d, we shall expand our proposal. Shouldn't be there. David, are we together? Members, I hope we're moving together. Yeah, it's all deleted and adjusted. 11.8e, vetting committee forum. Nomination, okay, replace that. 11.8f. Yes, sir. Yeah. The what? I think they will have to develop their modus operandi and then the council will approve.
I'm proposing that we add it there. Okay. That the vetting committee stroke forum of the past presidents shall review the nominations received and carry out due diligence on the suitability of candidates. I am thinking that how they do the due diligence, the format for the due diligence should be approved by council.
Yeah.
I think we need to add it there, because if we don't add it there, they can come up with their own format of vetting.
Correct. I think so. Unless any member has an objection, we shall do that. Do we have anybody online, Leah, with a hand up? Others will continue. Have we talked about because they're on 11 point F towards the end, physical ballot paper shall then be submitted to but we shall have the electronic ones both. Okay. 11.8G, there's no proposal there, objection. 11.8H, no change. Expanding, yeah, we'll expand that. Deleted. 11.8I, deleted. 11.8J, Mr. Iga was quite particular about this. Deleted. 11.8K, deleted. 11.8L, adjusted. 11.9, disputes. Now, what the lawyer talked about, that UIP shall meet if that you said we will consider it. These are disputes. No, these are different things. Sorry. 11.9A, disputes may arise out of elections. Yeah. 11.9B, we edited that. 11.1Z10. 11.11. Do I have a hand up? 11.11.
Hello?
Yes, Andrew?
Chair.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. I have a proposal. Can we add a statement that once the matter is referred to the tribunal, which we believe will be really an independent tribunal made up of senior members of the fraternity, can we add that the decision of the tribunal is final and binding?
For where you have a council, would that not usurp the powers of council? Andrew? They should
No, it will not.
It will not.
Because council cannot be the tribunal. The tribunal is actually supporting, is working for common good. A dispute has come up,
Okay.
and it has been referred to a tribunal.
Okay. We shall capture it, we shall refer it to the lawyer, because if it is final, and I hope the appeal mechanism is also there.
Chairperson.
But we shall refer to, we shall get a little more clarification with the lawyer. But let's capture
Chairperson,
it.
we really can't say it's final because in Uganda there are other means of redress. The tribunal can make its pronunciation, but let's leave it at that.
No, but you're talking about for the matters which affect the association, the UIPE.
So you're saying I can't go to court?
Yeah, you can.
When you say it's final, really, let's just leave it as the tribunal makes its decision, and that is it.
Andrew,
Chair.
Andrew, yes?
Yeah, Chair, let me support my point.
Yes.
You see, if we do not give the tribunal, first of all, why are we establishing a tribunal? I think there is a background to this tribunal. We are trying to have a situation where a matter can be, if a matter arises, it can be adjudicated internally and resolved. Yeah. If we do not make this binding clause, then the tribunal's role becomes advisory. And if it is just an advisory body, then I don't know what it is meant to serve.
So can we use your word binding instead of final?
Yeah. We can sanitize it and call it binding.
Sanitize.
Yeah.
But we are going to explore further. So use binding instead of final. So as yeah, we shall seek further. Where did you want that one to be placed, by the way? Which item?
I think there was something about the tribunal.
11.9. 9A, okay. We are now 11.11. We finished that. 11.12. I think that's okay. 11.13. Members, I hope we still have a quorum, by the way. We are still quorum. 11.13B. What don't you understand? 13A. 13A? 13A, yes.
Council, the powers to dismiss a council member,
yes,
rests
with it, yes,
with the council. But this, I think this was true when the council voted the council members. But if we vote a member there, then the council chases that member, maybe we have to approve.
No, that's right.
The council has to explain to AGM why they are dismissing this person.
Yes.
So I think we have to adjust this. If we voted a member, we should be the final people.
AGM, yes.
To approve, yes.
Correct.
To approve the dismissal.
11.13B. Either AGM or what? AGM, no. But SGM, you are limiting attendance of SGM. You may not have the entire membership. AGM allows everybody to be there. And SGM has specifically.
So if that is the agenda, if that is the agenda of the SGM to look into the council member, then that is the agenda. So the agenda is set before the SGM is called. So it should be the powers to dismiss a council member rest with the AGM or SGM.
Or SGM.
Whichever comes first.
Okay. Or SGM, whichever comes first. Okay. Agreed. whichever comes first at that phrase. The lawyers will advise us on this. 1113B, is that about majority vote want president to be dismissed? This would be handled by at an SGM. Yes.
Scenario,
yes,
we have set 5%. 5% of the original number, we are 700.
7,500.
7,000.
So we're talking about 300
So,
about 400.
Yeah, today we making like now are we making 400? That means we would not have quorum. I think you need to revise. Like Dan Yeager, he had specified the number to 5%. 5%, because we are growing population. The next how many years we may be 5 million. So if you say 5% cannot sit in this hall. We shall be almost making a government. So I'm requesting this to be revised.
Yeah.
So to a number, maybe 100. To cap it to a number, maybe 25, the way it was. I think it needs to be revised in that considered.
Yeah.
And then also for the number, for like, yes, we need to have a number, first of all, of the AGM. Otherwise, even this one will not be enough quorum.
Realistically, 5%, you're talking about 400 people.
Yes,
and it's I don't know what we should do.
Then for the president, if we want to remove power from the president, it should be by an AGM. Not by, because now if we cap the number maybe to 25, if 25 people sit here and 15 are online, and we remove the president, who we have spent how many minutes putting into power, they have gone into code there. So after we say we come here and we say we have put this one as a special meeting and then we chase the president, it should be in an AGM, and then the number for voting the president out should be capped to a percentage, which can be 8%. That means about 800 people can remove the president.
Yeah, but that is. Are you considering online also attendance? For the 400, I mean.
I think for removing the president should be physical, should not be online. You can stand
physical.
in my, yes, I can be in my bathroom and I say they remove him. It should be physical to show that you really want to remove the president. Thank you.
Okay, so where the 5% should reduce to what? To 100? Currently it is 20.
I propose we can have maybe 30. 30. Like
That's
now, we are
low.
not making 30,
because
but we are
should
making.
also aim high so that people come. It's 50. Let's double it. 50 for SGM.
Members, there are some numbers, I believe.
Excuse me, engineer. How many for SGM membership?
I believe like today, we started this meeting when you are 60.
Yes, but after 1 hour's waiting. 1 hour's waiting.
No, that was even another 6. It was about 30. Even we've struggled to get the 25 members. So let's make for the special general meetings to be at 25 corporate members. Then we take this one for AGM at least to 40. Because even the 50, getting the 50 will also be a what? Corporate members will also be an issue.
So capture those figures: 40 for SGM, 60 for AGM. Removal of the president. We have not concluded this one. Only at an AGM, physical.
Of the population who are registered members.
2/3. 2/3. You're making the president very difficult.
People present in the meeting should be making at least 2/3 should say, we let the president go. If you don't get that, please leave the government in place.
Okay. Okay, but physical.
And they should be physical. Anyone who is not present physically cannot take the government off.
Okay. 11.14a. Andrew, I hope you listen to us loud and clear. 11.14a.
Yes, I am here, Chair.
Yeah, 11.14a. Vacancies, filling vacancies. We shall edit this, I think. Yeah? We shall handle this. 11.14b. Which one? 11 what? In the event that a position falls vacant. Council, yeah. Yeah, you replacing. It's okay.
Proceed.
Okay. 11, okay. So that concludes Article 11. The most, hello members. We have finished the strongest article, the huge one. By the way, it also received the biggest response from the 7 members that responded. They also concentrated on 11.18. Yes.
Chair, you will guide me where this is, but when Engineer Iga was reading, he mentioned that somebody outside the country should not be deprived of serving.
Yes.
And I'm also saying that us in the country cannot be ruled by somebody in France. And I think residence in Uganda is very important to the performance of a council member. So I don't know how they will be supporting us with our cracky network on Zoom, on whatever. And some of the work of council involve moving from point A to point B, all in Uganda, mainly in Uganda. I think they move even outside Uganda. But I think residence in Uganda should be maintained.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
We shall maintain residence in Uganda. Now we go to Article 12 and capture the gentleman's concerns about the secretariat, okay, the engineering qualifications required. And is there anything else that is contentious, members? On Article 12, Article 12 now. And point out which one we...
12.18 is the most contentious one.
12.18, we've done that already.
Yes. I think let's deliberate on it a few minutes and leave it. Yes, as we are maintaining the state, so we say leave the staff members to the, we have the HR department. Let the HR handle that. We cannot rule here and say they should be engineers. No. I move the motion to say the secretariat team should not all be, the management should not be done by engineering. We should get competent people, as simple as that.
What? Sorry?
Chair, I officially second the motion.
Okay, we'll capture that.
Chair,
okay?
Chair, I beg to propose. Oh, no, before he seconds, we should have a number, a given number. I'm giving you an example. A Muslim, let me not go into religion. You cannot go to ERB, to a professional body, ARB for architects, and you want to become to lead them in their management. I don't think it's possible. Some of the, we cannot say that everyone should be an engineer, but we should, exactly, then we should specify that support staff, not all staff. Support staff, not management.
Who are support staff in this case? Or do you want to, or you want to say that the possessing
a given number should be from engineers as themselves.
No. Can we let me address the move of the motion. Can we say possession of an engineering qualifications would be an added advantage? And we cover under that? No. Then you compete.
But Chair,
or you don't want engineers at all.
Chair.
First.
Yeah, but yeah, thank you, Chair.
Order. Let's listen to.
Thank you, Chair.
Engineer Cho.
Those positions are not engineering positions. They're doing management, they're accountants. There's nothing of engineering there. Where do you put qualifications for an engineer? Huh? Yeah, what are they going to engineer there? There's nothing.
Engineer Simon Ochora.
I would like also to inform your office.
Order, please. Let's listen. Leah.
Yes,
Leah.
I'd like to inform your office.
Order, please.
That in this world of diversity, so many engineers have gone on to become lawyers, accountants, managers. So I am thinking, if somebody has done accounting and has a background in engineering, that person needs to be given first priority, because he already knows what you do as an engineer, and on top of that has added on a skill of being an accountant. Now, it is very easy for us to communicate with that person, because you are talking to a fellow engineer who went into a different field. So this also applies to other areas, because people are diversifying. People now have 2-3 degrees, and it is in an effort to make it easy for them to earn a living. Thank you so much. I think we need to look at this.
Wait, 1 minute. I'll come to you. Sulait. Engineer Sulait, the lady, and then you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes. I support my colleague here. Let it be open, but if at all we get an engineer who has those qualifications, then we give him an opportunity to serve.
The problem is that you have to, if you are to recruit, and you advertise, you must specify certain things. That and either
if he's an engineer, he has qualifications of like an accountant.
At the advantage.
If he has a postgraduate in management, he can serve.
Madam.
Thank you, Chair. I think I agree with other members, but I still give a scenario of the decision of Tanzania.
Yes.
They had also ring-fenced those positions for engineers.
Is that so?
But later on, they noticed that most of the engineers, they were not performing well in those positions. So they went back and they reviewed their constitution to include them. So saying that engineering is an added advantage, I agree. So that members feel ownership of the institution, though we also leave it open.
Okay.
Yes.
So finally, the mover of the motion. Wait for the microphone. We want to hear you loud and clear. Actually, as we wait for you, when we were doing this women hospital in Murago, I personally saw 2 engineers who had left, and qualified engineers. They said, this one we left, we thought would make money, and they were now on accounts. Anyway,
thank you. Point just grounded on the principle. Let's look at job descriptions and the competence as per that job description as it is.
Okay.
The competence we need, let people come as per that competence. If you're looking for a secretary, again, you come to an engineering secretary. Despite you are going to, we've written reports, those who have reviewed reports for people who have submitted, even those who are corporate members here, go back and read your first draft you wrote. We are going to laugh at ourselves as engineers. I'll read your last one. You'll see how we are not good at some things.
Okay, fine. We will say, so we agree that we put an advantage. You are opposed to it. We leave it at that. They will not come.
Chairperson, I want to second so that you can move.
Yes.
Yeah.
12 point. Now, which other 12 area is contentious there? I don't see anything else. 12 is okay. 13. Meetings of the institution, I think that is straightforward. 14. 14 is the proceedings at meetings. By the way, so pronounce yourselves on Article 12 with those amendments. Okay? We're going to approve. Can somebody move and support it? Yes, sir. Yes. As amended. Seconded. Seconded Engineer Rachikara. Article 13. Hey, Rachikara. No.
I, Isaac Kabagambe, graduate member, I second that we adopt the motion.
Okay, great, okay. Yeah, Article 13, proposer. 13. We are going, we've finished 12. Now 13.
Chair, propose we adopt 13 as amended by CRC.
Yeah, thank you, Engineer. Seconder, yes, you're welcome. Article 14, proceedings at meetings. Percentages, 5%, we will bring it to numbers that we mentioned earlier on. Yes, sir.
Thank you. I was moving on 14.1 where I say that let's maintain 25 corporate members and 40 corporate members.
Yes, that's right.
AGM 40, special general meeting 25 corporate members.
Okay. Anything else on Article 14? So, proposer and seconder? Proposer with those amendments and seconder? Article 14.
I propose we adopt.
Thank you, Engineer.
As amended.
Seconded by Engineer Nyetu. Article 15, financial provisions. I hope you're capturing this. You're going too fast. The chairman has to. You're hijacking my job. Article 15, one by one, you'll be there. Article 15, financial provisions. Propose. Yes, seconded. Seconder, Article 15, Enyetu. Seconded by Johnson. Articles, trusteeship. For me, I have a problem here. I am, my terms expired, 2 terms without even. That's outside. That's administrative
Chair,
now. But
now that your term expired without working as a trustee, now we have given trustee a very big role.
Okay.
That in case there is a problem, they'll take over. So you'll work.
Okay.
So I propose that we
16.
Yeah.
Okay. Seconded by Engineer Nyetu. Rules. Now this one, like we said, the way it is here, there's only one rule under the old constitution. But so we've for amendment of the constitution and about rules, and we've done that very well. Okay. So we've expounded it to carry the amendment, and we needed to capture that. Who should drive the amendment of the constitution? It should not just be going to court and so on. How many members, council, and fellows and so on. We've tried to capture that. Okay. Then the bylaws, again, we emphasize UIPE to prioritize the regulations and rules. So Article 17.
Excuse me, Chair.
Yes, who has the floor? Yes.
About the trustees.
Yes.
I think we should mention that these should only come into play if council is incapacitated to perform.
That's additional. There is actually there are functions of the trustees. But that's additional.
The additional thing.
Yeah. What we said is additional, over and above what the law requires them. If you read Act, there are specific things the trustees are supposed to do. It's over and above that. So 17 proposed and seconded by? Yes, sir. Okay. Now we go to Article 18. Where's 18? Branches, but these are. Yeah, this is okay. It's actually even there's even a rule about branches. So all you need to do, I think, is to ensure that, Mr. President, you update. Like I said, we don't. Who was it promulgated? When was it done? So that you have records of this branch for branches. For branches, Article 18. Okay. You need strong branches of the institution to be successful. Yes, sir.
Yes, Chair. On branches, how a member becomes part of a branch. When you read in that document, they were suggesting that, for example, if I went to Gulu, like as an engineer, it's very hard to be stationed in one place.
Yes.
But I should have an origin of where I come from, the membership. Let me say if I've subscribed to Kampala. Tomorrow I should not be of Gulu. Then the other day I'm of Arua. You get, because I've moved to Arua now, because now I become a member. I should remember a member of Kampala, but however I can fellowship in Gulu. But I should remain a member of Kampala unless I've requested or I've transferred. Thank you.
Is that okay with members? That's what is there. That's the practice. Okay?
Chairperson, thank you very much.
We finished with the branches, and
yes, we finished already.
The last.
There is a concern that I want to draw your attention to.
Yeah.
As we approve this constitution and we get it approved, maybe say next week.
Yeah.
When does it come in effect?
Uh-huh.
Then also, that means we need to also see that we safeguard the office of the new, of this team that is serving currently now. Because once you have a new constitution come in place, are we saying that these office bearers leave and we hold elections? I think we need to have an article, I don't know, maybe with the help of the lawyers, when the new team leaves and we start following the new constitution.
Yeah.
Because that is very contentious. Once a new constitution comes in, somebody will say, okay, we have a new constitution, Mr. President, bye. So, then what?
What is the practice, current practice? Okay, wait a moment. That's a valid point. I don't know which country. The process of how do you roll out, I think they use the word roll out.
The new bill, you pick it from the bill. Yeah, you pick it from the bill. Because they say
how do you roll out?
As the bill comes to an act, the current board or the current council will continue. I think it's there.
Yes, but I read from a particular country how they roll it. Once you approve the new constitution, how do you roll it? There should be a statement in the constitution on rolling out. We shall look for it, consult and insert it there.
Yeah. Now, what I wanted to bring out is about including the rules. In the constitution. We could only make a reference to the rules or to the guidelines or to the regulations, but we should not include it in the constitution because the constitution may not be changed in a short time. Yet rules can be changed even tomorrow. You can change a rule.
So actually, they should not be here.
They should not be in the constitution.
The branch rules. They should be in the regulations. So we shall remove them from here.
You remove it from here, make a reference to it.
Yeah, you refer to it. Okay. Haven't we done very well? We've done
Hello?
so now. Yes, Andrew.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. There is something which I wanted to bring out. I hope that if it was discussed already, but I know before I got disrupted, the lawyer had brought up an issue of safeguarding members in line of duty. Yes. When you look at the 2016 Constitution under Article 19, there's a clause about indemnity. And it is detailed. It is my proposal yes, it is my proposal that article is transplanted into this constitution because indemnity in line of service is very, very important and we can't do otherwise. Other people will fear to serve in these positions, or if they serve, they'll fear to make any decision.
I think so. David.
Then the last point. Hello?
Yes, we're hearing you.
There is submission, Chair, from me. Yeah. I think it is very important, and this matter was recognized by the past presidents forum, that once we have this constitution in place, the council can either extend, can either give you the CRC or equivalent of CRC a new assignment, but the new assignment is drafting enabling regulations to operationalize the several act clauses of the constitution. And we noted this when the returning officer came in the line of fire. Because the constitution alone, by its nature, gives a general framework of operation. But the nitty-gritties of how things should be done must be entrenched in the regulations. So it's very important that as we conclude this assignment, Mr. President, that we establish a successor committee which would immediately embark on drafting regulation.
For sure, I can't.
This is my submission. Thank you.
It's a very. We've talked about it. You need regulation. You can't work with that regulation. One regulation for within 50 years, unacceptable. There is one thing which I should have mentioned. At the last page, Form B, you're talking about a proxy form. Yes, attendance by proxy. I think, and I don't see it being mentioned on any part of any part of the Constitution 2016. If you permit us, we can borrow a leaf from Tanzania, I think it's, or Kenya, where if I can't attend the meeting, then I officially go to an attorney, assign let P to attend for me for a specific number of meetings, and they expire on such and such a time. Those details, I think, if Form B implies that it's mentioned in the main constitution, and yet is not. It is referring to Article 30.8A, which is actually about AGM. No relation at all. So, if you think it is of importance, members, we can make 2, 3, 4, 5 statements attended by proxy, because you are sick, you are aware of such a thing. Yeah, we shall do that, okay? I think that's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much for listening to me and giving me the opportunity.
A round of applause to the chair and the committee. Can we make a better one? Okay, at least that is good. So, members, I want to sincerely thank you for your resilience up to this time. On behalf of Council, we don't take it for granted. We are grateful that we have come to the end of this exercise, which is very, very, very critical. And I want to once again thank the committee for making us proud. I know the task ahead is still big, but I have confidence that you are going to do a good job. We have come to the end of this exercise, and it is my singular honor to officially declare this. Yes?
So that this committee can work with the lawyer and make sure that this constitution is registered by the URSSB within 1 week. Yeah.
Okay, is there another? For me, I thought during the process we approved, and according to the consent, we are supposed to register before February ends, and I thought that timetable is already known to the committee. So nevertheless, let us pronounce ourselves in coming up with these deadlines. Can I have proposals? Yes?
Thank you, Chairperson. My thinking is that the committee should tell us what next. Over from Monday, they are going to finish the auditing by when, and they continue. Because when we tell them, we don't know the plan they had, that if we approve today, what is going to follow. So we need to first hear from the committee. If they get approval now, as they have gotten now, what is the next step and how are this activities going to be flowing? So that for us, we approve the program they have given us. Thank you so much.
So, Chair, you can take this up. Members want to know the timetable. When are you? Yes. Okay, members, Chair is still consulting the members. It's true, we need to be sure with those dates.
We agreed that all of us will be taking notes, and for purposes of having a correct understanding and recording of your deliberations, and we had set aside this weekend for the secretariat. Like I said, Mr. David, Engineer Ochora, and Madam Sulain. I don't know why she didn't come today. You know, let me tell you. Let me tell you so that you can let me even stand. Of all the members I was given to work with, I only knew 2 of them. The rest of them, I saw them here today. So apart from Dr. Kalibala and Julius, I was actually saying, but I thought I saw her somewhere. Out of record, so the meeting has ended, it's not recorded. But okay, we have been taking notes. We have been taking notes, and we are going to share this. David will be the main person, backstop by all of us. We hope that by Monday, David Kasule, put me right. By Monday, can we reach the chairman with the draft? What suggestion do you have? Yes, Moses.
Can we sacrifice tomorrow, say from 10, we make our input and
for how many hours? 10 to what? Okay, we shall meet briefly tomorrow, and then call it a day. I've got a very serious. I only traveled this morning I left Tororo at 4 a.m. So I must go back tomorrow. Okay, we'll meet tomorrow at what time? 10. Are you okay? Can we meet at
We second that the committee will meet tomorrow at 10.
No, it's not for debate. It's not for debate. Not for debate, not for voting. We shall meet at... okay. We shall meet, and then by Monday, there should be a draft with the... But we need the legal man also. We shall liaise with the president. Okay.
So we have got the clearance from the committee. By Monday, the draft will be ready. By Tuesday, yes. When can we have the final document for signing? When can we have the document submitted to the lawyers for registration?
Maybe Wednesday. If we receive it on Tuesday, on Monday.
Yes.
Then we can finalize on Wednesday.
Okay.
In terms of putting it in the other format, unless you are working on the entire. But if it is in this format, then we need it up to Wednesday. No.
I know you have already done some work, maybe will just be a bit of editing, but can we agree, when do we submit?
We want to submit on Wednesday.
Okay,
No, but then we shall not have signatures. That's the problem.
Yeah, that is it.
Because we need 25 signatures, and we have to run around looking for the at least 25 people who attended the meeting here.
Yes, yes.
On Tuesday, people can be there. Let's have overtime work so that we can meet what the deadline that the court has said. We can't spend all this time. Then again, we come on Saturday and you tell us we have not taken the thing to URSB. All this time we have wasted. All the energy. I'm even hungry again. Imagine.
So the final document will be submitted for registration on Wednesday. Signatures will be collected latest Tuesday. So with those way forward, we have come to the end. Yes.
Because that is sometimes what the problem that we face. Before somebody appends their signature, they want to see the document and read through the whole thing. So to take it and just say, please sign, we are still finalizing the document, that is another problem. So if, for you who are here, are you ready to sign even tomorrow without seeing the document? So what we are trying to say is, if we get the information by Monday, Tuesday we have to finalize and put it together so that everything is proofread. Then you can read. Otherwise, if we tell you to sign without, will you do it? Without the document?
I think the suggestion is there are people who can start signing already, even now. Let's agree that signing will be done on Tuesday, and we conclude. So we have come. Yes.
Chair, thank you so much. Because you are standing up, let me also stand, actually. I was just wondering, as a matter of procedure, if there is no need for us as this special general meeting to now move the final motion that this constitution be amended as we have been going through. I just thought about that. Thank you.
Yeah, we could do it again, but we have been doing item. That is so detailed. Item by item, article by article. So once again, can we move? Can somebody move that we...
So, Chair, since, yeah, I would like to move a motion that this special general meeting of today adopts the recommendations and approve the amended constitution as has been agreed upon in this meeting. Thank you.
Who is seconding? Okay. So I think we have done justice to the document. So without further ado, allow me now to bring this meeting to a close. I thank you very much for your contribution and your time. The meeting is... Yes?
Mr. President.
Yes.
I'm not setting the clock backwards, but I wanted to make a statement of emphasis. I've been trying to unmute with little success. I think we have made a lot of sacrifices to conclude this process. I happen to have been in your seat when we were trying to register the 2023 Constitution. Let's not make another mistake of pushing the submission closed Friday when the decree says we should have registered the Constitution by Friday. We have stretched up to almost 11. And I saw Engineer Kinyana very determined to polish up this document tomorrow. We have nothing stops the Secretariat from stretching and have signatures collected by Monday. And this document is submitted latest Tuesday morning to RSB. Because we are not in control of RSB, but at least we are in control of our side. So it will be a very, very fatal mistake to fail to register this Constitution, which we have come up to 11 p.m. to make sure it is passed.
Yeah,
Let's
thank you.
preserve time on our side.
Thank you, IPP. I'll try to follow it up with the committee and also with the Secretariat to ensure that we comply. I will be in between to ensure that this is done. But thank you for the emphasis. Yes, I hope you have. Taken the emphasis from IPP and all the members that we need to comply with the consent. Let's go an extra mile within these few days to have this document registered. With those many words, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to bring this meeting to a close. I request somebody to give us a closing prayer. The meeting is officially closed. Thank you very much and safe journey. Closing prayer.
You've given unto us to come and deliberate on our Constitution. Lord, we commit it into your hands. Let it be blessed, and let everything which has been said be for your glorification. Give us unity. Teach us to love each other, and let us always fight for our institution, and let your will be done always in this institution. In Jesus' name I prayed. Amen.